The Tachypomp by Edward Page Mitchell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Tachypomp by Edward Page Mitchell. A mathematical demonstration. There was nothing mysterious about Professor Surd's dislike for me. I was the only poor mathematician in an exceptionally mathematical class. The old gentleman sought the lecture room every morning with eagerness, and left reluctantly. For was it not a thing of joy to find 70 young men who, individually and collectively, preferred X to XX, who had rather differentiate than dissipate, and for whom the limbs of the heavenly bodies had more attractions than those of earthly stars upon the spectacular stage? So affairs went on swimmingly between the professor of mathematics and the junior class at Polyp University. In every man of the 70, the sage saw the logarithm of a possible Laplace, of a Sturm, or of a Newton. It was a delightful task for him to lead them through the pleasant valleys of conic sections and beside the still waters of the integral calculus. Figuratively speaking, his problem was not a hard one. He had only to manipulate and eliminate, and to raise to a higher power, and the triumphant result of examination day was assured. But I was a disturbing element, a perplexing unknown quantity which had somehow crept into the work, and which seriously threatened to impair the accuracy of his calculations. It was a touching sight to behold the venerable mathematician, as he pleaded with me not so utterly to disregard precedent in the use of cotangents, or as he urged, with eyes almost tearful, that ordinates were dangerous things to trifle with. All in vain. More theorems went on to my cuff than into my head. Never did chalk do so much work to so little purpose, and therefore it came that Furnace Second was reduced to 0 in Professor Surd's estimation. He looked upon me with all the horror which an unalgebraic nature could inspire. I have seen the professor walk around an entire square rather than meet the man who had no mathematics in his soul. For Furnace Second were no invitations to Professor Surd's house. 70 of the class supped in delegations around the periphery of the professor's tea-table. The 71st knew nothing of the charms of that perfect ellipse, with its twin bunches of fuchsias and geraniums in gorgeous precision at the two foci. This, unfortunately enough, was no trifling deprivation. Not that I longed especially for segments of Mrs. Surd's justly celebrated lemon pies, not that the spheroidal damsons of her excellent preserving had any marked allurements, not even that I yearned to hear the professor's jocose table talk about binomials and chatty illustrations of abstruse paradoxes. The explanation is far different. Professor Surd had a daughter. 20 years before, he made a proposition of marriage to the present Mrs. S. He added a little corollary to his proposition not long after. The corollary was a girl. Abscissa Surd was as perfectly symmetrical as Giotto's circle, and as pure withal as the mathematics her father taught. It was just when spring was coming to extract the roots of frozen-up vegetation that I fell in love with the corollary. That she herself was not indifferent, I soon had reason to regard as a self-evident truth. The sagacious reader will already recognize nearly all the elements necessary to a well-ordered plot. We have introduced a heroine, inferred a hero, and constructed a hostile parent after the most approved model. A movement for the story, a deus ex machina, is alone lacking. With considerable satisfaction, I can promise a perfect novelty in this line, a deus ex machina, never before offered to the public. It would be discounting ordinary intelligence to say that I sought with unwearying assiduity to figure my way into the stern father's goodwill. That never did dullard apply himself to mathematics more patiently than I. That never did faithfulness achieve such meager reward. Then I engaged a private tutor. His instructions met with no better success. My tutor's name was Jean-Marie Rivarol. His name was a unique Alsatian, though Gaelic in name, thoroughly Teuton in nature. By birth a Frenchman, by education a German. His age was 30, his profession omniscience. The wolf at his door, poverty. The skeleton in his closet, a consuming but unrequited passion. The most recondite principles of practical science were his toys, the deepest intricacies of abstract science his diversions. Problems which were foreordained mysteries to me were to him as clear as Tahoe water. Perhaps this very fact will explain our lack of success in the relation of tutor and pupil. Perhaps the failure is alone due to my own unmitigated stupidity. Rivarol had hung about the skirts of the university for several years, supplying his few wants by writing for scientific journals, or by giving assistance to students who, like myself, were characterized by a plethora of purse and a paucity of ideas, cooking, studying, and sleeping in his attic lodgings, and prosecuting queer experiments all by himself. We were not long discovering that even this eccentric genius could not transplant brains into my deficient skull. I gave over the struggle in despair. An unhappy year dragged its slow length around. A gloomy year it was, brightened only by occasional interviews with Abscissa, the abbey of my thoughts and dreams. Commencement day was coming on apace. I was soon to go forth with the rest of my class to astonish and delight a waiting world. The professor seemed to avoid me more than ever. Nothing but the conventionalities, I think, kept him from shaping his treatment of me on the basis of unconcealed disgust. At last, in the very recklessness of despair, I resolved to see him, plead with him, threaten him if need be, and risk all my fortunes on one desperate chance. I wrote him a somewhat defiant letter, stating my aspirations, and, as I flattered myself, shrewdly giving him a week to get over the first shock of horrified surprise. Then I was to call and learn my fate. During the week of suspense, I nearly worried myself into a fever. It was first crazy hope, and then saner despair. On Friday evening, when I presented myself at the professor's door, I was such a haggard, sleepy, dragged-out spectre that even Miss Jocasta, the harsh-favored maiden sister of the Surds, admitted me with a commiserate regard and suggested pennyroyal tea. Professor Surd was at a faculty meeting. Would I wait? Yes, till all was blue, if need be. Miss Abby? Abscissa has gone to Wilborough to visit a school friend. The aged maiden hoped I would make myself comfortable, and departed to the unknown haunts which knew Jocasta's daily walk. Comfortable! But I settled myself in a great uneasy chair and waited, with the contradictory spirit common to such junctures, dreading every step lest it should herald the man whom, of all men, I wished to see. I had been there at least an hour and was growing right drowsy. At length Professor Surd came in. He sat down in the dusk opposite me, and I thought his eyes glinted with malignant pleasure as he said abruptly, "So, young man, you think you are a fit husband for my girl?" I stammered some inanity about making up in affection what I lacked in merit. About my expectations, family, and the like. He quickly interrupted me. "You misapprehend me, sir. Your nature is destitute of those mathematical perceptions and acquirements which are the only sure foundations of character. You have no mathematics in you. You are fit for treason, stratagems, and spoils. Shakespeare. Your narrow intellect cannot understand and appreciate a generous mind. There is all the difference between you and a Surd, if I may say it, which intervenes between an infinitesimal and an infinite. Why, I will even venture to say that you do not comprehend the problem of the couriers." I admitted that the problem of the couriers should be classed rather without my list of accomplishments than within it. I regretted this fault very deeply and suggested amendment. I faintly hoped that my fortune would be such money, he impatiently exclaimed. "Do you seek to bribe a Roman senator with a penny whistle? Why, boy, do you parade your paltry wealth, which, expressed in mills, will not cover 10 decimal places before the eyes of a man who measures the planets in their orbits and close crowds infinity itself?" I hastily disclaimed any intention of obtruding my foolish dollars, and he went on, "Your letter surprised me not a little. I thought you would be the last person in the world to presume to an alliance here. But having a regard for you personally," and again I saw malice twinkle in his small eyes, "and still more regard for Abscissa's happiness, I've decided that you shall have her, upon conditions. Upon conditions," he repeated with a half-smothered sneer. "What are they?" cried I, eager enough. "Only name them." "Well, sir," he continued, and the deliberation of his speech seemed the very refinement of cruelty, "you have only to prove yourself worthy an alliance with a mathematical family. You have only to accomplish a task which I shall presently give you. Your eyes ask me what it is. I will tell you. Distinguish yourself in that noble branch of abstract science, in which you cannot but acknowledge you are at present sadly deficient. I will place Abscissa's hand in yours whenever you shall come before me and square the circle to my satisfaction. No, that is too easy a condition. I should cheat myself. Say, perpetual motion. How do you like that? Do you think it lies within the range of your mental capabilities? You don't smile. Perhaps your talents don't run in the way of perpetual motion. Several people have found that theirs didn't. I'll give you another chance. We were speaking of the problem of the couriers, and I think you expressed a desire to know more of that ingenious question. You shall have the opportunity. Sit down some day, when you have nothing else to do, and discover the principle of infinite speed. I mean the law of motion which shall accomplish an infinitely great distance in an infinitely short time. You may mix in a little practical mechanics if you choose. Invent some method of taking the tardy courier over his road at the rate of 60 miles a minute. Demonstrate me this discovery when you have made it, mathematically, and approximate it practically, and abscissa is yours. Until you can, I will thank you to trouble neither myself nor her. I could stand his mocking no longer. I stumbled mechanically out of the room and out of the house. I even forgot my hat and gloves. For an hour I walked in the moonlight. Gradually I succeeded to a more hopeful frame of mind. This was due to my ignorance of mathematics. Had I understood the real meaning of what he asked, I should have been utterly despondent. Perhaps this problem of 60 miles a minute was not so impossible after all. At any rate, I could attempt, though I might not succeed, and Rivarol came to my mind. I would ask him. I would enlist his knowledge to accompany my own devoted perseverance. I sought his lodgings at once. The man of science lived in the 4th story back. I had never been in his room before. When I entered, he was in the act of filling a beer mug from a carboy labeled Aqua Fortis. "Seat you," he said. "No, not in that chair. That is my petty cash adjuster." But he was a second too late. I had carelessly thrown myself into a chair of seductive appearance. To my utter amazement, it reached out 2 skeleton arms and clutched me with a grasp against which I struggled in vain. Then a skull stretched itself over my shoulder and grinned with ghastly familiarity close to my face. Rivarol came to my aid with many apologies. He touched a spring somewhere, and the petty cash adjuster relaxed its horrid hold. I placed myself gingerly in a plain cane-bottomed rocking chair, which Rivarol assured me was a safe location. "That seat," he said, "is an arrangement upon which I must felicitate myself. I made it at Heidelberg. It has saved me a vast deal of small annoyance. I consign to its embraces the friends who bore, and the visitors who exasperate me. But it is never so useful as when terrifying some tradesman with an insignificant account. Hence the pet name which I have facetiously given it. They are invariably too glad to purchase release at the price of a bill receipted. Do you well apprehend the idea?" While the Alsatian diluted his glass of aqua fortis, shook it into an infusion of bitters, and tossed off the bumper with apparent relish, I had time to look around the strange apartment. The 4 corners of the room were occupied respectively by a turning lathe, a Ruhmkorff coil, a small steam engine, and an orrery in stately motion. Tables, shelves, chairs, and floor supported an odd aggregation of tools, retorts, chemicals, gas receivers, philosophical instruments, boots, flasks, paper collar boxes, books, diminutive and books of preposterous size. There were plaster busts of Aristotle, Archimedes, and Comte, while a great drowsy owl was blinking away, perched on the benign brow of Martin Farquhar Tupper. "He always roosts there when he proposes to slumber," explained my tutor. "You are a bird of no ordinary mind. Schlafen Sie wohl." Through a closed door, half open, I could see a human-like form covered with a sheet. Rivarol caught my glance. "That," said he, "will be my masterpiece. It is a microcosm, an asteroid, as yet only partially complete. And why not? Albertus Magnus constructed an image perfect to talk metaphysics and confute the schools. So did Sylvester II. So did Robertus Greathead. Roger Bacon made a brazen head that held discourses. But the first named of these came to destruction. Thomas Aquinas got wrathful at some of his syllogisms and smashed its head. The idea is reasonable enough. Mental action will yet be reduced to laws as definite as those which govern the physical. Why should not I accomplish a mannequin which shall preach as original discourses as the Reverend Dr. Alchin, or talk poetry as mechanically as Paul Anapest? My android can already work problems in vulgar fractions and compose sonnets. I hope to teach it the positive philosophy. Out of the bewildering confusion of his effects, Rivarol produced 2 pipes and filled them. He handed one to me. "And here," he said, "I live and am tolerably comfortable. When my coat wears out at the elbows, I seek the tailor and am measured for another. When I am hungry, I promenade myself to the butcher's and bring home a pound or so of steak, which I cook very nicely in 3 seconds by this oxyhydron flame. Thirsty, perhaps, I send for a carboy of aqua fortis. But I have it charged, all charged. My spirit is above any small pecuniary transaction. I loathe your dirty greenbacks and never handle what they call scrip." "But are you never pestered with bills?" I asked. "Don't the creditors worry your life out?" "Creditors!" gasped Rivarol. "I have learned no such word in your very admirable language. He who will allow his soul to be vexed by creditors is a relic of an imperfect civilization. Of what use is science if it cannot avail a man who has accounts current? Listen, the moment you or anyone else enters the outside door, this little electric bell sounds me warning. Every successive step on Mrs. Grimler's staircase is a spy and informer vigilant for my benefit. The first step is trod upon. That trusty first step immediately telegraphs your weight. Nothing could be simpler. It is exactly like any platform scale. The weight is registered up here upon this dial. The second step records the size of my visitor's feet. The third, his height. The fourth, his complexion, and so on. By the time he reaches the top of the first flight, I have a pretty accurate description of him right here at my elbow, and quite a margin of time for deliberation and action. Do you follow me? It is plain enough. Only the ABC of my science. I see all that, I said, but I don't see how it helps you any. The knowledge that a creditor is coming won't pay his bill. You can't escape unless you jump out the window. Riverol laughed softly. I will tell you, you shall see what becomes of any poor devil who goes to demand money of me. Of a man of science. It pleases me. I was 7 weeks perfecting my dun suppressor. Did you know, he whispered exultantly, did you know that there is a hole through the Earth's center? Physicists have long suspected it. I was the first to find it. You have read how Huygens, the Dutch navigator, discovered in Kerguelen's land an abysmal pit which 1,400 fathoms of plumb line failed to sound. Herr Tom, that hole has no bottom. It runs from one surface of the earth to the antipodal surface. It is diametric. But where is the antipodal spot? You stand upon it. I learned this by the merest chance. I was deep digging in Mrs. Grimler's cellar to bury a poor cat I had sacrificed in a galvanic experiment, when the earth under my spade crumbled, caved in, and wonder-stricken I stood upon the brink of a yawning shaft. I dropped a coal hod in. It went down, 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 bounding and rebounding. In 2 hours and a quarter, that coal hod came up again. I caught it and restored it to the angry Grimler. Just think a minute. The coal hod went down, faster and faster, till it reached the center of the earth. There it would stop, were it not for acquired momentum. Beyond the center, its journey was relatively upward, toward the opposite surface of the globe. So, losing velocity, it went slower and slower till it reached that surface. Here it came to rest for a second, and then fell back again, 8,000-odd miles into my hands. Had I not interfered with it, it would have repeated its journey, time after time, each trip of shorter extent, like the diminishing oscillations of a pendulum, till it finally came to eternal rest at the center of the sphere. I am not slow to give a practical application to any such grand discovery. My dun suppressor was born of it. A trap just outside my chamber door, a spring in here, a creditor on the trap. Need I say more? But isn't it a trifle inhuman, I mildly suggested, plunging an unhappy being into a perpetual journey to and from Kerguelen's land without a moment's warning? I give them the chance. When they come up the first time, I wait at the mouth of the shaft with a rope in hand. If they are reasonable and will come to terms, I fling them the line. If they perish, 'tis their own fault. Only, he added with a melancholy smile, the center is getting so plugged up with creditors that I am afraid there soon will be no choice whatever for 'em. By this time I had conceived a high opinion of my tutor's ability. If anybody could send me waltzing through space at an infinite speed, Riverol could do it. I filled my pipe and told him the story. He heard with grave and patient attention. Then, for full half an hour, he whiffed away in silence. Finally, he spoke. The ancient cipher has overreached himself. He has given you a choice of 2 problems, both of which he deems insoluble. Neither of them is insoluble. The only gleam of intelligence old Cotangent showed was when he said that squaring the circle was too easy. He was right. It would have given you your Liebchen in 5 minutes. I squared the circle before I discarded Pantelitz. I will show you the work, but it would be a digression, and you are in no mood for digressions. Our first chance, therefore, lies in perpetual motion. Now, my good friend, I will frankly tell you that, although I have compassed this interesting problem, I do not choose to use it in your behalf. I, too, Herr Tom, have a heart. The loveliest of her sex frowns upon me. Here somewhere, mature charms are not for Jean-Marie Rivarol. She has cruelly said that her years demand of me filial rather than connubial regard. Is love a matter of years or of eternity? This question did I put to the cold yet lovely Jocasta. Jocasta, sirrod? I remarked in surprise. Abscissa's aunt? The same, he said sadly. I will not attempt to conceal that upon the maiden Jocasta my maiden heart has been bestowed. Give me your hand, my nephew, in affliction as in affection. Rivarol dashed away a non-discreditable tear and resumed. My only hope lies in this discovery of perpetual motion. It will give me the fame, the wealth. Can Jocasta refuse those? If she can, there is only the trap-door and Kerguelen's land. I bashfully asked to see the perpetual motion machine. My uncle, in affliction, shook his head. At another time, he said. Suffice it at present to say that it is something upon the principle of a woman's tongue. But you see now why we must turn, in your case, to the alternative condition, infinite speed. There are several ways in which this may be accomplished, theoretically. By the lever, for instance. Imagine a lever with a very long and very short arm. Apply power to the shorter arm, which will move it with great velocity. The end of the long arm will move much faster. Now keep shortening the short arm and lengthening the long one, and as you approach infinity in their difference of length, you approach infinity in the speed of the long arm. It would be difficult to demonstrate this practically to the professor. We must seek another solution. Jean-Marie will meditate. Come to me in a fortnight. Good night. But stop. Have you the money, das Geld? Much more than I need. Good. Let us strike hands. Gold and knowledge, science and love. What may not such a partnership achieve? We go to conquer the Abscissa. Verwarts. When at the end of a fortnight I sought Rivarol's chamber, I passed with trepidation over the terminus of the air line to Kerguelen's land, and evaded the extended arms of the petty cash adjuster. Rivarol drew a mug of ale for me, and filled himself a tort of his own peculiar beverage. Come, he said at length, let us drink success to the Tachypomp. The Tachypomp? Yes, why not? Taku, quickly, and Pempo, Pepompa, to send. May it send you quickly to your wedding day. Abscissa is yours. It is done. When shall we start for the prairies? Where is it? I asked, looking in vain around the room for any contrivance which might seem calculated to advance matrimonial prospects. It is here, and he gave his forehead a significant tap. Then he held forth didactically. There is force enough in existence to yield us a speed of 60 miles a minute, or even more. All we need is the knowledge how to combine and apply it. The wise man will not attempt to make some great force yield some great speed. He will keep adding the little force to the little force, making each little force yield its little speed, until an aggregate of little forces shall be a great force, yielding an aggregate of little speeds, a great speed. The difficulty is not in aggregating the forces. It lies in the corresponding aggregation of the speeds. One musket ball will go, say, a mile. It is not hard to increase the force of muskets to 1,000. Yet the 1,000 musket balls will go no farther, and no faster than the one. You see, then, where our trouble lies. We cannot readily add speed to speed as we add force to force. My discovery is simply the utilization of a principle which extorts an increment of speed from each increment of power. But this is the metaphysics of physics. Let us be practical or nothing. When you have walked forward on a moving train from the rear car toward the engine, did you ever think what you were really doing? Why, yes, I have generally been going to the smoking car to have a cigar. Tut, not that. I mean, did it ever occur to you on such an occasion that absolutely you were moving faster than the train? The train passes the telegraph poles at the rate of 30 miles an hour, say. You walk toward the smoking car at the rate of 4 miles an hour. Then you pass the telegraph poles at the rate of 34 miles. Your absolute speed is the speed of the engine plus the speed of your own locomotion. Do you follow me? I began to get an inkling of his meaning and told him so. Very well, let us advance a step. Your addition to the speed of the engine is trivial, and the space in which you can exercise it limited. Now suppose 2 stations, A and B, 2 miles distant by the track. Imagine a train of platform cars, the last car resting at station A. The train is a mile long, say. The engine is therefore within a mile of station B. Say the train can move a mile in 10 minutes. The last car, having 2 miles to go, would reach B in 20 minutes, but the engine, a mile ahead, would get there in 10. You jump on the last car at A in a prodigious hurry to reach Abscissa, who is at B. If you stay on the last car, it will be 20 long minutes before you see her, but the engine reaches B, and the fair lady in 10. You will be a stupid reasoner, and an indifferent lover if you don't put for the engine over those platform cars as fast as your legs will carry you. You can run a mile of the length of the train in 10 minutes. Therefore, you reach Abscissa when the engine does, or in 10 minutes. 10 minutes sooner than if you had lazily sat down upon the rear car and talked politics with the brakeman. You have diminished the time by 1/2. You have added your speed to that of the locomotive to some purpose. Nicht wahr? I saw it perfectly, much plainer, perhaps, for his putting in the clause about Abscissa. He continued. This illustration, though a slow one, leads up to a principle which may be carried to any extent. Our first anxiety will be to spare your legs and wind. Let us suppose that the 2 miles of track are perfectly straight and make our train one platform car a mile long, with parallel rails laid upon its top. Put a little dummy engine on these rails, and let it run to and fro along the platform car while the platform car is pulling along the ground track. Catch the idea? The dummy takes your place, but it can run its mile much faster. Fancy that our locomotive is strong enough to pull the platform car over 2 miles in 2 minutes. The dummy can attain the same speed. When the engine reaches B in 1 minute, the dummy, having gone a mile atop the platform car, reaches B also. We have so combined the speeds of those 2 engines as to accomplish 2 miles in 1 minute. Is this all we can do? Prepare to exercise your imagination. I lit my pipe. Still 2 miles of straight track between A and B. On the track, a long platform car reaching from A to within 1/4 of a mile of B. We will now discard ordinary locomotives and adopt as our motive power a series of compact magnetic engines, distributed underneath the platform car all along its length. I don't understand those magnetic engines. Well, each of them consists of a great iron horseshoe, rendered alternately a magnet and not a magnet by intermittent current of electricity from a battery, this current in its turn regulated by clockwork. When the horseshoe is in the circuit, it is a magnet, and it pulls its clapper toward it with enormous power. When it is out of the circuit, the next second, it is not a magnet, and it lets the clapper go. The clapper, oscillating to and fro, imparts a rotary motion to a flywheel, which transmits it to the drivers on the rails. Such are our motors. They are no novelty, for trial has proved them practicable. With a magnetic engine for every truck of wheels, we can reasonably expect to move our immense car and to drive it along at a speed, say, of a mile a minute. The forward end, having but 1/4 of a mile to go, will reach B in 15 seconds. We will call this platform car number 1. On top of number 1 are laid rails on which another platform car, number 2, 1/4 of a mile shorter than number 1, is moved in precisely the same way. Number 2, in its turn, is surmounted by number 3, moving independently of the tiers beneath, and 1/4 of a mile shorter than number 2. Number 2 is 1.5 miles long. Number 3 is 1.25 miles. Above, on successive levels, are number 4, 1 mile long, number 5, 3/4 of a mile, number 6, 1/2 mile, number 7, 1/4 of a mile, and number 8, a short passenger car on top of all. Each car moves upon the car beneath it, independently of all the others, at the rate of 1 mile a minute. Each car has its own magnetic engines. Well, the train being drawn up with the latter end of each car resting against a lofty bumping post at A, Tom Furnace, the gentlemanly conductor, and Jean-Marie Reverol, engineer, mount by a long ladder to the exalted number 8. The complicated mechanism is set in motion. What happens? Number 8 runs 1/4 of a mile in 15 seconds and reaches the end of number 7. Meanwhile, number 7 has run 1/4 of a mile in the same time and reached the end of number 6. Number 6 1/4 of a mile in 15 seconds and reached the end of number 5. Number 5 the end of number 4. Number 4 of number 3. Number 3 of number 2. Number 2 of number 1. And number 1 in 15 seconds has gone its 1/4 of a mile along the ground track and has reached station B. All this has been done in 15 seconds. Wherefore, numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 come to rest against the bumping post at B at precisely the same second. We in number 8 reaching B just when number 1 reaches it. In other words, we accomplish 2 miles in 15 seconds. Each of the 8 cars moving at the rate of 1 mile a minute has contributed 1/4 of a mile to our journey and has done its work in 15 seconds. All the 8 did their work at once during the same 15 seconds. Consequently, we have been whizzed through the air at the somewhat startling speed of 7.5 seconds to the mile. This is the Tachypomp. Does it justify the name? Although a little bewildered by the complexity of cars, I apprehended the general principle of the machine. I made a diagram and understood it much better. You have merely improved on the idea of my moving faster than the train when I was going to the smoking car.
Precisely. So far we have kept within the bounds of the practicable. To satisfy the professor, you can theorize in something after this fashion. If we double the number of cars, thus decreasing by 1/2 the distance which each has to go, we shall attain twice the speed. Each of the 16 cars will have but 1/8 of a mile to go. At the uniform rate we have adopted, the 2 miles can be done in 7.5 instead of 15 seconds. With 32 cars and a 1/16 of a mile, or 20 rods difference in their length, we arrive at the speed of a mile in less than 2 seconds. With 64 cars, each traveling but 10 rods a mile under the second, more than 60 miles a minute. If this isn't rapid enough for the professor, tell him to go on increasing the number of his cars and diminishing the distance each one has to run. If 64 cars yields a speed of a mile inside the second, let him fancy a Tachypomp of 640 cars and amuse himself calculating the rate of car number 640. Just whisper to him that when he has an infinite number of cars with an infinitesimal difference in their lengths, he will have obtained that infinite speed for which he seems to yearn. Then demand abscissa.
I wrung my friend's hand in silent and grateful admiration. I could say nothing.
"You have listened to the man of theory," he said proudly. "You shall now behold the practical engineer. We will go to the west of the Mississippi and find some suitable level locality. We will erect thereon a model tachypomp. We will summon thereunto the professor, his daughter, and why not his fair sister Jocasta as well? We will take them a journey which shall much astonish the venerable Sird. He shall place Abscissa's digits in yours and bless you both with an algebraic formula. Jocasta shall contemplate with wonder the genius of Rivarol. But we have much to do. We must ship to St. Joseph the vast amount of material to be employed in the construction of the tachypomp. We must engage a small army of workmen to effect that construction, for we are to annihilate time and space. Perhaps you had better see your bankers."
I rushed impetuously to the door. There should be no delay.
"Stop, stop! Un Gott willen! Stop!" shrieked Rivarol. "I launched my butcher this morning, and I haven't bolted the—"
But it was too late. I was upon the trap. It swung open with a crash, and I was plunging down, down, down. I felt as if I were falling through illimitable space. I remember wondering, as I rushed through the darkness, whether I should reach Kerguelen's land or stop at the center. It seemed an eternity. Then my course was suddenly and painfully arrested. I opened my eyes. Around me were the walls of Professor Sird's study. Under me was a hard, unyielding plane which I knew too well was Professor Sird's study floor. Behind me was the black, slippery haircloth chair which had belched me forth much as the whale served Jonah. In front of me stood Professor Sird himself, looking down with a not unpleasant smile. "Good evening, Mr. Furness. Let me help you up. You look tired, sir. No wonder you fell asleep when I kept you so long waiting. Shall I get you a glass of wine? No? By the way, since receiving your letter, I find that you are a son of my old friend Judge Furness. I have made inquiries and see no reason why you should not make Abscissa a good husband." Still, I can see no reason why the Tachypomp should not have succeeded. Can you? End of The Tachypomp by Stephen Page Mitchell.
A Fishing Trip on the Planet Mars by F.H. Sidney. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. A Fishing Trip on the Planet Mars by F.H. Sidney. Just how does it feel to make a trip to the planet Mars? We have all wondered. It is a thrilling experience going up. Mr. Sidney tells us all about it right here. Editor. It was during my summer vacation one year that I enjoyed a delightful fishing trip on the planet Mars. I took my fishing rod and a lunch one fine morning and started for a stream where I expected to catch some big bass. Although I fished steadily till noon, I didn't even feel a nibble. By this time I felt hungry and sat down under a tree to eat my lunch. Just as I finished my lunch, I noticed a strange-looking flower about 10 feet away from where I was sitting, and I walked over to examine it. As I reached the spot, the flower suddenly disappeared, and I felt myself being drawn up into space. I yelled for help. There wasn't a soul in sight, and in a few seconds I was up among the clouds and had lost all view of the earth. Where will I land? I kept asking myself. Suppose I should begin to drop, flashed across my mind. Just then I noticed a speck in the sky above me. I was headed right for it. The speck grew larger, and finally it assumed enormous proportions, and I saw a great world. I sailed above it, and then began to slowly descend into what appeared to be a laboratory on the top of a high building. Just as I touched the floor of the laboratory, a man with a familiar-looking face stepped out from behind an enormous telescope and cried, "Hello, stranger. Welcome to the planet Mars." "John Hopkins," I cried, "the man that disappeared from our town 5 years ago." "The same," he answered, "and I've been here ever since. I wouldn't go back under any circumstances." "How did you get up here?" I asked. "The same way you did," he replied. The Martians were hungry for news from Mother Earth. They had tried for years to establish communication between the planets with no success. Finally, Astral, the Martian Edison, invented that machine you see there, that is a powerful telescope and magnet combined. By training this telescope onto the Earth, we can plainly discern people and objects on the Earth, and in case we feel we need any of you up here, we can draw you up in a few moments and drop you back by the same means without injuring you in the least. I could have gone back, but I didn't want to. There were no family ties on the Earth to hold me. Consequently, I preferred to stay. But today I feel hungry for news from old Mother Earth, and asked Astral to draw someone up. He located you fishing by a creek, and as there was no one in sight down there to witness the feat and frighten them to death, he quickly drew you up. We'll send you back in a few days, and you can simply say you were lost in the woods, for no one will believe your story. The flower that attracted your attention was the reflection of the lens of the telescope. What's the news?" "Here's a copy of the morning paper," and I handed it to him. "Bully," he exclaimed. "I'll read that tonight. Come, let me introduce you to Astral and show you the wonderful machine. Then we'll go to my home, and tomorrow we'll go fishing in the Martian canals." Hopkins introduced me to Astral, who explained the wonderful machine to me, and then we stepped aboard a tiny runabout airplane and flew to his home in the country on the bank of a beautiful Clearwater Canal. "How is it the Martians speak English?" I asked. I introduced the language which was adopted as the national language of the planet. I've just completed 2 terms as president of the planet Mars, and now a woman sits in the president's chair. Equal suffrage prevails here, and it has proved a complete success. Here we are home, and he dropped to a hangar on the roof of his residence. We then descended into the living room, where he introduced me to his handsome wife and 2 beautiful daughters. We spent a very pleasant evening together. Hopkins read bits of interesting news from the paper I had given him to his family, and the next day he arranged to have the contents of the whole paper published in all the Martian dailies. The next day at noon, Hopkins and myself attended a lunch given in my honor at the Press Club. This lunch was what we would call a banquet on Mother Earth. There were enormous trout baked, tiny deer and buffalo barbecued, broiled game, birds of all kinds, and the most delicious fruits, and the table was decorated with flowers. "We use electricity for everything," explained Hopkins. "Heat, cooking, power, fertilizer for the soil, medicine, and even as ammunition for our radio-sporting rifles. All power is transmitted by the wireless system. Tomorrow you will have an opportunity to shoot some of these big trout with a radio gun. Our fish are large, but the game animals are small. This was brought about by a scientific system of breeding. There are no reptiles, beasts of prey, or vermin on this planet. We exterminated them long ago." After lunch, we took a trip over the planet in a big passenger airship, returning in time for dinner. I retired early that night in order to be rested for the fishing trip next day. The most beautiful song I ever heard awakened me the next morning, and looking out of the window I saw the songster. It was a gorgeously colored bird, somewhat resembling the scarlet tanager. I dressed and hurried down to breakfast where the family were waiting for me. As soon as we had finished breakfast, Hopkins and I stepped aboard the runabout and flew to his boathouse on the canal system. The big boathouse was full of all kinds and sizes of watercraft, everything from a canoe to a good-sized yacht. Hopkins ran out a motor canoe, and taking 2 radio rifles from a locker, we stepped aboard, started the engine, and ran out into the main canal. I'll explain the workings of the rifle to you, and then you can try your luck. Of course, you'll miss at first, but as soon as you get used to shooting at a fast-moving fish in the water, you'll score a kill every time. It's the electric current that kills them, and they come to the top as soon as they are killed. We'll only kill what we can use. That is a custom rigidly followed by the Martian sportsmen. There are no game hogs among us. "Gee whiz, what a big fellow!" I cried, as a huge fish swam slowly along the sandy bottom of the canal. "That's a Martian sucker. Try the gun on him," answered Hopkins. I tried 3 times and missed every time. Finally, the fish swam into one of the lateral canals and got away. "See that big lobster down on the bottom there? Don't shoot. Reserve your marksmanship for bigger game. Wouldn't that fellow create a sensation on exhibition in the show window of some of the lobster palaces on Broadway? Our Martian lobsters are mighty good eating." "Is the water in the whole canal system as clear and pure as this? And is it sandy bottom everywhere?" I asked. "Yes," replied Hopkins. "Now we're coming to the game country, and perhaps we'll catch a glimpse of herds of deer and buffalo feeding along the canal. We are now sailing through a prairie country, and in the distance I saw what I took to be a moving herd." "Take these field glasses and look at them," said Hopkins. Sure enough, they were a herd of tiny bison, and how odd they looked in their shaggy coats and with the hump on their shoulders. The herd galloped off as the canoe approached. "Perhaps you could pick one off with the rifle, but what's the use of shooting one when we don't need the meat? Pretty soon I think we'll run across some deer or moose. Our little dwarf moose will look odd to you." Sure enough, we ran into both a herd of moose and a herd of deer. We got quite close to them before they noticed us, and I was able to get a good look at them with the naked eye before they ran off. "Now we're in the trout section of the canal. Watch sharp," said Hopkins. Just then an enormous brook trout crossed our bows, and I made a clean miss. "I'll never get used to this method of fishing, Hopkins." "Don't get discouraged. Keep trying." Just then another big beauty came along, and taking careful aim, I fired, and the big fish turned belly up and came to the top of the water. I picked him up delighted. "He'll weigh 20 pounds, I cried. "All of that," replied Hopkins, as he took a pair of scales from the canoe locker. "Just 28 pounds. I think that enough fish for today. We'll have him baked for dinner. Now for a cruise through the wooded country, where we'll probably see some Martian bird life." We entered a section that was thickly wooded on both sides. There were birds everywhere, and the air was full of melody. The Martian birds sang even sweeter than those of Mother Earth. "See that flock of passenger pigeons?" cried Hopkins. "That's something that the game hogs killed off on Mother Earth long ago." A few moments later we ran into a school of leaping salmon, and how beautiful the silvery bodies looked as they glistened in the sunlight. "Here comes a flock of partridges. Pick one off." I aimed and fired at one of the leaders, and a large handsome bird dropped into the canal. We picked it up and weighed it, and I was very much surprised to find its weight was 15 pounds. We ran out of the forest, and the canal broadened into a huge lake. Here we ran into schools of smelts, mackerel, and all sorts of edible fish. We'll cruise down as far as saltwater, where I will show you some fine clam and oyster beds. Then we'll head for home, for tomorrow I want to start you back towards Mother Earth before your family will have given you up altogether. You've been gone 2 days now. That's long enough to be lost in the wilderness of the New York suburbs. See the shellfish on the bottom there? They thrive on our sandy bottoms and are larger and sweeter than the shellfish you've been accustomed to. I'll scoop up a few for our dinner tonight." And he drew a collapsible scoop from the canoe locker and scooped up enough clams and oysters for our evening meal. "Now we'll speed for home," said Hopkins. The Little Cross speedometer registered 65 miles an hour. We cut through the water at a terrific rate, and in a very short time we reached the boathouse, where we boarded the runabout airship and flew to Hopkins' home. Our dinner that night consisted of baked trout, grilled oysters, steamed clams, and clam bouillon, and how good everything tasted. I spent a very pleasant evening with the family, and retired early. By 6 o'clock the next morning I was up and dressed, and after a splendid breakfast I bade Mrs. Hopkins and her daughters good-bye, and Mr. Hopkins and I flew to the laboratory where Estrol was waiting for us. How I hated to leave, and I know that Hopkins was sorry to see me go. "Never mind, old man," he said. "You arranged to be at the same place fishing at the same time next year, and we'll draw you up here and we can enjoy another fishing trip on Mars together." "Bully," I cried. "It's settled then, and I'll be with you next year at this time." I shook hands with Hopkins and Estrol, then stood in front of the machine as directed by the inventor. I felt myself lifted gently in the air and gradually rose above the planet. As soon as I was completely clear of Mars, I began dropping into space, and in a few moments my feet touched old Mother Earth again. I awoke with a start. Great guns! I've slept the whole afternoon, and nary a fish have I caught, and the sun is about ready to set. Guess I'd better start for home. That was certainly the finest dream I ever had. It's too beautiful to tell anyone. Guess I'll keep it to myself for a while anyway. Then I gathered up my belongings and hiked towards home, just as the sun dipped down behind a bend in the river. "That coloring on the water reminds me of a sunset I saw in Mars," I whispered to myself. End of A Fishing Trip on the Planet Mars by F.H. Sidney.
Moon Madness by Ray Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Moon Madness by Ray Cummings. Tubby moved his little cup of chocolate carefully to one side and stared incredulously at his friend. "That ain't got no sense. Positively it ain't." "Well, he said as how it was a fact. This here southern moon makes you nutty. That's what he said." "Well, 'tain't so," declared Tubby. There were 3 of them all together. They sat over a tiny marble-top table in La Malaquina, which, if you did but know it, is one of the most picturesque cafes in all the West Indies. The little room was crowded. A few Americans, the rest natives. Dainty senoritas and their white-clothed escorts. Senoritas of every shade, from chocolate to white, all thickly powdered and redolent with perfume. A 3-piece native orchestra squeaked out its island tunes unnoticed by the chattering crowd, and the smoke of 100 cigarettes hung heavy in the humid air. The first man repeated his statement. "I ain't saying what I think. I'm telling you what he said. If you don't wear your hat, This here southern moon makes you nutty. That's what he said. You're right, Jake, added the second man. That's what he said. And furthermore, and in addition, the first man went on with avidity, these Dagos is superstitious, but they ain't fools, so there must be something to it. Tubby considered a moment. This here's the same moon we have in New York, ain't it? Yes, the first man admitted reluctantly. It's the same moon. Then it's the same moonlight here as it is there, ain't it? Course it is, said the first man. What you getting at? Well, if it's the same moonlight, it ain't never made me nutty yet, and I was out in it all last summer at Coney. So I guess it ain't likely to hurt me none down here. Ain't I right? He's right, Jake, admitted the second man. The first man was unabashed. I'm only telling you what he said. What did you come down here for if you think you know more than him after 2 days? I come down here to clerk in the American grocery, not to walk in no moonlight, answered Tubby. I ain't afraid of it. Well, you'd better be, he said. And besides that, and in the next place, you ain't got no knowledge to contradict him. You don't even know what the word Luna means, do you now? The first man stuck his forefinger accusingly directly in Tubby's pudgy face. Huh? Said Tubby. I said you don't even know what the word Luna means, do you? Luna Park, evaded Tubby, is where the Chutes is at Coney Island. The first man sneered. The word Luna means moon, he explained loftily. And furthermore, that's where the word lunatic comes from, and lunacy. You're right, Jake. That's where they come from, agreed the second man. Tubby had paid the waiter. He rose to his feet. This here argument ain't got no sense. I'm going home. The store opens at 7. It was exactly 10 o'clock when they got out to the plaza. The Wednesday night concert was just at an end. The band was playing the Star-Spangled Banner, and all the Americans in the crowd, most of them naval officers, were standing erect and bareheaded. Tubby stood stock still, hat in hand, waiting for the conclusion of the piece. He gazed up at the huge full moon blazing down on him from beside the Southern Cross in the cloudless sky. You might make these here ignorant Dagos nutty, he murmured, but not me. I ain't afraid of you, not by no manner o' means. But when the Star-Spangled Banner was over, he put on his hat promptly. Soon after that, he parted with his friends and took his way alone up the hill toward his little Spanish boarding house in the Calais del Sol. It was a wonderful night. The stars lay like great sparkling diamonds on the purple velvet of the sky. The moon bathed the pink and blue adobe houses in silver. A gentle breeze from the Caribbean stirred among the palms and rustled the huge elephant-eared banana leaves soothingly. Tubby decided he did not want to go to bed. He went directly past his boarding house instead of turning in and soon found himself at the summit of the hill, where the Calais del Sol ended with a few straggling houses. The flat top of a narrow, rocky headland that jutted out into the ocean fronted him, with the harbor on one side and the open sea on the other. Behind him on the sloping hillside lay the little capital. Off to the left, he could make out La Casa Blanca, the governor's mansion, shining snow-white in the moonlight among the green of its surrounding palms. Straight before him, at the end of the headland, the grim, silent battlements of El Morro, the old Spanish fortress guarding the harbor's entrance, frowned up into the sky. A spirit of adventure seized Tubby. There seemed no reason why he should not go on out to the fort. He jammed his straw hat farther down on his head, for the wind was stronger up here, and began picking his way carefully along the edge of the cliff. After a time, he grew tired and hot in spite of the breeze. He was near the crumbling upper walls of the fortress now, and he sat down with his back up against a parapet to rest and enjoy the night. He was still close to the edge of the cliff, so close that he could see the surf as the waves broke into a creamy white 100 feet below him. He took off his hat and laid it on the rocks with a sigh of contentment. Then, as he became aware of the moon again, shining down on him with a brilliancy he had never seen before, he replaced his hat suddenly. "'Tain't so," he muttered to himself doggedly. "Not by no manner o' means." The rising moon was still low over the horizon. An angle of the parapet against which Tubby was leaning cast an inky black shadow nearby. Instinctively, Tubby shifted over into it. As he came past the corner of the wall, he abruptly found himself confronting the figure of a girl who was curled up on the ground in the shadow, apparently fast asleep. Tubby stared in amazement. She was a slender young thing, hardly more than 18 or 20, Tubby thought, clothed in a filmy white dress and with a white lace mantilla over her black hair. She lay in a little heap with one arm crooked under her head. Tubby climbed to his feet. As he did so, he dislodged a loose stone which went clattering down over the rocks. The girl sat up suddenly and stared at him, wide-eyed, both hands pressed against her breast. Tubby could see now that she was an extraordinarily pretty girl, not chocolate brown like the natives, but white as himself. Her face was small and oval, her lips very red, and her eyes and hair black as midnight. It occurred to Tubby he ought to say something, but before he could decide what it should be, the girl broke into sudden laughter. Tubby backed away, feeling a little sheepish. The girl raised her hand. Her face was quite serious now. "You are late, senor," she said quietly. "I have waited for you a very long time, and I have been asleep." Tubby swallowed hard and backed farther away. Another stone rolled under his foot, and as he flung up his arms to regain his balance, he knocked off his hat. Before he could catch it, the wind bored over the edge of the cliff, and it went fluttering down to the crags below. The girl laughed again. "That is all right, senor. It makes no importance." She moved into the moonlight. "Come, sit here by me. I will tell you everything, and then you can decide what it is you will do." Tubby looked after his hat ruefully, then sat himself down beside the girl. He had no idea what she was talking about, but he supposed he would soon find out. Besides, she was a marvelously pretty girl, and her manner was so direct he felt his bashfulness leaving him. "That hat cost me $3 in New York," he said as he sat down. The girl put her hand on his arm. Tubby saw its fingers were small and tapering, and the wrist and bared forearm was slender and milky white in the moonlight. "My name is Dolores Pancho," she announced earnestly. "They call me Dolores because it is I am so sad." "That is too bad," said Tubby. "They call me Tubby because I ain't skinny no more." He shook hands awkwardly. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Dolores." There was a short silence. Tubby discovered it was most annoying to be without a hat. It felt peculiar somehow to have that strong moonlight beating down on one's unprotected head. He ruffled his thin, sandy hair with his fingers uneasily. The girl's soft voice brought him back from these unpleasant thoughts. "I will tell you everything, senor," she repeated. "This murder—" Tubby shivered. "Murder?" He started to rise hastily, but the girl gripped him by both shoulders, pulling him back to the ground. She held him firmly, staring searchingly into his eyes. "Senor, is it possible, or do I mistake? You are quite all right in the head? It could not be the moon already has made you, how you say, crazy?" Tubby's jaw fell, put his hand to his head. His forehead felt hot and moist, feverish, Tubby thought. Dios mío, if that were so. The girl flung her palm over her mouth as though to stifle a cry of fear. Then her body suddenly stiffened. She turned her head. She seemed to be listening intently. Tubby was confused and frightened. "What?" he began, but the girl silenced him with an imperious gesture. "You hear that, senor?" she asked in a sibilant whisper. Tubby listened. Only the wind sighing through the bloomy ruins of the fort and the roar of the surf below broke the stillness. "I don't hear nothing," he whispered back. The girl's fingers gripped his arm tightly. She was trembling violently with excitement. "I hear them. Santa Maria, they are very near, over there." She pointed to the ruins of an old sentry box set in a corner of the wall close at hand. "They talk of the murder, senor. We listen, quietly, for that, and then we hear what they say." She rose to her feet, pulling Tubby after her, and started across the rocks. Tubby held back. "I ain't going to hear about no murder. I'm going home. Besides, it's late. I gotta get up early tomorrow." The girl stood still, looking at him reproachfully. Tubby forgot how pretty she was. He could only think of that vivid moonlight beating down on his throbbing head, and his dark, quiet, peaceful little room in the boarding house on the Calle del Sol. "I'm going home," he repeated. "You go listen. I ain't interested." The girl smoothed back his hair with her cool white hand. "The moon it is that steals your courage," she whispered soothingly. "That is bad. But only for one little moment shall it be so. There, in the shadow by the sentry tower, will we hide." She began pulling Tubby forward again. He tried half-heartedly to jerk away, but her grip on his arm held him. He must make no noise, he realized, or he would alarm whoever it might be in the sentry box. Things would be infinitely worse if he did that. He would listen, there in the shadow a moment as she wanted him to, and then slip away and go home where he belonged. They got up close beside the little tower and crouched together on the ground. "I don't hear nothing," Toby whispered after a moment. He felt his courage coming back. It was very comforting to be out of the moonlight, and the complete silence from within the sentry box reassured him. "These Dago girls is all nutty," he murmured to himself. "I don't hear nothing," he repeated in a whisper. "Am I deaf, or what?" She did not answer, but sat perfectly quiet, listening. Tubby grew exasperated after a moment. "There ain't nobody in there. Come on. I'll show you there ain't." He started around toward the back of the tower, where a narrow slit in its circular wall gave entrance. The girl was close at his side, still holding his arm. He felt her trembling again. "Don't get scared," he said. "There ain't nobody there." As they came within sight of the entrance, Tubby saw the motionless figure of two men lying on the ground just outside. He gasped in horror. But before he could turn to run, the girl flung herself on him with a shrill cry that frightened him almost out of his senses. He struggled with her, but she had her arms wound around his neck, and he could not free himself. Evidently, the men were only asleep, not dead, as Toby had supposed. For at the girl's scream, they both jumped to their feet, and a moment later one of them was holding him fast, while the other pulled the girl away from him. Tubby continued to struggle. "Let me go," he gasped. "I ain't done nothing. I didn't want to come here anyway. She brought me." The man holding him seemed extraordinarily strong. Tubby soon gave it up and stood quiet, panting heavily. The other man had torn the girl away and was holding her by both wrists. "Let me go," Tubby repeated. "I ain't interested in no murder." He had a better look at his two captors now. The man with whom he had been struggling was very tall and powerfully built. He was dressed in white duck trousers, white canvas sneakers, and above the waist only in an undershirt. The other man was considerably older, with gray hair, and a pointed gray beard and large mustache. He wore black trousers, pointed black leather shoes, and a full dress shirt, white vest, and swallow-tailed coat. Tubby was most impressed with his appearance, especially with the narrow red ribbon that ran diagonally across his shirt front. A picture he had once seen of a Spanish diplomat in Washington came to Tubby's mind. It took him only a moment to note these details. Meanwhile, the girl had broken out into moaning and crying, and both men were admonishing her severely in Spanish, which Tubby took to mean, "Shut up." She obeyed them finally, and the man holding her turned her loose at once. There was a moment of complete silence. The man's restraining hand on Tubby seemed to relax. Tubby gathered his courage. "Well, see you later, folks," he said with an attempt at jauntiness. "I'm going home. It's late already." He turned away, but his captor's hold on his arm immediately tightened and jerked him back. The man stared into Tubby's eyes searchingly, just as the girl had done. What he saw was evidently alarming. He tapped his forehead significantly. "Un Americano loco," he remarked to his companion, and then, in English, "Si, Don Alvarado, si, he as crazy from la lune." Tubby's indignation for a moment overpowered his fear. "I ain't crazy," he denied hotly. "I'm tired. I'm going home." But in spite of the stoutness of his words, his heart sank with dismay. "I ain't crazy. I ain't." He felt his temples pounding. The top of his head was hot under the burning rays of the moon, and the scene before him began swaying from side to side dizzily. The old Spaniard came slowly forward and faced Tubby. "Most unfortunate, senor," he said with dignified courtesy. "I have the honor to offer you our most humble apology. This moon of ours, it steals the senses. It is most insidious, senor, but we cannot help it. We can only offer you our very sincere regrets." Tubby's brain was whirling. "Much obliged," he said. The old Spaniard turned to the girl. "Dolores, my dear, I'm afraid it is true what Pedro has said. Our noble friend here, El Señor Americano." The girl had been standing quiet, staring abstractedly at the ground. At the old man's words, she raised her head abruptly. "No, no, it cannot be, for I love him. Santa Maria, how dearly I love him." She flung herself forward and wound her arms about Tubby's neck again. The younger man disengaged her gently. "We take him a la casa. Find out?" he inquired questioningly. Don Alvarado nodded. "It is the only way, senor," he said to Tubby. "El Medico, that great doctor from your own country, to him we will go. He will know if indeed you are crazy." The girl was crying again. Pedro left them swiftly and disappeared into the sentry box. What are we going to do?" Tubby wanted to know. The old Spaniard paid no attention to the question, and in a moment more, Pedro reappeared with a huge umbrella, which he spread over the American. They started off, one of the men on each side of Tubby, their arms linked in his, the big umbrella over them. The girl followed close behind, still crying softly. The shadow under the umbrella was very grateful to Tubby. His temples were not pounding so hard now. Where are we going?" he asked. "To the great doctor we go," the old man answered, "to see if indeed it be so you are demented." Tubby tried to stop walking, but the two men pulled him forward relentlessly. "I don't want to go to any doctor," he protested. "I ain't crazy. I'm sleepy. My head hurts." "Ah, you see Don Alvarado. His head hurts." "It is better you do not talk much now," said the old Spaniard soothingly. "Soon we shall know, but I fear it is true." They followed the top of the cliff back into the Calle del Sol. The little street was deserted. Not a single person was in sight when they started down it. Tubby looked longingly at his boarding house as they passed, but his captors ignored his protests and continued to drag him forward. Marching solemnly, all three men close under the umbrella, the girl following mournfully behind, they came to the Plaza Principal. It too was almost deserted. Only two men sitting talking on one of the benches. Something about these two looked familiar to Tubby. After a moment, as he got closer, he saw they were his friends of the Malaquina. "Ho, Jake!" he roared suddenly. "Come here, Jake!" The two men looked up. Tubby waved at them frantically before his captors could stop him. "Hey, Jake, listen, come here a minute." His friends got up leisurely and came forward. Tubby's captors, after their first surprise at this unexpected development was over, made no attempt to avoid the meeting. "Jake, listen, these here guys say I'm nutty," Toby greeted them. "They're taking me somewhere. I ain't nutty, Jake. Honest I ain't. Am I?" The old Spaniard made a punctilious bow to the newcomers. "Senores, my greetings to you." Tubby's friend Jake bowed also, which evidently he considered the correct thing to do. He glanced at the girl admiringly as she stood with her hand resting caressingly on Tubby's arm. "What's the trouble?" he demanded. "These here guys," Tubby began, but the old Spaniard interrupted him. "The moon, senores. It is very strong here in our southern latitudes. Your honored friend we found—" "Without his hat," Pedro put in. "Without his hat, underneath its burning rays. And senores, we fear—" The old man looked very solemn indeed. "We greatly fear it may have stolen his senses. He says his head hurts," Pedro added. Jake was much impressed. He scrutinized Tubby closely. Tubby's gaze fell before his. Jake scratched his head dubiously. "He might be nutty at that," he pronounced finally. "I dunno." Tubby felt his knees shaking under him at this dire verdict. I ain't nutty," he chattered. "I ain't." The girl suddenly began crying again. "Santa Maria, spare him! Spare him for my love!" "Dolores, my dear," the old gentleman began. Tubby shook off the girl's hand. "You go away from me. You done it all. I told you I didn't want to hear about no murder. I ain't done nothing. I want to go home." Pedro and Jake exchanged glances, and again Pedro tapped his forehead. "It is too bad, much too bad," he said sorrowfully. The old Spaniard bowed his courtly bow. Senor Jake, I have the honor to introduce myself. I am Don Alvarado de Mendoza y Albanez, minister from Spain to your island. Pedro here is my secretary. Jake bowed with him and extended his hand. Much obliged to make your acquaintance, he said. Now, about this here Tubby, him we are taking to El Medico, Dr. Robinson, as you call him. He will know. Good idea, said Jake. Anything you say, Mr. Alvarado, is agreeable to me. We'll go with you. Let's take him to the doctor, Jake, the second man suggested. They started off again, keeping Tubby carefully under the umbrella, shielded from the moonlight. Tubby was too confused and frightened to offer further protest, and he let himself be led away quietly. But he spurned with vigor the girl's caresses as she walked beside him. Across the deserted plaza they marched, a solemn, determined little party, and turned into one of the side streets that led down to the harbor front. Within 10 minutes they were approaching a large stucco house that glistened white in the moonlight. It was set on a terrace, well back from the road, with stately royal palms about it and a broad, sandy open space in front ornamented with beds of flowers. Around these grounds stretched a high iron fence with barbed wire on top of it. There was a gateway midway along the front, and 2 men were standing there, little coffee-colored men with big straw hats and rifles over their shoulders. A man was crossing the garden as the party approached. Don Alvarado called to him, "Senor Robinson!" The man stopped and stared. Then he hastened down to the gate. He was an American, a man of middle age, dressed all in white. The 2 guards had opened the gate and were standing nearby, amazement written on their faces. "Senor Robinson?" Don Alvarado began. Tubby's last hope seemed vanishing. I ain't nutty," he murmured despairingly. He saw the doctor was a very handsome man. His sun-brown face was strong and determined-looking, but his eyes were kindly. He was plainly as amazed as the guards. "Why, Don Alvarado," he said, "what are you doing out here? And Pedro, too. And you, Miss Dolores? We hadn't even missed you." He herded them in through the gateway gently. "Go up to the house at once, all of you." His tone was the tone one would use toward disobedient children. Then he turned to Tubby and his 2 friends. "I thank you for bringing them back. They are quite harmless, but we allow them too much liberty, I suppose." The Spanish minister and his secretary were trudging docilely up toward the house under their umbrella, apparently having lost interest in the proceedings. The girl cast one last despairing look of appeal at Tubby, and then followed them. Tubby gulped. He couldn't quite make out so quickly what it all meant. "Then I ain't nutty? The moon didn't hurt me none?" Jake had recovered from his surprise with an effort. "Search me," he grinned. "You might be nutty at that, I dunno." "You're right, Jake. We don't know," said the second man. End of Moon Madness by Ray Cummings. Read by Paul Hampton.
The Loaded Line by Charles S. Wolfe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzynski. The Loaded Line by Charles S. Wolfe. I gazed in frank curiosity at the man seated across from us. Of modest stature, plain-featured, quietly dressed, this man was of the type that blends into the mob, and yet, as president of the local traction company, He had dragged that concern from a very violent flirtation with the sheriff to its present impregnable position. Truly, here was a book not to be judged by its cover. Davidson and I were sitting through the recital in attentive silence, while Fenner probed at his pleasure with an occasional question or two. "This matter, gentlemen," Forbes, the traction man, was saying, "may not seem to you to require the services of the police. I thought at first that a little searching on the part of the lineman would clear the thing up, but I'm convinced now that this is no ordinary leak. Every morning at 1:45 there comes this extraordinary call for power. At this time, practically everything is off our lines but the freight cars. When we first noticed it, I attributed it to grounding, but the regularity with which it occurs, considering, too, the unusual hour, forces one to abandon that theory. The lineman found several small grounds and removed them. This had no effect whatever on this mysterious drain. Then I gave the engineers a try at it. They have been unable to eliminate it or account for it. Of course, the story leaked, and it has been going the rounds at the barn, and this is the real reason I have sought police aid, for the affair threatens to assume unsuspected proportions. You see, the men superstitiously attribute the thing to supernatural agencies, and the theory that we are being warned of a catastrophe is gaining a serious following. A few men, rather than risk flying in the face of fate, have quit their jobs already, and I realize that it is only a matter of a short time when a general walkout will ensue. Chief Davidson here has brought you to me as a man qualified to handle the matter by reason of your knowledge of electrical matters. I must urge you, Mr. Fenner, to bend every effort to the speedy ending of this peak, and I can assure you that the company will pay well for a successful solution. All our resources are at your disposal. Here are passes over our lines, and should you need aid of any kind at any time, you have only to use the telephone. From this you will understand the importance we attach to the affair. Superstition is a force against which even the rifle is helpless, acquiesced Fenner. I will do my best to bring to light the real cause of this power loss in time to avert trouble with your employees. Let us review the facts in the case. To begin with, about a month ago, the men in charge at your powerhouse noticed a sudden and severe call for power about 1:45 each morning. Forbes bowed in silence. Fenner proceeded. "And how, Mr. Forbes, was their attention called to this unusual call?" "By the peak in the power curve," responded the traction magnate. "The peak in the power curve?" echoed Davidson blankly. "What in thunder is that?" Both Fenner and Forbes smiled. "You see, Chief," Forbes explained, "we make our generators keep a record of their output. By means of a simple electrically actuated writing arm or stylus, we cause them to trace on squared paper a record of the day's activities. This tracing, this record, is known as the power curve. Clear to you?" "Well, I get the general idea," admitted the chief slowly, "but I'm hardly up on the details." "Later you'll see more of it," Fenner interposed. "Let us resume. You have had your linemen go over your circuits with a fine-tooth comb, Mr. Forbes, and they have found no leak that would account for the loss. Also, your engineers can find no clue to its cause." Forbes nodded. "Have you personally a theory?" Forbes seemed uncertain. When he spoke, it was hesitatingly. "Well, I hardly know. I did have a sort of a suspicion, to be frank with you, but honestly, I don't think it will hold water." "In confidence, then, Mr. Forbes." Fenner was pleasantly persuasive. "Let us have your suspicion. It can do no harm to air a personal opinion." "Well, when I realized we were up against no ordinary leak, the idea took root in my mind that we were having a taste of what the circus men call dirty opposition." Noting Fenner's arched brows and the evident bewilderment of the chief and myself, he hastened to explain. "There is no other traction company operating in our territory, of course, but you will recall that since I took charge, our company has branched out into the business of selling power. Here we meet the city gas and power concern, and quite a lively competition has ensued. I am forced to say that we have been getting the better of the bargain, and while I dislike to entertain the thought, it occurred to me that possibly the other side was striking at us in this fashion. "Don't agree with you, Mr. Forbes," blurted Davidson. "Theory don't gee, my way of thinking. I'm no electrician, but I can realize, and so would any member of the city gas crowd, that this little leak would scarcely be felt by you financially." Fenner smiled. "You brush Mr. Forbes' theory aside rather thoughtlessly, Chief," he remarked. "Suppose that someone connected with the city gas were well enough versed in Professor James' stuff to realize the probable effect of this mysterious and unexplainable peak on the working force of the traction company, particularly on the car crews. It wouldn't be such a trivial thing, would it?" Forbes beamed. "Exactly, Mr. Fenner," he cried. "You have grasped my idea in its entirety. Unpleasant as the thought is, the only really plausible explanation that has occurred to me is that someone who desires to cripple us is attempting to terrorize our men." Davidson yielded gracefully. "Put it that way, it sounds better," he admitted. "If Fenner can find a spot where the leak is being pulled over, I'll answer for the rest." "Whoa!" laughed Fenner. "You'll have stripes on the president of that corporation within the next 30 seconds if you don't pull up. That's a possibility, not a probability." Once Davidson became possessed of an idea, it took terrific and overwhelming proof to the contrary to dislodge it. "Sounds good to me," he rumbled. "I'll have a couple of gumshoes sitting on that crowd's coattails on my own hook." "One thing more, Mr. Forbes," Fenner remarked. "I would like to see the charts that have those power curves on them." From his coat pocket, Forbes promptly produced a bulky envelope. "Here they are," he said, and we crowded around the table to stare at them. They were the conventional charts, ruled off into squares, with a heavy black line meandering over the face of each. That line told the story of power consumption for every minute of the 24 hours that constituted the traction company's working day. Any unusual call for power was instantly discernible by the sharply rising line, the duration of the load being indicated by the length of the line on its highest level. For instance, during the rush hours, the advent of the trippers and the calls made by numberless startings of frequently stopped cars stood out clearly. And on the other hand, the gradual lessening of the load as cars finished their runs and were turned into the barn was equally noticeable, the load-dropping line telling the story vividly. It was only necessary to glance at the time marked off on the bottom edge of the sheet to tell at what minute any particular incident had occurred. And on each sheet, at 1:45 in the morning, when the dropping line told of only a few straggling freight cars on the rails, a sharply rising peak in the power curve betrayed an enormous call for current. Of all times, when such a call should have been lacking, that was the hour of low ebb. Therefore, this mysterious peak was a phenomenon calculated to draw the scrutiny of those who had on their hands the handling of the big generators. As Forbes had said, that peak indicated a mighty unusual condition, and the regularity with which it occurred made the matter doubly suspicious. Davidson gazed down on the telltale sheets with what very closely resembled awe. "Clever, that power curve stunt," he rumbled his admiration. "I get that peak trick now." "May I have these?" Fenner queried. "I'll return them at the termination of this business, of course." Forbes nodded. "And is there anything further to be brought up? If not, I'll wish you good evening. I am relying on you in this matter." Fenner and I arose as Forbes and the chief made their adieus. When the door had closed after them, he turned whimsically to me. "Great old world," he laughed. "Now what do you think of that?" "Looks mighty serious for somebody riding high in city gas," I replied soberly. "Somebody is stooping to dabble in pitch and is due to be nastily defiled." "You and Davidson make quite a team," laughed Fenner in mock admiration, "because Forbes suggests a possibility. You were both busily engaged in picking a jury, and speculating on the extent of the sentence. Dead open and shut, I retorted, for to me it was obvious that the only persons who could benefit by this in reality, trifling steal, were the heads of the suspected corporation. Bet you a quarter we're knocking on their door before tomorrow night. Fenner wheeled, power charts in hand. Bet you the niftiest amplifier we can get the divorced people to turn out that the only reason you'll have to knock on city gas door will be to apologize, he said. You think that someone else and not they are doing this thing? I cried, amazed. Don't think it. I know it, he retorted. I mentioned that James doped merely to show Davidson something of Forbes' mental processes, not because I favored the theory. And why not? I demanded. For the same reason that I would not suspicion them of doctoring their gas meters to give a dishonest reading. Too many people involved, and too much chance for a leak. The president of that corporation, or any other executive officer, is too darn busy to do more than conceive a plan of that kind. He hasn't the time, and 10 to 1 not the ability, to execute it. And he would not dare entrust such a mission to easily bought subordinates. Surely you don't regard this thing as an accidental ground that forms by coincidence at just that hour each morning, I flung at him. It would be possible, yes, he came back coolly, but I am willing to take the lineman's word for it that they have scrutinized every point where grounds would be likely to occur. Which leaves us just one other hypothesis. Which is, I demanded, theft by an individual or individuals of power for some purpose. Yes, I jeered, a purpose that must be served at 1:45 each morning and which is apparently satisfied in under 2 minutes. Some nut, I presume, who goes forth in the wee small hours to test a freak motor. Fenner's face clouded. That's just what gets me, he said thoughtfully. The duration of the peak. I can't possibly think of anything that requires such an awful bundle of juice for such a short time. There's something I want to think of. Something that seems to escape me. There is one thing that I can mention that would require such a load, and only one thing that I could suggest offhand. Which is? I'm not going to mention what it is just now, came the disappointing rejoinder. It happens to be weaker than the city gas theory. And as I don't think much of it myself, I'm not going to get you confused by adding it to your already acrobatic mind. Knowing him as well as I did not urge. The hour was late, and we parted for the night. We sallied forth next morning with no very definite end in view. About the only definite objective was a trip over the lines to see what we might be able to stumble over. Passing through a quiet block on our way to the nearest car line, we beheld a huckster actively engaged in disposing of his stock in trade, which seemed to consist entirely of fish. He was selling from a decrepit-looking pushcart, and as we passed he quoted a price to the housewife he was bargaining with. Fenner grasped me by the arm. "Gee, that was cheap," he said. Amused, I bantered. "Didn't know you were up on the value of fish," I laughed. "Versatile, aren't you?" "I know that was cheap," he retorted, "and I'm going to send that fellow around to the house. Come on." We went back to the pushcart and its odorous load. Finished with the woman at the door, the fish merchant came over to us. He was not a very prepossessing individual. He was a young man, but dissipation had written with a heavy hand, and the bloated countenance told loudly of an altogether too intimate acquaintance with the cup that cheers. Having heard his prices, Fenner gave him his address with instructions to mention the meeting. Then, as an afterthought, he added, "Have you a telephone? I might need fish for a special occasion in the near future, and if I could get you in a hurry, you might land a sizable order." "I ain't got a telephone, mister," the chap replied, "but I live at number 9 Juniper Street. Send me a postcard, and I'll be right on the job." Fenner carefully noted down the address, and as we rode along on the car, I remarked, "Now what? Going to treat a bunch of radio fiends to a fish lunch? You wrote that address down as if you treasured it." In these days of high prices, I cherish anything that is cheap, even fish, came the unperturbed reply. And where are we off to now? I demanded, anxious to get to the business in hand. The reply was startling. To the zoo, replied the amazing Fenner. The zoo? I echoed blankly. What in Hades do you expect to find in the zoo? Animals, he said demurely. We will feast our eyes and minds on nature's wonders. The traction company has provided the transportation. What becomes of the peak in the power curve? I snorted. Are we going to twiddle our fingers? We are, until this evening. Then we will sally forth and endeavor to put an end to this peak. We will sally where? I demanded. Just take a guess. Yup, but I think we can do some very close guessing at that. That's all you get till tonight. And so it was that I left the car barn that evening with a party consisting of Davidson, Forbes, a plainclothesman, and ourselves as much in the dark as the rest of them. Fenner directed our activities. We transferred to a car bound out into the open country. Noting the mystified look on Davidson's face, Fenner laughed. Don't look like the road to the city gas office, does it? He bantered. Davidson growled. If I didn't know you as well as I do, I'd say it was the road to nowhere, with just nothing waiting for us at the end. However, he shrugged, it's your party. At Fenner's command, we drove off from the slowed-down car at a dark, lonely spot in the open country. In silence, we stumbled single file over a narrow path through the scrub at his heels. Then 100 yards or so from the track, a clearing, and the river. There was a quickly extinguished flare from Fenner's electric flashlight, then comparative darkness again. 11:45, said Fenner in low tones. We have a couple of hours' wait. No talking and no smoking, please. See here, began Davidson. Until this expedition fails, I am in charge, Chief, said Fenner, quietly, and with a grumble, Davidson subsided. And for 2 hours we crouched there in exquisite discomfort, gazing mournfully out over the river, rather beautiful in the moonlight, viewed from our dark tree-covered bower. My feet had been asleep about a century when I felt Fenner's fingers closing over my arm. At the same time, I sensed Davidson's bulk tensing in the darkness beside me. Both of them heard the rustle of parted branches along the pathway beyond. It had escaped Forbes and me. Heavy breathing and a blacker bulk moved in the blackness before us. With bated breath, I watched its shadowy movements. Fearful of even the sound of my own breathing, I was half stifled from an effort to live on a minimum of air. Then the bulk retreated toward the river, and presently silhouetted in the moonlight, at the clearing's edge, we got a glimpse of the man's form. Something about it was familiar. Memory struggled to assert itself. I felt Fenner lean over me to touch Davidson. Then he stepped forward. "Fish are cheap," he remarked loudly. The man whirled, and at that instant I placed him. The fish dealer of the morning. There was a startled oath and a quick gleam in the moonlight, a blinding flash and a red-hot sear on my cheek, a thunderous report, and another stunning one at my very temple. Dazed for a moment, I could not follow clearly what happened in the next few seconds. I was vaguely aware that that second concussion had been the roar of Davidson's automatic. When I saw clearly again, Fenner and Davidson were bending over a huddled form on the riverbank. Forbes joined them, and I followed slowly. He was dead, poor devil. Davidson had drilled him clean in a vital spot. The chief was shaking his head. "I didn't mean to do that," he said sorrowfully. "I'm a dead shot, and I shoot before I really get a chance to think. It's automatic." "Well," said Fenner soberly, "I had no idea he'd shoot, or I would never have staged this little drama. Anyway, Mr. Forbes, there will be no more peaks in your power curves." Forbes' voice trembled. "What was it?" he queried. "What was he doing?" "Fishing," replied Fenner. "Fishing with your 550-volt trolley wire for bait. He's placed something, An old water boiler, most likely, out there in the stream, and all he had to do was turn on the current and go out and make his haul. But my lineman examined the line down this way and found nothing unusual, cried the bewildered Forbes. How did he get the current? Easy enough, rejoined Fenner shortly. A 16-foot bamboo pole with a bare copper wire hook on the end, arranged in one of the trees skirting the right-of-way. He had only to hook it on the trolley wire and come on down here to his switch. And when you saw the fish this morning, I asked, you could tell they had been caught this way? No, admitted Fenner. I could not. But the price suggested some easy method of getting them, and it occurred to me that this method would fit in with that one thing I refused to name to you last night. Which was that? I asked, mopping the blood from my cheek with a handkerchief. I don't get it yet. Electrocution, retorted Fenner, and I knew that was ridiculous. But when I saw the fish and heard the price, it set me thinking. I knew this was the only place where the car line touched the riverbank, and I came down here tonight on a chance. End of The Loaded Line by Charles S. Wolfe.
The Great Radio Message from Mars by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by lightcrystal. The Great Radio Message from Mars by Ellis Parker Butler. To receive a message from Mars has long been the hope of many of our eminent scientists, for it is known that the planet has an atmosphere capable of supporting human life, although it is believed, because the weight of a given mass at Mars' surface is only 3/8 of the weight of the same mass at the surface of the Earth, the men of Mars must be very much larger than the men of our Earth. Certainly, they would be far larger than Mr. Ethereal Duff of 564 Sausage Street, Hoboken, New Jersey, for he is what one might justly call a mere shrimp, and yet, small as Mr. Duff is, his is the honor, as he himself admits, of having received the first message by radio from Mars. There is no doubt in my mind that Mr. Duff did receive such a message, and on a crystal set, for the facts were given me by an official of a state institution. This official was a large, muscular man, and he wore a uniform with a cap to match, and I always believe anything a man in a uniform tells me. This official's name is Casey, Michael Francis Xavier Casey, but he is called Mike for short. By his intimate friends he's addressed as Bumnose Mike, but this is only because at one time he was a prize fighter, and one of his opponents, as Mr. Casey himself says, gave him a biff on the smeller. But that has nothing to do with the amazing discovery of Mr. Duff. I found Mr. Casey when I went to interview Mr. Duff on behalf of the Upper Flushing Scientific and Annual Clambake Association. Most agreeable. His uniform was of a greenish-brown cotton stuff, and on his cap and the flap of the collar of his coat was a number 47, in fact, in what at first seemed to me gold numerals. I later decided they were not gold, but only brass, either highly polished or gold-plated. "Mr. Casey, sir," I said, "I have come to interview that distinguished radio scientist, Professor Ethereal Duff, on behalf of the Upper Flushing Scientific and Annual Clambake Association. While we have read rather complete accounts of Professor Duff's discoveries, and several papers on them have been written by our members and read at our meetings, A dispute has arisen among us, and I have been delegated to interview Professor Duff and get the true facts. It seems, Mr. Casey, sir, I continued, that some doubt has arisen whether Professor Duff actually heard from Mars itself. As you know, sir, the eccentricity of the orbit of Mars is very much greater than that of the orbit of the Earth, being 0.093 as compared with 0.017, less the usual 2% off for cash in 10 days, and this has led some doubting minds to hold that, the refraction of the ether wave being inverse ratio to the normal vote for Brian on Tuesdays, not fully on Sunday, Professor Duff really received a message from one of the moons of Mars, and not from Mars itself. You are undoubtedly aware, Mr. Casey, sir, I said, that the two moons of Mars were discovered by Professor Asaph Hall in Washington in 1877, conformably to the prediction of Kepler, and realizing the fancies of Swift and Voltaire.
Is that the Swift that has the big slaughterhouse in Chicago?
Asked Mr. Casey. No, Mr. Casey, sir, I said.
Then I don't know him,
said Mr. Casey. Do you know Mr. Swift of Chicago? I asked politely.
No, said Mr. Casey. I don't know him neither. I don't know no Swifts, and I don't want to know no Swifts. I don't want to know nobody. I know too many folk already.
But you no doubt do know, Mr. Casey, sir, I said, that the inner of the two moons of Mars, Phobos, revolves in less than 8 hours, so that to an observer on the planet it rises in the west and sets in the east, while the outer moon of Mars, Deimos, revolve in 30 hours, so that it appears nearly stationary for a long time.
Have you got a chew of tobacco in your pants? Asked Mr. Casey.
No, I said, but you can easily see that this fact indicates that radio waves coming from the moon Deimos would be audible for a longer time than those from Mars or from the moon Phobos, because the moon Deimos moves slowly, while Mars revolves.
I'd give me left ear for a chew of tobacco, that I would, said Mr. Casey. Personally, I like the soft kind. The dry kind chews longer, but the soft kind spits for you. I was always a great one for spitting. I says to me wife many's the time, what fun does a man get out of chewing if he don't spit? Now, when it comes to cigars...
Thank ye, sir. And for that reason, Mr. Casey, sir, I said when I handed him the cigar, it is held by some that Professor Duff in fact heard a message from the moon Deimos, and not from Mars itself. Now let us consider the facts. Professor Duff had gone far in radio experimentation.
He went too far when he took the axe and exterminated his wife and his parents and his mother-in-law, said Mr. Casey. I'm no radio nut, but I say he went too far.
An incident, a mere incident, I said. No doubt they annoyed him. Perhaps he was working on his set and they called him to dinner. That always annoys a radio enthusiast. In such cases, the radio enthusiast sometimes kills and sometimes he merely wishes to kill. But what Professor Duff did to his family is a mere incident.
It was an incident for them, all right, said Mr. Casey. It was worse than an incident. It was an accident.
Yes, I said, no doubt.
You ought to laugh, Mr. Casey said. That was a joke I was making. I says to you, it was worse than an incident. It was an accident. He dented them with the axe, did you see? An accident. You should laugh.
Oh, yes. Ha, ha, I said hastily. But to get back to the important matter, Professor Duff would sit for hours working with his radio set, either listening in or changing its makeup. Often he would sit for 92 hours at a time, labouring with true scientific eagerness, for he held the theory that if he could make the proper adjustments, he could hear from the spirit world. He particularly wanted to hear from his uncle, Silurians Duff, who departed this life when he happened to try to drive a 10-ton truck through a freight car loaded with dynamite. Professor Duff came of a highly religious and temperate family, and it was his boast that no one in the family had ever tasted liquor. But the coroner's jury brought in the verdict on his uncle Silurius, killed by a car of dynamite while trying to drive a 10-ton truck through it while intoxicated. Naturally, Professor Duff wished to talk to his departed uncle and ask him whether he had indeed taken to drink or merely had something go wrong with his steering gear.
A man can't trust none of them bootleggers these days, said Mr. Casey sadly. They say it is good stuff, and when you taste it, it ain't nothing but carbolic acid or prune juice.
Exactly, I said. And so, Mr. Casey, sir, Professor Duff tried every experiment possible in order to hear from his uncle Silurius, and he finally decided that success rested in finding a proper substitute for the ordinary crystal. He tried every variety of crystal. He tried salt crystals and ammonia crystals and sugar crystals. He tried every known crystal, but unfortunately, every failure made him more and more morose. He yelped bitterly when his wife brought him food. He swore and raged when his mother-in-law breathed, for she had asthma and he often thought the noise she made was static. He even became angry with his dear old mother when she said she thought the crystal he was trying to invent was a little strong. For you know, Mr. Casey, sir, I continued, Professor Duff attempted to create a new crystal, to be known as the Uncle Silurius Duff crystal. No doubt he was on the right road. He was seeking a crystal that would bring his Uncle Silurius through clearly from the spirit world, and for that reason he sought a material that would be, so to speak, in rapport with his Uncle Silurius Duff. He remembered that his Uncle Silurius, while on Earth, was fonder of Limburger cheese than of anything else, so Professor Duff, with keen scientific acumen, attempted to make a Limburger cheese crystal. First he boiled the Limburger cheese in garlic.
If I was his folks, said Mr. Casey, I would have took the axe to him before he had the chance to use it on me. The time to use an axe is when a man starts in to boil the Limburger cheese, let alone the garlic. Not that in the old days a thin slice of Limburger cheese, liberally smeared with mustard, between 2 cuts of moisty rye bread, didn't go good with a glass of beer. Limburg cheese has its uses, yes, sir, but boiling it to make crystals of ain't one of them, no, sir.
You are right, Mr. Casey, sir, I said. And although Professor Duff has never acknowledged it in writing, I am sure you are right. He had no success whatever in crystallizing the Limburger cheese after it had been boiled. It would not form itself into crystals. It formed ropes and slabs of Limburger linoleum and soup, but it would not form crystals. It formed odors so strong that the roof flopped up and down and the foundations of the house palpitated, but it would not crystallize. And it was then, when all seemed darkest, that Professor Duff heard of the meteorite that had fallen near Pesquagentic, Maine. He immediately decided to try a crystal from that meteorite. With a flash of inspiration, he knew that it would be different from an ordinary crystal.
Like different Haig and Haig you get from different bootleggers these days, as I'm told, said Mr. Casey.
One is like unto cold tea, and the next it's nothing but jagged lightning with the edges filed sharp. The one has no effect that wouldn't permit you to sit amongst nice ladies and knit a pink wool sweater, but a jolt of the other makes a man want to climb a tree and bite a grizzly bear on the neck. Truly, I agreed. And Mr. Casey, sir, it was while Mr. Duff was awaiting the crystal from the meteorite that fell at Pesquantic, Maine, that he decided the meteorite must have come from Mars. His mental process in arriving at this conclusion was sound. Mars, he said to himself, has long been wanting to get into communication with the Earth. But until the invention of radio, this has been impossible. Now it is possible, but, he argued, the Martians have doubted that Earth has a proper crystal to use in receiving Martian communications. Therefore, the first thing the Martians would attempt would be to send the Earth some of the Martian crystals. Mars, wishing to do this, would undoubtedly rig up a large cannon, load a lot of crystal into it, and fire it at the Earth. That is what this meteorite undoubtedly is. So, when I have the crystal taken from the meteorite, I shall be able to communicate with Mars.
But, hold on now, said Mr. Casey. I'm not knowing much about these radio sets, mind you, but wasn't someone after telling me that them crystal sets don't get messages from very far off?
Mr. Casey, sir, you are right, I said. But you must remember that Mars is only 48,600,000 miles from the Earth.
Sure, Mr. Casey agreed. I was almost forgetting that.
Which is not far for a crystal set, I said, if constructed by a man who knows how to build a set properly.
Of course not, said Mr. Casey. What's 48 million miles more or less anyhow? Does your crystal set listen in that far, sir?
Mr. Casey, sir, I said solemnly, I give you my word that on June 17, 1923, I was listening in on my crystal set, one I made with my own hands, using only a cigar box and $3 worth of material, when I distinctly heard a sound that I can best describe by saying piff, piff. For a few minutes I thought it was merely static, but a little consideration told me that no static had ever said piff, piff in that tone of voice. Immediately I knew I was hearing a sunspot piff, piffing. And Mr. Casey, the sun is 92,900,000 miles from the Earth. I need say no more regarding the capabilities of a well-constructed crystal set.
And to talk plain to you, said Mr. Casey, you'd better not.
So, Mr. Casey, sir, I said, I only need remind you of what you already know. Mr. Duff secured a crystal from the Pesquantic meteorite, put it in his set, and immediately heard from Mars.
And went and dented his whole family with the axe, said Mr. Casey.
Ah, I said, but that was necessary. He explained all that to the coroner. The members of his family were so full of negative animal magnetism that it spilled out of their ears, flowing through the house and short-circuiting the Martian ether waves. Professor Duff quite plainly informed the coroner that he had not meant to kill his family. That they died was entirely an accident. He merely wished to knock small holes in the tops of their heads so that the negative animal magnetism, instead of flowing downward from their ears, would spout directly upward from the new holes in their heads and pass harmlessly into the upper atmosphere. You will recall, I am sure, Mr. Casey, sir, that after he had made the holes in the tops of their heads, by tapping them there with the axe, he took them into the front yard and seated them back to back. He did that because his aerial was in the backyard. He did not want the negative animal magnetism to spout up against his aerial. It was, I admit, unfortunate that his family could not stand a simple jolt on the head. That was their fault, not his. The family of a true radio enthusiast should be so built as to stand more than that when the radio enthusiast is enthusing normally. Is that so? Is that so now? Said Mr. Casey in a tone I did not quite like. And I suppose you would tap your own wife on the head with an axe if you got a notion she was a nuisance to your radio fooling? No, I said promptly. No, Mr. Casey. Sir, I would not. I have given the matter deep consideration, and if I ever wish to communicate with Mars, as I expect to shortly, and my family oozes negative animal magnetism from their ears, I shall not puncture their heads with an axe. I have a far better plan. I shall bore holes in the tops of their heads with an auger. I see, said Mr. Casey in a tone I thought distinctly foxy. So that's the general idea, is it? And what was it you said you'd be wanting to ask this Duff guy now? A very simple question, Mr. Casey, sir, I said. Up to the present time, Professor Duff has not told the world what message he received from Mars. I want to hear from his own lips what that message was. I want to ask him to confide to me, in absolute secrecy if need be, the message he heard on that wonderful day. If possible, I want him to allow me to repeat the message to the members of the Upper Flushing Scientific and Annual Clam Bake Association, so that we may make the investigations we desire to make to learn positively whether the message was from Mars itself or from the moon Deimos, or possibly from the moon Phobos. And how you know that? Asked Mr. Casey. By the words of the message. Undoubtedly, Mr. Casey, sir, I said. By the manner in which Professor Duff has so closely guarded the message, giving it out to no one, not even to the Sunday newspapers, I am convinced it was a message of the utmost importance. No doubt it is a message that, when revealed, will change the whole future history of the world. It may, and doubtless will, change our forms of government, give us a new religion, give us an insight into the spirit world, and make of all men real supermen. By the phrasing of that message he received, we may be able to judge whether it came from Mars or from the moon Phobos. It may be slightly different in dialect. Well, go on then, and ask him, said Mr. Casey. He's in the nice little room down yonder, with 675 above the door. But don't be long, and don't rile him. I walked down a corridor which had rooms on either side, all neatly barred to prevent persons from annoying those inside, and I found Professor Duff. He came to the door and grinned at me through the bars, and I told him frankly what I wished. I explained the greatness of the Upper Flushing Scientific and Annual Clam Bake Association. Professor Duff, sir, I said, as a delegate from that association, I am empowered to beg you to confide to us the message you received by radio from Mars. If possible, we want your permission to give it to a waiting world. Until now, you have kept it secret. It is time you let the millions of eager inhabitants share the message with you, in the name of science and for the good of the world. Will you tell me what the message was?" For a full minute, Professor Duff looked me in the eye. Then he said, "Yes, I can trust you. You will repeat the message, ungarbled and untwisted. I will tell you what it was." I trembled in every limb. I was frightfully excited, but I tried to be calm. "What, sir," I asked, "was that world epoch message you received from Mars?" "It was," said Professor Dove, "this. Yes, we have no bananas." And then he climbed hastily up the bars of his door and uttered low twittering sounds, like a squirrel. End of The Great Radio Message from Mars by Ellis Parker Butler.
The Last Man by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Man by Anonymous. I awoke as from a long and deep sleep. Whether I had been in a trance, or asleep, or dead, I knew not. Neither did I seek to inquire. With that inconsistency that may often be remarked in dreams, I took the whole as a matter of course, and awoke with the full persuasion that the long sleep or trance in which I had been laid had nothing in it either new or appalling. That it had been of long continuance I doubted not. Indeed, I thought that I knew that months and years had rolled over my head while I was wrapped in my mysterious slumbers. Yet my recollection of the occurrences that had taken place before I had been lulled to sleep was perfect, and I had the most accurate remembrance of the spot on which I lay, and the plants and flowers that had been budding around me. Still there was all the mistiness of a vision cast over the time, and the cause of my having laid myself down. It was one of the vagaries of a dream, and I thought on it without wondering. The spot on which I was lying was just at the entrance of a cave, that I fancied had been the scene of some of my brightest joys and my deepest sorrows. It was known to none save me, and to me it had been a place of refuge and a defence, for in the wildness of my dream I thought that I had been persecuted and hunted from the society of man, that in that lone cave and that romantic valley I had found peace and security. I lay with my back on the ground, and my head resting on my arm, so that when I opened my eyes, the first objects that I gazed on were the stars and the full moon, and the appearance that the heavens presented to me was so extraordinary, and at the same time so awful, because so unlike the silvery brightness of the sky on which I had last gazed, that I raised my head on my hand, and, leaning on my elbow, looked with a long and idiot stare on the moon and the stars, and the black expanse of ether. There was a dimness in the air, an unnatural dimness, not a haze or a thin mantle of cloud stretching over and obscuring the atmosphere, but a darkness, a broad shadow, spreading over, yet obscuring nothing, as if above the heavenly bodies had been spread an immense covering of clouds, that hid from them the light in which they moved and had their being. The moon was large and dark. It seemed to have approached so near the earth that had it shone with its usual lustre, the seas and the lands and the forests that I believed to exist in it would have been all distinctly visible. As it was, it had no longer the fair round shape that I had so often gazed on with wonder. The few rays of light that it emitted seemed thrown from hollow and highland, from rocks and from rugged declivities. It glared on me like a monstrous inhabitant of the air, and, as I shuddered beneath its broken light, I fancied that it was descending nearer and nearer to the earth, until it seemed about to settle down and crush me slowly and heavily to nothing. I turned from that terrible moon, and my eyes rested on stars and on planets studded more thickly than imagination can conceive. They too were larger and redder and darker than they had been, and they shone more steadily through the clear darkness of the mysterious sky. They did not twinkle with varying and silvery beams. They were rather like little balls of smouldering fire, struggling with the suffocating atmosphere for existence. I started up with a loud cry of despair. I saw the hole reeling around me. I felt as if I had been delirious, mad. I threw myself again on the flat rock, and again closed my eyes to shut out the dark fancies that on every side seemed to assail me. 1,000 wild ideas whirled through my brain. I was dying. I was dead. I had perished at the mouth of that mossy cave. I was in a land of spirits, myself a spirit, and waiting for final doom in one of the worlds that I had seen sparkling around me. No. No. I had not felt the pangs of dissolution, and my reason seemed to recall unto me all that I had suffered and all that I had endured. I repeated the list of my miseries. It was perfect, but death was not there. I was delirious, in a mad fever. I felt helpless and weak, and the thought flashed across my mind that there I was left to die alone, and to struggle and fight with death in utter desolation. The cave was known to none save me, and, as I imagined in my delirium, to one fair being whom I had loved, and who had visited my lonely cave as the messenger of joy and gladness. Then all the unconnected imaginations of a dream came rushing into my mind, and overwhelming me with thoughts of guilt and sorrow, indistinctly marked out, and darkly understood, but pressing into my soul with all the freshness of a recent fact. And I shrieked in agony, for I thought that I had murdered her, my meek and innocent love, and that now with my madness I was expiating the foulness of my crime. No! 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 These visions passed away, and I knew that I had not been guilty. But I thought, and I shook with a strong convulsion as I believed it to be true, I thought that I had sunk to sleep in her arms, and that the last sounds that I heard were the sweet murmurs of her voice. Merciful heavens! She too is dead, or she too has deserted me. My shrieks, my convulsive agony, would else have aroused her, but no! I shook off these fancies with a strong effort, and again I hoped. I prayed that I might still be asleep, and still only suffering from the pressure of an agonizing dream. I roused myself, I called forth all my energies, and I again opened my eyes, and again saw the moon and the stars, and the unnatural heaven glaring on me through the darkness of the night, and again overpowered with the strong emotions that shook my reason, I fell to the ground in a swoon. When I recovered, the scene was new. The moon and the stars had set, and the sun had arisen, but still the same dark atmosphere, and the same mysterious sky. As yet I saw not the sun, for my face was not in the direction of his rising. My courage was, however, revived, and I began to hope that all had been but one of the visions of the night. But when I raised my head and looked around, I was amazed, distracted. I had lain down in a woody and romantic glen. I looked around for the copse and hazel that had sheltered me. I looked for the clear wild stream that fell in many a cascade from the rocks. I listened for the song of the birds, and strained my ear to catch one sound of life or animation. No tree reared its green boughs to the morning sun. All was silent and lone and gloomy. Nothing was there but grey rocks that seemed fast hastening to decay, and the old roots of some immense trees that seemed to have grown and flourished and died there. I raised myself until I sat upright. Horrible was the palsy that fell on my senses when I saw the cave, the very cave that I had seen covered with moss, and the wild shrubs of the forest, standing as grim and as dark as the grave, without one leaf of verdure to adorn it, without one single bush to hide it. There it was, grey and mouldering, and there lay the beautiful vale, one dreadful mass of rocky desolation, with a wide, dry channel winding along what had once been the foot of a green valley. I looked around on that enclosed glen as far as my eye could reach, but all was dark and dreary, all seemed alike hastening to decay. The rocks had fallen in huge fragments, and among these fragments appeared large roots and decayed trunks of trees, not clothed with moss or with mushrooms, springing up from the moist wood, but dry and old and wasted. I well remembered that in the valley no tree of larger growth than the hazel or the wild rose had found room or nourishment, yet there lay large trees among the black masses of rock, and it was evident that there they had grown and died. Some dreadful convulsion must have taken place, yet it was not the rapid devastation of an earthquake. The slow finger of time was there, and every object bore marks of the lapse of years, ay, of centuries. Rocks had mouldered away, young trees and bushes had grown up and come to maturity and perished while I was wrapped in oblivion. And yet, now that I saw and knew that it was only through many a year having passed by that all these changes had been effected, even now my senses recovered in some measure from the delirious excitement of the first surprise, and, such is the inconsistency of a dream, I almost fancied that all this desolation had been a thing to be looked for and expected. For then, for the first time I remembered that during my long sleep I thought that I knew that days and months and years were rolling over me in rapid and noiseless succession. No sooner had this idea seized my mind, no sooner did I conceive that I had indeed slept, that I had indeed lain in silent insensibility, until wood and rock and river had dried up or fallen beneath the hand of time, that the moon and the stars, and, prepared as I was for wonders, I started, as at that instant I instinctively turned towards that part of the heavens in which the sun was to make his appearance. Prepared as I was, I started when I beheld his huge round bulk heaving slowly above the barrier of rocks that surrounded me. His was no longer the piercing ray, the dazzling, the pure and colourless light that had shed glory and radiance on the world on which I had closed my eyes. He was now a dark round orb of reddish flame. He had sunk nearer the earth as he approached nearer the close of his career, and he too seemed to share with the heaven and the earth the symptoms of decay and dissolution. When I saw universal nature thus, worn out and exhausted, thus perishing from old age, and expiring from the sheer want of renewing materials, then I thought that surely my frail body must likewise have waxed old and infirm. Surely I too must be bowed down with age and weariness. I raised myself slowly and fearfully from the earth, and at length I stood upright. There I stood unscathed by time, fresh and vigorous as when last I walked on the surface of a green and beautiful world. My frame is firmly knit, and my every limb as active as if a few brief hours, instead of many and long years, had witnessed me extended on that broad platform of rock. At first a sudden gleam of joy broke on my soul, then I thought that here I stood unharmed by time, that I at least had lost nothing of life by the wonderful visitation that had befallen me. I felt as if I could fly away from the scene of devastation, and in other climes seek for fresher skies and more verdant vales. Alas, alas! I soon and easily gained the top of the rising bank, and fixed my eyes on the whole landscape of a desolate and unpeopled world. Desolation! Desolation! I knew that it was to be dreaded as a fearful and a terrible thing, and I had felt the sorrows of a lone and helpless spirit, but never, never had I conceived the full misery that is contained in that one awful word, until I stood on the brow of that hill, and looked on the wide and wasted world that lay stretched in one vast desert before me. Then despair and dread indeed laid hold of me. Then dark visions of woe and of loneliness rose indistinctly before me, thoughts of nights and days of never-ending darkness and cold, and then the miseries of hunger and of slow decay and starvation, and hopeless destitution, and then the hard struggle to live, and the still harder struggle of youth and strength to die. Dark visions of woe, where fled ye? Before what angel of light hid ye your diminished heads? The sum of my misery seemed to overwhelm me. A loud sound as of one universal crash of dissolving nature rung in my ears. I gave one wild shriek, one convulsive struggle, and awoke. And there stood my man John, with my shaving jug in the one hand, and my well-cleaned boots in the other, his mouth open, and his eyes rolling hideously at thus witnessing the frolics of his staid and quiet master. By his entrance were these visions dispelled, else Lord knows how long I might have lingered out my existence in that dreary world, or what woes and unspeakable miseries had been in store for me. End of The Last Man by Anonymous, read by Inkell.
The Clock That Went Backward by Edward Page Mitchell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Clock That Went Backward by Edward Page Mitchell. A row of Lombardy poplars stood in front of my great-aunt Gertrude's house, on the bank of the Sheepscot River. In personal appearance, my aunt was surprisingly like one of those trees. She had the look of hopeless anemia that distinguishes them from fuller-blooded sorts. She was tall, severe in outline, and extremely thin. Her habiliments clung to her. I'm sure that had the gods found occasion to oppose upon her the fate of Daphne, she would have taken her place easily and naturally in the dismal row, as melancholy a poplar as the rest. Some of my earliest recollections are of this venerable relative. Alive and dead, she bore an important part in the events I am about to recount, events which I believe to be without parallel in the experience of mankind. During our periodical visits of duty to Aunt Gertrude in Maine, My cousin Harry and myself were accustomed to speculate much on her age. Was she 60, or was she 60? We had no precise information. She might have been either. The old lady was surrounded by old-fashioned things. She seemed to live altogether in the past. In her short half-hours of communicativeness, over her second cup of tea, or on the piazza, where the poplars sent slim shadows directly toward the east, she used to tell us stories of her alleged ancestors. I say alleged, because we never fully believed that she had ancestors. A genealogy is a stupid thing. Here is Aunt Gertrude's, reduced to its simplest forms. Her great-great-grandmother, 1599 to 1642, was a woman of Holland who married a Puritan refugee, and sailed from Leyden to Plymouth in the ship Anne in the year of our Lord 1632. This pilgrim mother had a daughter, Aunt Gertrude's great-grandmother, 1640 to 1718. She came to the eastern district of Massachusetts in the early part of the last century, and was carried off by the Indians in the Penobscot Wars. Her daughter, 1680 to 1776, lived to see these colonies free and independent, and contributed to the population of the coming republic not less than 19 stalwart sons and comely daughters. One of the latter, 1735 to 1802, married a Wiscasset skipper engaged in the West India trade, with whom she sailed. She was twice wrecked at sea, once on what is now Segan Island, and once on San Salvador. It was on San Salvador that Aunt Gertrude was born. We got to be very tired of hearing this family history. Perhaps it was the constant repetition and the merciless persistency with which the above dates were driven into our young ears that made us skeptics. As I have said, we took little stock in Aunt Gertrude's ancestors. They seemed highly improbable. In our private opinion, the great-grandmothers and great-grandmothers and so forth were pure myths, and Aunt Gertrude herself was the principal in all the adventures attributed to them, having lasted from century to century, while generations of contemporaries went the way of all flesh. On the first landing of the square stairway of the mansion loomed a tall Dutch clock. The case was more than 8 feet high, of a dark red wood, not mahogany, and was curiously inlaid with silver. No common piece of furniture was this. About 100 years ago there flourished in the town of Brunswick a horologist named Carey, an industrious and accomplished workman. Few well-to-do houses on that part of the coast lacked a Carey timepiece. But Aunt Gertrude's clock had marked the hours and minutes of 2 full centuries before the Brunswick artisan was born. It was running when William the Taciturn pierced the dikes to relieve Leyden. The name of the maker, Jan Lipperdam, and the date, 1572, were still legible in broad black letters, and figures reaching quite across the dial. Carey's masterpieces were plebeian and recent, beside this ancient aristocrat. The jolly Dutch moon, made to exhibit the phases over a landscape of windmills and polders, was cunningly painted. A skilled hand had carved the grim ornament at the top, a death's head transfixed by a 2-edged sword. Like all timepieces of the 16th century, it had no pendulum. A simple Van Wyck escapement governed the descent of the weights to the bottom of the tall case. But these weights never moved. Year after year, when Harry and I returned to Maine, we found the hands of the old clock pointing to the 3:15, as they had pointed when we first saw them. The fat moon hung perpetually in the 3rd quarter, as motionless as the death's head above. There was a mystery about the silenced movement and the paralyzed hands. Aunt Gertrude told us that the works had never performed their functions since a bolt of lightning entered the clock, and she showed us a black hole in the side of the case near the top, with a yawning rift that extended downward for several feet. This explanation failed to satisfy us. It did not account for the sharpness of her refusal when we proposed to bring over the watchmaker from the village, or for her singular agitation once when she found Harry on a stepladder, with a borrowed key in his hand, about to test for himself the clock's suspended vitality. One August night, after we had grown out of boyhood, I was awakened by a noise in the hallway. I shook my cousin. "Somebody's in the house," I whispered. We crept out of our room and onto the stairs. A dim light came from below. We held breath and noiselessly descended to the second landing. Harry clutched my arm. He pointed down over the banisters, at the same time drawing me back into the shadow. We saw a strange thing. Aunt Gertrude stood on a chair in front of the old clock, as spectral in her white nightgown and white nightcap as one of the poplars when covered with snow. It chanced that the floor creaked slightly under our feet. She turned with a sudden movement, peering intently into the darkness, and holding a candle high toward us, so that the light was full upon her pale face. She looked many years older than when I bade her good night. For a few minutes she was motionless, except in the trembling arm that held aloft the candle. Then, evidently reassured, she placed the light upon a shelf and turned again to the clock. We now saw the old lady take a key from behind the face and proceed to wind up the weights. We could hear her breath, quick and short. She rested a band on either side of the case and held her face close to the dial, as if subjecting it to anxious scrutiny. In this attitude she remained for a long time. We heard her utter a sigh of relief, and she half turned toward us for a moment. I shall never forget the expression of wild joy that transfigured her features then. The hands of the clock were moving. They were moving backward. Aunt Gertrude put both arms around the clock and pressed her withered cheek against it. She kissed it repeatedly. She caressed it in 100 ways, as if it had been a living and beloved thing. She fondled it and talked to it, using words which we could hear but could not understand. The hands continued to move backward. Then she started back with a sudden cry. The clock had stopped. We saw her tall body swaying for an instant on the chair. She stretched out her arms in a convulsive gesture of terror and despair, wrenched the minute hand to its old place at 3:15, and fell heavily to the floor. 2. Aunt Gertrude's will left me her bank and gas stocks, real estate, railroad bonds, and city sevens, and gave Harry the clock. We thought at the time that this was a very unequal division, the more surprising because my cousin had always seemed to be the favorite. Half in seriousness, we made a thorough examination of the ancient timepiece, sounding its wooden case for secret doors, and even probing the not complicated works with a knitting needle to ascertain if our whimsical relative had bestowed there some codicil or other document changing the aspect of affairs. We discovered nothing. There was a testamentary provision for our education at the University of Leyden. We left the military school in which we learned a little of the theory of war and a good deal of the art of standing with our noses over our heels, and took ship without delay. The clock went with us. Before many months, it was established in a corner of our room in the Breed Strat. The fabric of Jan Lipperdam's ingenuity, thus restored to its native air, continued to tell the hour of 3:15 with its old fidelity. The author of the clock had been under the sod for nearly 300 years. The combined skill of his successors in the craft of Leyden could make it go neither forward nor backward. We readily picked up enough Dutch to make ourselves understood by the townspeople, the professors, and such of our 800 and odd fellow students as came into intercourse. This language, which looks so hard at first, is only a sort of polarized English. Puzzle over it a little while, and it jumps into your comprehension, like one of those simple cryptograms made by running together all the words of a sentence and then dividing it in the wrong places. The language acquired and the newness of our surroundings worn off, we settled into tolerably regular pursuits. Harry devoted himself with some assiduity to the study of sociology, with a special reference to the round-faced and not unkind maidens of Leyden. I went in for the higher metaphysics. Outside of our respective studies, we had a common ground of unfailing interest. To our astonishment, we found that not 1 in 20 of the faculty or students knew or cared a sliver about the glorious history of the town, or even about the circumstances under which the university itself was founded by the Prince of Orange. In marked contrast with the general indifference was the enthusiasm of Professor von Stopp, my chosen guide through the cloudiness of speculative philosophy. This distinguished Hegelian was a tobacco-dried little old man, with a skull-cap over features that reminded me strangely of Aunt Gertrude's. Had he been her own brother, the facial resemblance could not have been closer. I told him so once when we were together in the Stadius, looking at the portrait of the hero of the siege, the burgomaster Van de Werf. The professor laughed. "I will show you what is even a more extraordinary coincidence," said he, and leading the way across the hall to the great picture of the siege, by Warmers, he pointed out the figure of a burgher participating in the defense. It was true. Van Stopp might have been the burgher's son. The burgher might have been Aunt Gertrude's father. The professor seemed to be fond of us. We often went to his rooms in an old house on the Rappenberg Strat, one of the few houses remaining that antedate 1574. He would walk with us through the beautiful suburbs of the city, over straight roads lined with poplars that carried us back to the bank of the Sheepscot in our minds. He took us to the top of the ruined Roman tower in the center of the town, and from the same battlements from which anxious eyes 3 centuries ago had watched the slow approach of Admiral Boyskott's fleet over the submerged polders, he pointed out the great dike of the Landscheiding, which was cut that the oceans might bring Boyskott's Zealanders to raise the leaguer and feed the starving. He showed us the headquarters of the Spaniard Valdez at Leiderdorp, and told us how heaven sent a violent northwest wind on the night of the 1st of October, piling up the water deep where it had been shallow, and sweeping the fleet on, between Zoderwood and Zwieten, up to the very walls of the fort at Lammen, the last stronghold of the besiegers, and the last obstacle in the way of succor to the famishing inhabitants. Then he showed us where, on the very night before the retreat of the besieging army, a huge breach was made in the wall of Leyden, near the Cow Gate, by the Walloons from Lammen. "Why," cried Harry, catching fire from the eloquence of the professor's narrative, "that was the decisive moment of the siege." The professor said nothing. He stood with his arms folded, looking intently into my cousin's eyes. "For," continued Harry, "had that point not been watched, or had defense failed and the breach been carried by the night assault from Lammen, the town would have been burned, and the people massacred under the eyes of Admiral Boyskott and the fleet of relief, who defended the breach." Van Stopp replied very slowly, as if weighing every word. "History records the explosion of the mine under the city wall on the last night of the siege. It does not tell the story of the defense, or give the defender's name. Yet no man that ever lived had a more tremendous charge than fate entrusted to this unknown hero. Was it chance that sent him to meet that unexpected danger? Consider some of the consequences had he failed. The fall of Leyden would have destroyed the last hope of the Prince of Orange and of the Free States. The tyranny of Philip would have been re-established. The birth of religious liberty and of self-government by the people would have been postponed. Who knows for how many centuries? Who knows that there would or could have been a Republic of the United States of America, had there been no United Netherlands? Our university, which has given to the world Grotius, Scaliger, Arminius, and Descartes, was founded upon this hero's successful defense of the breach. We owe to him our presence here today. Nay, you owe to him your very existence. Your ancestors were of Leyden. Between their lives and the butchers outside the walls, he stood that night." The little professor towered before us, a giant of enthusiasm and patriotism. Harry's eyes glistened and his cheeks reddened. "Go home, boys," said Van Stopp, "and thank God that while the burghers of Leyden were straining their gaze toward Zuiderwood and the fleet, there was one pair of vigilant eyes and one stout heart at the town wall, just beyond the Cow Gate." 3. The rain was splashing against the windows one evening in the autumn of our 3rd year at Leyden, when Professor von Stopp honored us with a visit in the Breedstraat. Never had I seen the old gentleman in such spirits. He talked incessantly. The gossip of the town, the news of Europe, science, poetry, philosophy, were in turn touched upon, and treated with the same high and good humor. I sought to draw him out on Hegel. with whose chapter on the complexity and interdependency of things I was just then struggling. You do not grasp the return of the itself into itself through its other self? He said, smiling. Well, you will, sometime. Harry was silent and preoccupied. His taciturnity gradually affected even the professor. The conversation flagged, and we sat a long while without a word. Now and then there was a flash of lightning, succeeded by distant thunder. Your clock does not go, suddenly remarked the professor. Does it ever go? Never since we can remember, I replied. That is, only once, and then it went backward. It was when Aunt Gertrude... Here I caught a warning glance from Harry. I laughed and stammered. The clock is old and useless. It cannot be made to go. Only backward, said the professor calmly, and not appearing to notice my embarrassment. Well, and why should not a clock go backward? Why should not time itself turn and retrace its course? He seemed to be waiting for an answer. I had none to give. I thought you Hegelian enough, he continued, to admit that every condition includes its own contradiction. Time is a condition, not an essential. Viewed from the absolute, the sequence by which future follows present and present follows past is purely arbitrary. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. There is no reason in the nature of things why the order should not be tomorrow, today, yesterday. A sharper peal of thunder interrupted the professor's speculations. A day is made by the planet's revolution on its axis from west to east. I fancy you can conceive conditions under which it might turn from east to west, unwinding, as it were, the revolutions of past ages. Is it so much more difficult to imagine time unwinding itself, time on the ebb instead of on the flow, the past unfolding as the future recedes, the centuries countermarching, the course of events proceeding toward the beginning, and not, as now, toward the end? But, I interposed, we know that as far as we are concerned, We know, exclaimed Van Stoop with growing scorn. Your intelligence has no wings. You follow in the trail of Comte and his slimy brood of creepers and crawlers. You speak with amazing assurance of your position in the universe. You seem to think that your wretched little individuality has a firm foothold in the absolute. Yet you go to bed tonight and dream into existence men, women, children, beasts of the past or of the future. How do you know that at this moment you yourself, with all your conceit of 19th century thought, are anything more than a creature of a dream of the future, dreamed, let us say, by some philosopher of the 16th century? How do you know that you're anything more than a creature of a dream of the past, dreamed by some Hegelian of the 26th century? How do you know, boy, that you will not vanish into the 16th century or 2060 the moment the dreamer awakes? There was no replying to this, for it was found metaphysics. Harry yawned. I got up and went to the window. Professor Van Stoop approached the clock. Ah, my children, said he, there is no fixed progress of human events. Past, present, and future are woven together in one inextricable mesh. Who shall say that this old clock is not right to go backward? A crash of thunder shook the house. The storm was over our heads. When the blinding glare had passed away, Professor Van Stoop was standing upon a chair before the tall timepiece. His face looked more than ever like Aunt Gertrude's. He stood as she had stood in that last quarter of an hour when we saw her wind the clock. The same thought struck Harry and myself. Hold, we cried, as he began to wind the works. It may be death if you... The professor's sallow features shone with the strange enthusiasm that had transformed Aunt Gertrude's. True, he said, it may be death, but it may be the awakening. Past, present, future, all woven together. The shuttle goes to and fro, forward and back. He had wound the clock. The hands were whirling around the dial from right to left, with inconceivable rapidity. In this whirl we ourselves seemed to be borne along. Eternities seemed to contract into minutes, while lifetimes were thrown off at every tick. Van Stopp, both arms outstretched, was reeling in his chair. The house shook again, under a tremendous peal of thunder. At the same instant a ball of fire, leaving a wake of sulphurous vapor and filling the room with dazzling light, passed over our heads and smote the clock. Van Stopp was prostrated. The hands ceased to revolve. 4. The roar of the thunder sounded like heavy cannonading. The lightning's blaze appeared as the steady light of a conflagration. With our hands over our eyes, Harry and I rushed out into the night. Under a red sky, people were hurrying toward the Stadius. Flames in the direction of the Roman tower told us that the heart of the town was afire. The faces of those we saw were haggard and emaciated. From every side we caught disjointed phrases of complaint or despair. "Horse flesh at 10 shillings the pound," said one, "and bread at 16 shillings. "Bread indeed," an old woman retorted. "It's 8 weeks gone since I've seen a crumb. My little grandchild, the lame one, went last night. Do you know what Gecky Betty, the washerwoman, did? She was starving. Her babe died, and she and her man—" A louder cannon burst cut short this revelation. We made our way on toward the citadel of the town, passing a few soldiers here and there, and meeting burghers with grim faces under their broad-brimmed felt hats. "There's bread plenty yonder where the gunpowder is, and full pardon, too. Valdez shot another amnesty over the walls this morning." An excited crowd immediately surrounded the speaker. "But the fleet!" they cried. "The fleet is grounded fast on the Greenway polder. Boisot may turn his one eye seaward for a wind, till famine and pestilence have carried off every mother's son of ye, and his ark will not be a rope's length nearer. Death by plague, death by starvation, death by fire and musketry. That is what the burgomaster offers us, in return for glory for himself, and kingdom for Orange." "He asks us," said a sturdy citizen, "to hold out only 24 hours longer, and to pray meanwhile for an ocean wind." "Ah, yes," sneered the first speaker, "pray on. There is bread enough locked in Peter Anderson von der Wolf's cellar. I warrant you that is what gives him so wonderful a stomach for resisting the most Catholic king." A young girl with braided yellow hair pressed through the crowd and confronted the malcontent. "Good people," said the maiden, "do not listen to him. He is a traitor with a Spanish heart. I am Peter's daughter. We have no bread. We ate malt cakes and rapeseed like the rest of you, till that was gone. Then we stripped the green leaves from the lime trees and willows in our garden, and ate them. We have eaten even the thistles and weeds that grew between the stones by the canal. The coward lies." Nevertheless, the insinuation had its effect. The throng, now become a mob, surged off in the direction of the burgomaster's house. One ruffian raised his hand to strike the girl out of the way. In a wink, the cur was under the feet of his fellows, and Harry, panting and glowing, stood at the maiden's side, shouting defiance in good English at the backs of the rapidly retreating crowd. With the utmost frankness, she put both her arms around Harry's neck and kissed him. "Thank you," she said. "You are a hearty lad. My name is Gertrude Vanderwert." Harry was fumbling in his vocabulary for the proper Dutch phrases, but the girl would not stay for compliments. "They made mischief to my father," and she hurried us through several exceedingly narrow streets, into a 3-cornered marketplace, dominated by a church with 2 spires. "There he is," she exclaimed, "on the steps of St. Pancras." There was a tumult in the marketplace, the conflagration raging beyond the church, and the voices of the Spanish and Walloon cannon outside of the walls were less angry than the roar of this multitude of desperate men, clamoring for the bread that a single word from their leader's lips would bring them. "Surrender to the king," they cried, "or we will send your dead body to Lammen as Leyden's token of submission." One tall man, taller by half a head than any of the burghers confronting him, and so dark of complexion that we wondered how he could be the father of Gertrude, heard the threat in silence. When the burgomaster spoke, the mob listened in spite of themselves. "What is it you ask, my friends? That we break our vow and surrender Leyden to the Spaniards? That is to devote ourselves to a fate far more horrible than starvation. I have to keep the oath. Kill me, if you will have it so. I can only die once, whether by your hands, by the enemies, or by the hand of God. Let us starve if we must, welcoming starvation because it comes before dishonor. Your menaces do not move me. My life is at your disposal. Here, take my sword, thrust it into my breast, and divide my flesh among you to appease your hunger. So long as I remain alive, expect no surrender." There was silence again while the mob wavered. Then there were mutterings around us. Above these rang out the clear voice of the girl, whose hand Harry still held. Unnecessarily, it seemed to me. "Do you not feel the sea wind? It has come at last, to the tower, and the first man there will see by moonlight the full white sails of the prince's ships." For several hours I scoured the streets of the town, seeking in vain my cousin and his companion. The sudden movement of the crowd toward the Roman tower had separated us. On every side I saw evidences of the terrible chastisement that had brought this stout-hearted people to the verge of despair. A man with hungry eyes chased a lean rat along the bank of the canal. A young mother with 2 dead babes in her arms sat in a doorway to which they bore the bodies of her husband and father, just killed at the walls. In the middle of a deserted street I passed unburied corpses, in a pile twice as high as my head. The pestilence had been there, kinder than the Spaniard, because it held out no treacherous promises while it dealt its blows. Toward morning the wind increased to a gale. There was no sleep in Leyden, no more talk of surrender, no longer any thought or care about defense. These words were on the lips of everybody I met. Daylight will bring the fleet. Did daylight bring the fleet? History says so, but I was not a witness. I know only that before dawn the gale culminated in a violent thunderstorm, and that at the same time a muffled explosion, heavier than the thunder, shook the town. I was in the crowd that watched from the Roman mound for the first signs of the approaching relief. The concussion shook hope out of every face. "The mine has reached the wall!" But where? I pressed forward until I found the burgomaster, who was standing among the rest. "Quick," I whispered. "It is beyond the Cowgate, and this side of the Tower of Burgundy." He gave me a searching glance, and then strode away, without making any attempt to quiet the general panic. I followed close at his heels. It was a tight run of nearly half a mile to the rampart in question. When we reached the Cowgate, this is what we saw. A great gap where the wall had been, opening to the swampy fields beyond. In the moat, outside and below, a confusion of upturned faces, belonging to men who struggled like demons to achieve the breach, and who now gained a few feet, and now were forced back. On the shattered rampart, a handful of soldiers and burghers, forming a living wall, where masonry had failed, perhaps a double handful of women and girls, serving stones to the defenders, and boiling water in buckets, besides pitch and oil and unslaked lime, and some of them quoiting tarred and burning hoops over the necks of the Spaniards in the moat. My cousin Harry, leading and directing the men, the burgomaster's daughter Gertrude, encouraging and inspiring the women. But what attracted my attention more than anything else was the frantic activity of a little figure in black, who, with a huge ladle, was showering molten lead on the heads of the assailing party. As he turned to the bonfire and kettle which supplied him with ammunition, his features came into the full light. I gave a cry of surprise. The ladler of molten lead was Professor Van Stop. The burgomaster Vanderwerf turned at my sudden exclamation. "Who is that?" I said. "The man at the kettle." "That," replied Vanderwerf, "is the brother of my wife, the clockmaker Jan Lipperdam." The affair at the breach was almost over before we had time to grasp the situation. The Spaniards, who had overthrown the wall of brick and stone, found the living wall impregnable. They could not even maintain their position in the moat. They were driven off into the darkness. Now I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Some stray missile must have hit me while we watched the fight. "Who has done this thing?" demanded the burgomaster. "Who is it that has kept watch on today, while the rest of us are straining fools' eyes toward tomorrow?" Gertrude Vanderwerf came forward proudly, leading my cousin. "My father," said the girl. "He has saved my life." "That is much to me," said the burgomaster. "But it is not all. He has saved Leyden, and he has saved Holland." I was becoming dizzy. The faces around me seemed unreal. Why were we here with these people? Why did the thunder and lightning forever continue? Why did the clockmaker, Jan Lipperdam, turn always toward me the face of Professor von Stopp? "Harry," I said, "come back to our rooms." But though he grasped my hand warmly, his other hand still held that of the girl, and he did not move. Then nausea overcame me. My head swam, and the breach and its defenders faded from sight. 5. 3 days later, I sat with one arm bandaged, in my accustomed seat in Van Stopp's lecture room. The place beside me was vacant. "We hear much," said the Hegelian professor, reading from a notebook in his usual dry, hurried tone, "of the influence of the 16th century upon the 19th. No philosopher, as far as I am aware, has studied the influence of the 19th century upon the 16th. If cause produces effect, does effect never induce cause? Does the law of heredity, unlike all other laws of this universe of mind and matter, operate in one direction only? Does the descendant owe everything to the ancestor, and the ancestor nothing to the descendant? Does destiny, which may seize upon our existence, and for its own purposes bear us far into the future, never carry us back into the past?" I went back to my rooms in the Breed Strat, where my only companion was the silent clock. The end. End of The Clock That Went Backward by Edward Page Mitchell.
The Black Grippe by Edgar Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Shoesmith. The Black Grippe by Edgar Wallace. Dr. Hereford Bevan was looking thoughtfully at a small Cape rabbit. The rabbit took not the slightest notice of Dr. Hereford Bevan. It crouched on a narrow bench, nibbling at a mess of crushed mealies, and seemed perfectly content with its lot, in spite of the fact that the bench was situate in the experimental laboratory of the Jackson Institute of Topical Medicines. In the young principal's hand was a long porcelain rod, with which from time to time he menaced the unconscious feeder, without, however, producing so much as a single shiver of apprehension. For the third time in a quarter of an hour, Bevan raised the rod as though to strike the animal across the nose, and for the third time lowered the rod again. Then with a sigh he lifted the little beast by the ears, and carried him, struggling and squirming, to a small hutch, put him in very gently, and closed the wire-netted door. He stood staring at the tiny inmate, and fetched a long sigh. Then he left the laboratory and walked down to the staff study. Stuart Gold, his assistant, sat at a big desk, pipe in mouth, checking some calculations. He looked up as Bevan came in. "Well," he said, "what has Bunny done?" "Bunny is feeding like a pig," said Bevan irritably. "No change?" Bevan shook his head, and looked at his watch. "What time—" he began. "The boat train was in 10 minutes ago," said Stuart Gold. "I have been on the phone to Waterloo. He may be here at any minute now." Bevan walked to the window and looked out at the busy street, one of the busiest thoroughfares in the West End of London. As he looked, a taxi drew up, opposite the door, and a man sprang out with all the agility of youth, though the iron-gray whiskers about his chin and the seamed red face placed him among the 60s. Bevan dashed from the room to welcome the visitor, taking the portmanteau from his hand. "It's awfully good of you to come, Professor," he said, shaking the traveler warmly by the hand. "Nonsense," said the elder man sharply. "I was coming to Europe anyway, and I merely advanced the date of my sailing." Professor Vanderberg was one of those elderly men who never grow old. His blue eye was as clear as it had been on his 20th birthday. A professor of pathology, a great anatomist, and one of the foremost bacteriologists in the United States, Bevan was relieved to discover that he had merely accelerated the great man's departure from New York, and was not wholly responsible for a trip which might end in disappointment. "Now," said Vanderberg, when they were in the study, spreading his coat-tails and drawing his chair to the little fire, "just give me a second to light my pipe, and tell me all your troubles." He puffed vigorously. Then, "I presume that the epidemic of January has scared you?" Hereford Bevan nodded. "Well," said the professor reflectively, "I don't wonder. The 1918 epidemic was bad enough. I am not calling it influenza, because I think very few of us are satisfied to affix that mild label to a devastating disease which appeared in the most mysterious fashion, took its toll, and disappeared as rapidly and as mysteriously. I haven't heard any theory about that epidemic which has wholly satisfied me. People talk glibly of carriers of infection, but who infected the wild tribes in the center of Africa on the very day that whole communities of Eskimos were laid low in parts of the Arctic regions? That's the mystery I have never solved," said Bevan, "and never hope to." "I wouldn't say that," said the professor, shaking his head. "I'm always hoping to get on the track of first causes, however baffling they may be. But now let's get down to the epidemic of this year. I should like to compare notes with you. I suppose it's been suggested to you that the investigation of this particular disease is outside the province of topical medicines?" Stuart Gold laughed. "We're reminded of that every day," he said dryly. "Now, just tell me what happened in January of this year," said the professor. "I'll tell you briefly," said Bevan, and without attempting to produce statistics. On the 18th of January, near 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the second manifestation of this disease attacked this country, and, so far as can be ascertained, the whole of the continent. "What were the symptoms?" asked the professor. "People began to cry, that is to say, their eyes filled with water, and they felt extremely uncomfortable for about a quarter of an hour." The professor nodded. "That is what happened in New York," he said, "and this symptom was followed about 6 hours later by a slight rise of temperature, shivering, and a desire for sleep." "Just the same sort of thing happened here," said Bevan, "and in the morning everybody was as well as they had been the previous morning, and the fact that it had occurred might have been overlooked, but for the observation made in various hospitals. Gold and I were both stricken at the same time. We both took blood, and we succeeded in isolating the germs." The professor jumped up. "Then you're the only people who have it," he said. "Nobody else in the world seems to have taken that precaution." Stuart Gold lifted a big, bell-shaped glass cover from a microscope, took from a locked case a thin microscopic slide, and inserted it in the holder. He adjusted the lens, switched on a shaded light behind the instrument, and beckoned the professor forward. Professor Vanderburg glued his eye to the instrument and looked for a long time. "Perfect," he said. "I have never seen this fellow before. It looks rather like a trypanosome. It's like, and it is unlike. Of course, it is absurd to suggest that you've all had an attack of sleeping sickness, which you undoubtedly would have had if this had been a trypanosome. But this bug is a new one to me." He walked back to his chair, puffing thoughtfully at his pipe. "What did you do?" "I made a culture," said Bevan, "and infected 6 South African rabbits. Their eyes watered for the prescribed time, their temperature rose 6 hours later, and in the morning they were all well. When I wired to you, though, I had no idea there was going to be any further developments. I merely wanted to make you acquainted with the bug." The professor looked up sharply. "Have there been further developments?" 5 days ago," said Bevan, speaking slowly, "the second symptoms appeared. These rabbits develop symptoms twice as fast as does the human being. I will show you." He led the way back to the laboratory, went to the little hutch, and lifted the twisting, struggling rabbit to the bench under a blaze of electric light. The professor felt the animal gingerly. "He has no temperature," he said, "and looks perfectly normal. What's the matter with him?" Bevan lifted the little beast and held his head toward the light. "Do you notice anything?" he asked. "Good God," said Vanderburg. "He's blind." "He's been blind for 5 days." "But—" Vanderburg stared at him. "It means," said Bevan, "that when the secondary symptom comes, and it should come in a fortnight from today—" He stopped and replaced the animal upon the bench. Then he put out his hand to stroke its ears, and suddenly the rabbit groped back from him. Again he reached out his hand, and again the animal made a frantic attempt to escape. "He sees now!" exclaimed the professor. Bevan took down a board to which a paper was pinned, looked at his watch, and jotted a note. "Thank God for that," he said. "The blindness lasts for exactly 120 hours. "But do you mean," asked Vanderburg with an anxious little frown, "that the whole world is going blind for 5 days?" "That's my theory." The professor mopped his face with a large and gaudy handkerchief. They went back without another word to the study, and Vanderburg began his technical test. For his information, sheet after sheet of data were placed before him. Records of temperature, of diet, and the like were scanned and compared, while Bevan made his way to another laboratory to examine the remaining rabbits. He returned as the professor finished. "They can all see," he said. "I inspected them this morning, and they were blind as bats." Presently the professor finished. "I'm going down to our embassy," he said, "and the best thing you boys can do is to see some representative of your government. Let me see, Sir Douglas Sexton is your big man, isn't he?" Bevan made a wry face. "He is the medical gentleman who has the ear of the government," he said, "but he is rather an impossible person. He's one of the old school of—" "I know that school," said the professor grimly. "It's a school where you learn nothing and forget nothing. Still, it's your duty to warn him." Bevan nodded and turned to Stuart Gold. "Will you cancel my lecture, Gold?" he said. "I'll go down and see Sexton, though he wither me." Sir Douglas Sexton had a large house in a very large square. He was so well off that he could afford a shabby butler. That shrunken man shook his head when Dr. Bevan made his inquiry. "I don't think Sir Douglas will see you, sir," he said. "He has a consultation in half an hour's time." "I simply must see Sir Douglas," said Bevan firmly. "Tell him." The butler presently returned to usher the caller into a large and gloomy room, where Sir Douglas sat surrounded by open books. "Really, it is most inconvenient, Doctor, for you to see me at this moment," he complained. "I suppose you want to ask about the government grant to the Jackson Institute?" "I haven't come about the grant, Sir Douglas," replied Bevan, "but a matter of much greater importance." In as few words as possible, he gave the result of his experiment, and on the face of Sir Douglas Sexton was undisguised incredulity. "Come, come," he said, when Dr. Bevan had finished, and permitted his heavy features to relax into a smile. "That sort of stuff is all very well for the press, if you want to make a sensation and advertise your name. But surely you're not coming to see me, a medical man, and a medical man moreover in the confidence of the government and the Ministry of Health, with a story of that kind." "Believe it or not," said Bevan patiently, "I am merely giving you, Sir Douglas, my own belief of what form the second epidemic will take." "And do you expect me," smiled Sir Douglas, "to go to the Prime Minister of England and tell him that in 14 days the whole of the world is going blind? My dear good man, if you published that sort of story, you would scare the people to death, and set the practice of medicine back 100 years. "Do you think that if I saw the Prime Minister—" began Bevan, and Sir Douglas stiffened. "If you know the Prime Minister, or have any friends who could introduce you," he said shortly, "I have not the slightest objection to your seeing him. I can only warn you that the Prime Minister is certain to send for me, and that I should give an opinion which would be contrary to yours." "The opinion of Dr. Vanderburg—" began Bevan, and Sir Douglas snorted. "I really cannot allow Dr. Vanderburg to teach me my business," he said. "And now, Doctor, if you will excuse—" He turned pointedly to his books, and Bevan went out. For 7 days, 3 men worked most earnestly to enlist the attention of the authorities. They might have given the story to the press and created a sensation, but neither Bevan nor Vanderburg favored this method. Eminent doctors, who were consulted, took views which were extraordinarily different. Some came to the laboratories to examine the records. Others pooh-poohed the whole idea. "Have you any doubt on the matter yourself?" asked the professor, and Bevan hesitated. "The only doubt I have, sir," he said, "is whether my calculations as to the time are accurate. I have noticed in previous experiments with these rabbits the disease develops about twice as fast as in the human body, but I am far from satisfied that this rule is invariable." Vanderburg nodded. "My embassy has wired the particulars to Washington," he said, "and Washington takes a very serious view of your discovery. They are making whatever preparations they can." He slept that night in his room at the Institute. He awoke with the subconscious feeling that he had slept his usual allowance and was curiously alive and awake. The room was in pitch darkness, and he remembered with a frown that because of his work he had not gone to bed until 4 o'clock in the morning. He could not have slept 2 hours. He put out his hand and switched on the light to discover the time. Apparently the light was not working. On his bedside table was a box of matches, his cigarette holder, and his cigarettes. He took the box, struck a light, but nothing happened. He threw away the match and struck another. Still nothing happened. He held the faithless match in his hand and suddenly felt a strange warmth at his fingertips. Then with a cry he dropped the match. It had burned his fingers. Slowly he put his legs over the edge of the bed and stood up, groping his way to the window and releasing the spring blind. The darkness was still complete. He strained his eyes but could not even see the silhouette of the window frame against the night. Then a church bell struck the hour. 9, 10, 11, 12. It was impossible it could be 12 o'clock at night, 12 midday, and dark. He searched for his clothes and began to dress. His window was open, yet from outside came no sound of traffic. London was silent as the grave. His window looked out upon the busy thoroughfare in which the Jackson Institute was situated, but there was not so much as the clink of a wheel or the sound of a pedestrian's footsteps. He dressed awkwardly, slipping on his boots and lacing them quickly, then groped his way to the door and opened it. A voice outside greeted him. It was the voice of Gold. "Is that you, Bevan?" "Yes, it is I. What the dickens?" And then the realization of the catastrophe which had fallen upon the world came to him. "Blind," he whispered. "We're all blind." Gold had been shell-shocked in the war and was subject to nerve storms. Presently Bevan heard his voice whimpering hysterically. "Blind," he repeated. "God Almighty, what a horrible thing!" "Steady yourself," said Bevan sternly. "It's come, but it's only for 5 days, Gold. Come down to the study. There are 24 steps, Gold. Count them." He was halfway down the stairs when he heard somebody sobbing at the foot and recognized the voice of the old housekeeper who attended to the resident staff. She was whimpering and wailing. "Oh, sir," she moaned, "I can't see. I can't see." "Nobody can see or will see for 5 days," said Bevan. "Keep your nerve, Mrs. Morland." He found his way to the study. He had scarcely reached the room before he heard a thumping on the door which led from the street to the staff quarters. "Hello," said a cheery voice outside. "Is this the Jackson Institute?" "Thank God you're safe, Professor," cried Bevan, having maneuvered around to let him in. "You took a risk in coming round." The professor entered with slow, halting footsteps, and Bevan shut the door behind him and led the way to the study. "I've been 2 hours getting here," said the professor. "Ouch!" "Are you hurt?" asked Bevan. "I ran against an infernal motor bus in the middle of the street. It had been left stranded," said the professor. "I think the blindness is general." Stewart had stumbled into the room soon after them and found a chair and sat down upon it. "Now," said Vanderberg briskly, "you've got to find your way to your government offices and interview somebody in authority. There's going to be hell in the world for the next 5 days. "It is very awkward." It was Gold's quivering voice that spoke. "But of course it'll be all right in a day or two." "I hope so," said the professor's grim voice. "If it's for 5 days, little harm will be done, but if it's for 10 days... "If it's for 10 days, Bevan repeated. "The whole world will be dead," said the professor solemnly. "Dead?" whispered Gold, and Vanderberg swung around toward the voice. The old man's voice took on a softer note. "Not all of us, perhaps," he said, "but the least intelligent. Don't you realize what has happened and what will happen? We are a blind world, and how shall we find food?" A thrill of horror crept up Bevan's spine as he realized for the first time just what world blindness meant. "All the trains have stopped," the professor went on. "I've been figuring it out in my room this morning just what it means. There are blind men in the signal boxes and blind men on the engines. All transport has come to a standstill. How are you going to get the food to the people? In a day's time, the shops, if the people can reach them, will be sold out, and it will be impossible to replenish the local stores. You can neither milk nor reap. All the great power stations are at a standstill. There is no coal being got out of the mines. Wait, where's your telephone?" Bevan fumbled for the instrument and passed it in the direction of the professor's voice. A pause, then, "Take it back," said the professor. "Of course that will not be working. The exchange cannot see." Bevan rose unsteadily to his feet. "Put your hand on my shoulder, Professor. And Gold, take hold of the professor's coat or something. We go to the kitchen for food." The meal consisted in the main of dry bread, biscuits, and cheese washed down by water. Then Hereford Bevan began his remarkable pilgrimage. He left the house, and keeping touch with the railings on his right, reached first Cockspur Street and then Whitehall. Halfway along the latter thoroughfare he thumped into a man, and putting out his hand, felt embossed buttons. "Hello," he said. "A policeman?" "That's right, sir," said a voice. "I've been here since morning." "You're in Whitehall. What's happened, sir?" "It's a temporary blindness which has come upon everybody," said Bevan, speaking quickly. "I am a doctor. Now, Constable, you are to tell your friends, if you meet them, and everybody you do meet, that it is only temporary. What time did it happen?" "About 10 o'clock, as near as I can remember," said the policeman. Bevan continued his pilgrimage. 2 hours' diligent search, 2 hours of groping and of stumbling, 2 hours of discussing with frantic men and women whom he met on the way, brought him to Downing Street. That journey along Whitehall would remain in his mind a horrible journey for all his days. He heard oaths and sobbings. He heard the wild jabberings of somebody, whether it was man or woman he could not say, who had gone mad under the stress of the calamity, and he came to Downing Street as the clock struck 3. He might have passed the Prime Minister's house, but he heard voices, and recognized one as that of Sexton. The great man was moaning his trouble to somebody, who spoke in a quiet, unemotional voice. It proved to be the Prime Minister himself. Bevan stumbled toward and collided with the great physician. "Who is it?" said Sexton. "It is Hereford Bevan." "This is the man, sir, the doctor I spoke to you about," explained Sexton. A cool hand took Bevan's. "Come this way," said the voice. "You had better stay, Sexton. You'll never find your way back." Bevan found himself led through what he judged to be a large hall. Then suddenly his feet struck a heavy carpet. "I think there's a chair behind you," said the new voice. "Sit down and tell me all about it." Dr. Bevan spoke for 10 minutes, his host merely interjecting a question here and there. "It can last for only 5 days," said the voice with a quiver of emotion, "and we can last out only that 5 days. Can you make a suggestion?" "Yes, sir," said Bevan. "There are a number of blind institutes throughout the country. Get in touch with them, and let their trained men organize the business of industry." "It might be done," said the voice. "Happily the telegraphs are working satisfactorily, as messages can be taken by sound." The days that followed were days of nightmare, days when men groped and stumbled in an unknown world, shrieking for food. On the evening of the 2nd day, the water failed. The pumping stations had ceased to work. Happily it rained, and people were able to collect water in their mackintosh coats. Dr. Bevan made several excursions a day, and in one of these he met another bold adventurer, who told him that part of the Strand was on fire. Somebody had overset a lamp without noticing the fact. The doctor made his way toward the Strand, but was forced to turn back by the clouds of pungent smoke which met him. He and his informant, he was a butcher from Smithfield, locked arms and made their way back to the Institute. By some mischance they took a wrong turning, and might have been irretrievably lost, but they found a guardian angel in the shape of a woman against whom they blundered. "The Jackson Institute," she said. "Oh yes, I can lead you there." She walked with unfaltering footsteps, and with such decision that the doctor thought she had been spared the supreme affliction. He asked her this, and she laughed. "Oh no," she said cheerfully. "You see, I've been blind all my life. The government has put us on point duty at various places to help people who have lost their way." She told them that according to her information, big fires were raging in 6 parts of London. She had heard of no railway collisions, and the Prime Minister told her. "Told you?" said Bevan in surprise, and again she laughed. "I've met him before, you see," she said. "I am Lord Selbury's daughter, Lillian Selbury." Bevan remembered the name. It's curious that he had pictured her, for all the beauty of her voice, as a sad, middle-aged woman. She took his hand in hers, and they walked slowly toward his house. You'll think I'm horrid if I say I am enjoying this, she said, and yet I am. It's so lovely to be able to pity others. Of course it is very dreadful, and it is beginning to frighten me a little, and then there's nobody to tell me how pretty I am, because nobody can see. That is rather a drawback, isn't it? And she laughed again. What does the government think about this? They are terribly upset, she said in a graver tone. You see, they cannot get at the people. They are so used to depending on the newspapers. We are crossing Whitehall Gardens now. Government has wonderful faith in this Dr. Bevan, by the way. I hope their faith is justified, said Bevan grimly. I happen to be the wonderful doctor. Are you really? She said with a new note of interest. Listen. They stopped, and he heard the tinkle of a bell. That's one of our people from St. Mildred's, she said. The government is initiating a system of town criers. It's the only way we can get news to the people. The girl led him to his house, and there left him. Old Professor Vanderburg roared a greeting as he came into the room. Is that you, Bevan? He asked. I've got a knuckle of cold ham here, but be careful how you slice it, otherwise you're going to slice your fingers. He and Stuart Gold had spent the day feeding the various specimens in the laboratory. The fourth day dawned, and in the afternoon came a knock at the door. It was the girl. I've been ordered to place myself at your disposal, Dr. Bevan, she said. The government may need you. He spent that day wandering through the deserted streets with the girl at his side, and as the 120th hour approached, he found himself looking forward not so much to the end of the tragic experience which he shared with the world, but to seeing with his own eyes the face of this guide of his. He had slept the clock round, and just before 10 struck, he made his way to the street. He heard Big Ben boom the hour, and waited for light. But no light came. Another hour passed, and yet another, and his soul was seized with blind panic. Suppose sight never returned, suppose his experiments were altogether wrong, and that what happened in the case of the rabbits did not happen to man. Suppose the blindness was permanent. He groaned at the thought. The girl was with him, her arm in his, throughout that day. His nerves were breaking, and somehow she sensed this fact, and comforted him as a mother might comfort a child. She led him into the park, with sure footsteps, and walked him up and down, trying to distract his mind from the horror with which it was oppressed. In the afternoon he was sent for by the Cabinet Council, and again told the story of his experiments. The 120 hours are past, are they not, Doctor? Said the Premier's voice. Yes, sir, replied Bevan in a low voice. But it is humanly impossible to be sure that that is the exact time. No other question was asked, but the terror of his audience came back to him like an aura and shriveled his very heart. He did not lie down, as was his wont, that night, but wandered out alone into the streets of London. It must have been 2 o'clock in the morning when he came back to find the girl standing on the step, talking with Vanderburg. She came toward him at the sound of his voice. There is another cabinet meeting, Doctor, she said. Will you come with me? I hope I haven't kept you long, he said brokenly. His voice was husky, and so unlike his own that she was startled. You're not to take this to heart, Dr. Bevan, she said severely, as they began their pilgrimage to Whitehall. There's a terrible task waiting for the world, which has to be faced. Wait, he said, hoarsely, and gripped the rail with one hand and her arm with the other. Was it imagination? It was still dark. A fine drizzle of rain was falling, but the blackness was dappled with tones of less blackness. There was a dark, straight thing before him, something that seemed to hang in the center of his eye, and a purple shape beyond, and he knew that he was looking at a London street, at a London lamp-post, with eyes that saw. Black London, London devoid of light, London whose streets were packed with motionless vehicles that stood just where they had stopped on the day the darkness fell, London with groping figures, half mad with joy, shrieking and sobbing their relief. He drew a long breath. What is it? What is it? Said the girl in a frightened voice. I can see, said Bevan in a whisper. Can you? She said wistfully. I'm so glad. And now... He was near to tears, and his arms went about her. He fumbled in his pocket for a match and struck a light. That blessed light he saw, and saw, too, the pale, spiritual face turned up to his. I can see you, he whispered again. My God, you're the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. My dear, guide me always." She drew closer to him. "Always," she whispered. London slept, from sheer force of habit, and woke with the grey dawn to see, to look out upon a world that had been lost for 5.5 days. But in the night, all the forces of the law and the Crown had been working at feverish pace. Railways had dragged their drivers from their beds, carriers and stokers had been collected by the police, and slowly the wheels of life were turning again, and a humble world, grateful for the restoration of its greatest gift, hungered in patience and was happy. The End of the Black Grippe by Edgar Wallace.
Underwater House by Frank Bailey Millard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Underwater House by Frank Bailey Millard. It shall be built of glass, dearest, and it shall be at the bottom of a lake. There shall be rows of taku plants all around it, with their beautiful submarine flowers, and we shall have palms and orchids inside it. There is nothing these black men may not do under my direction. What a cool retreat it will be for us in those hot days of the tropical summer. Thus wrote Frederick Vining under a cocoa tree on an island in the South Pacific to his sweetheart, Marcia Tate, in Boston, and having promised, he set to work. To you and to the world, Frederick Vining would have been only a cold man of science. An impassive countenance, eyes of that Norse grey in which there is the least of fire and the greatest of penetration, together with what they had called at Harvard Vining's infernal uppishness, made him a man to be reckoned with at arm's length. And yet no undergraduate in his class had warmed up to his Faraday or his Darwin as Vining had done, and no one burnt as much oil over induction theories or tinkered more tenaciously with the electroscope. Socially, too, no one at the college was less beset by genteel timidities. Freed from college, he had climbed fast. He had bagged big game in 3 or 4 scientific fields, but at last had left all else and gone from settled choice into the broad and tempting domain of electricity, with all its ambition-inviting lures. His widowed mother, on whose fingers blazed gems that alone would have placed her high in plutocratic society, gladly gave him money for all his experiments, and the sight of his laboratory made the heart of many a struggling inventor to ache with envy. The mother died, and her son built a costly monument over her grave and went to Europe. There his friends of the alumni lost trace of him for a year or 2, and then they heard that he had loaded a ship with all manner of electrical materials and had sailed to the South Pacific, where, on some anonymous volcanic island, he intended to pursue his studies outside the leash and beyond the whip of civilization. His friends were not surprised, but they were curious. Still, as none of them knew where to write him, he was not worried by their questions. But once every 3 months, the trading schooner touched no oftener, a letter came to Vining. It was addressed in that very large and angular handwriting which many young women affect because many other young women affect it. When Vining received one of these letters, there came over his face something that was almost a smile, and once he was observed by one of his helpers, a white man, to raise the envelope to his lips. The sight of that wild demonstration caused the helper so much astonishment and perturbation that he dropped a costly glass disc to the floor and broke it into 18 small pieces. The kissing of the envelope was in the days before the Mary Ellen had put into Port Vining, and before her crew had told those much befringed tales of wealth to be had at the Pearl Islands to the north. In the evening of the day that the Mary Ellen sailed, Vining had called his man Tolly to summon a white assistant to his cabin, and had then learned that the men he had brought to the island of Kau had all sailed away on the schooner. Tully had thought that his master would be very angry, and when he had told him of the desertion, he ran into the thicket. Peering from the brush, he saw Vining look away toward the north for a moment and then light a cigar. Soon after that, an ugly look came upon the face of the savage, for Malia, the most beautiful young woman of the island, and shapely as fair women are in dreams, approached Vining shyly and touched his arm. Tully saw Vining smile upon the girl, and soon she was sitting beside him, and they talked softly as the shadows deepened. Then Tully went away. All he said was, "Wait." Next day, Vining went over to the place where the Cowens, under their black overseer, were laying the foundations of the glass palace, as the proud savant called it, and truly it promised to be of palatial dimensions. It was situated in a great punch bowl of a valley, a mile wide, into which Vining purposed to turn a river and thus make a lake. The blacks lazed at their work, but, as there were many of them, and they had been well trained, there was not much of false motion, and the palace grew under their hands. In the months that followed, Vining kept the work well under his eye, and when the last great plate of glass, the making of which had so mystified the people of Cowes, was in its place and firmly cemented, the floodgate was opened and the water began slowly to rise about the crystal walls. A few months later, Frederick Vining wrote to Marcia Tate, "The water is fathoms deep over the roof, and the tacus are growing about the windows of underwater house. You have no idea how clever these natives are at diving and working underwater. They have stopped every leak and planted the tacus everywhere about the house. These tacus are wonderfully tough plants, like ropes, and they grow long, with occasional large flowers that are beautifully colored. You said in your last letter that you would come in December. Better put it off till April, for you must remember that your winter is our summer, and you should not begin here in the hottest weather, but in the coolest, so that your acclimation will be easier." Malia was at his elbow while he wrote, her black eyes shooting love straight at him, and Tully, from a little distance, was blacker of brow and muttering more deeply than ever. But it was not Malia's love that caused the writing of this letter of postponement. Vining had but played with the soft little maid of the South. She had filled some of his leisure hours when he was book-tired or tobacco-tired, and he knew nothing of Tully's volcanic jealousy. The real trouble lay deeper. There had been vague grumblings down Tonga way. The islands to the south had threatened war upon the people of Cowes. Vining did not know that Tully was a Tongan who, in his youth, had been enslaved by the blacks of Cowes. As a matter of fact, Tully had been in secret communication with his people for months, and stood ready to betray Vining and deliver him into the hands of the southern savages, who were stronger and more warlike than the Cowens. When the letter was signed and sealed, Malia, who had known better than to speak while Vining's pen was busy, purred softly to the man she loved, and brought him breadfruit from a nearby tree, serving it daintily upon a large leaf. "The days pass," she said, "and the moons come and go, but the Great One stays and loves me. He will never go." "No," said the Great One, with a new sense of the smallness of the part he was playing in trifling with this steadfast love, and his thought running upon the tender terms of his letter, and of Malia's utter ignorance of them, and of many things. "No, I do not go, and I have no wish to go. Now run with this letter down to the schooner, Malia. It will sail soon. Be fleet." Malia, grasping the letter, was off down the slope to the beach, like a gull upon the wind, and Vining called Tully, who fawned and grinned and told him again, in answer to his questions, of the weakness of the Tongan warriors, who were small in number, and who were women and children, and not fit to fight the stalwart Cowens. But there were older men than Tully on the island of Cowes, and these urged preparations for strong defense. "They have guns," said a man whose father had been eaten in a Tongan feast, 20, 30 guns, and they can shoot straight. I wish you could tell me what kind of guns. Have they repeating rifles like ours? Asked Vining. I know not, but I know they can shoot, and they shoot straight. Well, we'll have some target practice this afternoon. You, Nerito, shall be captain. How many men can you muster? Plenty men with spears, but only 10 with guns, and the men of Tonga have 20, 30. Yes, but there are the torpedoes to blow up the war canoes. I will show you how to use them. And there are the little battery and the mortar. We can keep them off. We try hard, Chief, said Nerito, bowing and going forth to summon his men. Day after day went by, and the waters lay calm about the island, and no war canoes hove in sight. As his sense of security grew, Vining took up his experiments again and made good progress. On a day when the air trembled with heat and there was a mass of heavy reading to do, he lolled on a divan in the glass house under the lake. It was a place of peace there beneath the placid waters. Looking far out into the perfectly transparent depths, he saw the taku sway as the fish glided silently past them. Sometimes a gold-red fin would fan the outer surface of the glass close against his face, or a brown nose would be gently flattened against one of the great panes. The fierce sunlight of the upper air was softly screened by the green waters, and to the eyes there was a sense of relief and of rest. And the calmness, the silence, the serenity of it all. Vining heard a soft rustle near him. He turned, and there was Tolly, half in and half out of a darkened nook in the farther partition wall. Ah, Tolly, bring me that bookrest, and then run away and don't bother. The master's eyes were not turned to Tolly's, or he might have seen the glow of hate and the fierce anticipation in them. When the man had left the room, Vining settled down on the cushions to read, but the sweet languor that had so often stolen upon him then came over him again and made his eyes wander from the book and out into the still, cool depths of the lake. His daydream was of Marcia and of the time when she should be there by his side. It was a delightful dream there in the perfect restful quiet of the underwater world. Harshly upon that quiet now broke the sound of the telephone bell at his elbow. He started and took the receiver from off the hook and said, "Hello, Nerito, what's up?" A buzz of thick excitement came over the wire. Then Nerito got the breath to say, "The warriors of Tonga, they are upon us. While our men were asleep at noon, they stole up from the east of the island and are now in the wooded hills to the north by the lake shore, and not far from the tunnel gate of the glass palace. Give us the word. What shall we do?" Vining glanced about. The waters at his side were not more calm than his tone in reply. "Call your men up. March them to the rocks by the lake shore. The rocks will protect them from the fire of the Tonga people. Lose no time, but be careful. Waste no shots by idle firing. I will be with you soon. Wait, Chief, let me see through my glass again." There was a pause. "Do not come out," was Nerito's sharp warning. "They are near the tunnel gate to the glass palace." "How many men?" 2 20s and more. They're coming on all the time." "Very well. Leave someone at the telephone and go forth instantly with your men." "I go," quietly replied Nerito, "and I thirst for the blood of the men who ate my father." "This is an odious position," mused Vining, looking blankly about. "I would like to have a hand in the skirmish over yonder, but here I am like a fly in a bottle with a tight cork. But let them move away from the tunnel gate, and I'll try that new rifle of mine to some purpose. Hello, SimoneB. Hello, Chief. Tie the big wire to the picture window. Set the telescope to point upon the Tongans and keep it there." "All right, Chief." The picture window was what the natives called Vining's greatest invention. His name for it was the electrophotoscope. By its use, any scene that lay under sunlight in the range of a telescope could be mirrored upon a screen at the end of a wire miles away. Vining now set up his screen in a little dark room off from the apartment where he had been lounging. This screen was merely a large framed ground glass, which he swung neatly into place in the door of the dark room. He ran his telephone transmitter into the black closet, turned on an arc light behind the glass, and, shutting the door of the dark room, sat upon a stool. "Hello, SimoneB," he called. "Why don't you turn it on? The thumbscrew is broken, Chief. Put in a new one. Hurry." In a few minutes a faint image appeared upon the screen before the dark room, and Vining saw, strangely distorted, the features of SimoneB, who was bending over the lens of the camera. "Set up the telescope tripod and swing the glass into place," directed the master. Over the telephone came grating sounds and a rap or two. Then there flashed upon the scene the blurred outlines of the cocoa palms across the lake, more than a mile from SimoneB's camera, but not 300 yards from the spot where Vining sat. "Get your focus, man, get your focus," ordered the master. Slowly the blur cleared away, and then sharply upon the screen were shown the edge of the lake, the woods, and half-naked warriors of Tonga in a ragged group, some standing still, some sitting, and others moving about. 10 or a dozen of the hostiles were approaching the tunnel gate. They came on warily. "Let's see," said Vining. "I have 5 mines there, scattered about. Here's the chart." He turned toward the glimmering screen, a piece of glass on which was traced a map, showing the immediate vicinity of the tunnel gate. "Now that vanguard of blackfellows is right over mine 4. His finger hovered above an electric button. Then he jerked it away. "It would be a pity to blow up those poor beggars," said he. "I'll lift mine 3 and surprise them." The unerring instrument showed the little advance troop to be within 50 feet of mine 3. Vining pressed a button. There was a great red flash upon the screen, and the attacking party was carried off its feet by the shock and the surprise. There were also signs of consternation among the main body of the warriors. Raising themselves and stumbling affrightedly, the advance guard fled precipitately back to their comrades. But one of them, wholly overcome by his fear, lay for some time where he had fallen before he crawled away on all 4s. Vining heard a tap at the door of the dark room. He opened it, and before him stood Malia, trembling and fearsome. "What are you doing here?" asked Vining, angered. "You were to come only when I sent for you, Malia, and you disobey me." "Oh, Chief, do not chide me," wailed the frightened girl. "I knew you were in danger, and I have been waiting about in these rooms of the underwater house to see what I might do for you. What do they tell you over the wires? Are the warriors of Tonga on the island?" "Yes," said Vining in softer tones. "Look here, girl, do you see them? What wonders! You make their pictures to come over the wire and live before you. You are a great chief, Lata'afa. You are a god. But see, here come our people." She pointed to the edge of the screen where the Cowan band, creeping behind the rocks by the lakeside, moved slowly toward the invaders. "They see them. The Tonga warriors see them. Now there will be fighting and blood upon the grass, and—" "Hush, child," said Vining, for the arc light fluttered and the picture wavered, and he was all impatience. "Now our people are at the last wall of rocks," she went on, breathing very hard, "and they stop there. The Tongan men are coming up the lakeside. They are nearer and nearer, but there is no shooting. Why is there no shooting, Lata'afa? They want our people to fire, and then they will try to rush in and win. An old trick, Malia. They have only single-shot muskets. They do not know that our men have repeating rifles. There! Our guns are firing upon them. Not to much purpose, though, for the distance is too great. Now the Tongans rush in to shoot at short range and make a sweeping victory. That was the trick. Now they begin their fire." "But see," cried Malia, thrusting her forefinger toward a corner of the screen. "Our people's guns are blazing again and again, and they keep blazing. The men of Tonga halt. Many of them fall to the ground, and the rest run back to the woods. By the great God of Kawa, we have beaten them. They are still near the tunnel gate, or we could go forth now and hail the victors. Do not be so sure of victory yet, Malia. I think more men were left in the war canoes, and these will now come up and join their comrades. Wait a bit, my girl. We must have patience. But Malia had left his side. She had heard a rustling in the outer room and had stolen forth to see what had caused it. Her eye caught a dark figure gliding silently down the hallway. It was Tolly. Her savage intuition sent a fear of treachery to her heart. She ran after the man, lightly treading and making no sound. But after peering about in the dim light of corridors and into dark corners of rooms, she came back, smiling at her fears. She softly opened the door of the room where Vining sat before the screen, so absorbed that he did not note her return. There had been no change in the position of the combatants by the lake shore, and the lull was wearying. To relieve the tedium for the moment, Vining had taken up a small photographic transparency, the image in which he now projected upon the screen into the sky above the wooded hills of Kawa. Malia saw the picture. It was that of a young and very beautiful white woman, to whom Vining addressed warm words of love in half-whispers, yet audible to the dark creature, and each word pricked at her heart and stung her. She leaned upon the lintel, her world reeling beneath her. "Marcia," she heard him say, "Marcia, I will send for you now, and you shall come here and be queen of my island. Its simple people shall work only to save you. I will send for you, and you shall come and be my bride." Malia, stricken, made no sound, but she stole away again and ran with indirection about the palace. Now and then she would pause and look out into the depths and wish that she might escape beyond sight or sound of the man she loved. In one of the darkest corners near the gate that led to the tunnel, she was suddenly grasped in the arms of Tolly. "Malia, dearest," he breathed hotly, "come with me and leave your white lover. Come." Her hurt love and her hurt pride responded quickly. "Yes, Tolly, I will go with you." Yet a moment before she had hated this man, and she had always shrunk away from him and his oft-told tales of love. They passed through the gate and stood in the tunnel outside. Here Tolly turned and, taking the keys, double-locked the gate. Then, taking some heavy iron bars, he propped them against the great door. "What are you doing, Tolly?" she demanded in instant alarm. "I am locking him up in his tomb. He will never escape from that place. I have opened a secret floodgate, a small hole that I made in the masonry when we were building the palace. He knows naught of it. The hole is in the first chamber to the left of this gate. That room is lowest of all. It will fill up first. It will be full before the floor is wet where he is. There is no escape for him." "Tolly, Tolly," she cried in an agony of fear. "Why did you do this?" "Because I hate him, and I am a Tongan. Come, I will take you with me to my people. You shall be a princess in Tonga, a great woman. Come." He grasped her fiercely and fairly dragged her along the passage. Soon they were nearly through the tunnel. "Tolly," she gasped in affright, "I am so wearied. Do not pull me so fast. Let me rest. How large did you say the hole in the masonry was?" "As large as your body about the hips. Why do you ask?" "Do you think the lower chamber is full yet?" she asked, shuddering. "Perhaps. No, maybe not. It is a large room." Then, she thought, the water is not up to him yet. I could save him, as large as my body about the hips. She sank back upon the ground at the tunnel's mouth. "Oh, I am so tired, Tolly," she pleaded. "Let me rest." "Well, stay here a moment while I go out and see how the fight is going on. Of course, our people of Tonga are victors, or will be soon." "Ah, he does not know what I saw upon the screen. I am a woman of Kau. I shall never go with him to Tonga. Princess? Bah! A Cowan slave is better than a Tongan princess. Quick, or I shall be too late." She rose like a deer, and like a deer ran above the mouth of the tunnel and stood amid the rocks by the lake shore. She saw the Tongans fleeing away in the distance toward the sea, and farther out she saw more Tongans, pushing their canoes from the shore and embarking hastily in flight. She saw Tolly running back to the tunnel's mouth, knife in hand, and she knew that he was looking for her and would no doubt search the whole length of the tunnel, thinking she had gone back. She knew he would prowl in the passage like a wild beast. There was no entry that way. Quick! To the water, while there was yet time. Stripping herself to her dark skin, she plunged into the lake and swam like a fish toward the glass house. There was no better swimmer or diver than she among all the islanders, and she was not long in reaching the place where, looking down, she could see the iron ribs, though not the transparent roof of the palace. Upon the vision of Vining, who was gazing out into the depths, there shot the strange sight of the beautiful Malia swimming under the water, within a few yards of where he sat. She was passing along the side of the wall and searching eagerly for something. He knew there was a cause for alarm, and he motioned to her hastily. She could see him, and she smiled the smile of a beautiful mermaid, her eyes showing clear in the water, and her black hair streaming in a long mass over her back. He followed her on his side of the glass, and soon came to the entrance to the lower chamber. He opened the door and stepped down the stairs a few feet, when his boots touched the water, and he drew back. "Why, the place is flooded!" he cried. He turned a knob at his side, and the electric lights above and below the water glowed sharply, lighting up every corner of the room. He saw the girl rising, but soon she dove down again. Both of them could see where the tacus waved gently toward the wall, as if in a slight current, and both knew in the same instant where to look for the hole in the masonry. Vining saw her sweep a full, round arm and grasp a strong, ropey taku, and with her head pointing away from the wall and her feet toward it, she let the current carry her gently toward the hole. "Malia! Malia!" he yelled with no smallest sense of what she really purposed. "Don't try to come in that way. I will let you in at the gate." He motioned violently, then he ran to the gate, near at hand at the end of the passage. He tugged at it. "Barred from the outside," he groaned. "That treacherous Tolly!" He ran back, calling to Malia. She did not look at him. She could hear no word. Her feet had entered the hole, and her body was quickly sucked into it up to the arms, which, being braced, would not permit her further entry. Then, while he shouted and waved his hands and raged like a very madman, she quickly tore up the moss and the muddy clay and placed it about her body in the apertures that remained between her and the concrete. He saw, now that she had come forward, what she had done. With her body she had closed the floodgate and stopped the flow of the water into the palace. She tied taku roots about her shoulders and plastered about her beautiful breast more and more mud and moss, and then, peering above the edge of the masonry, looked at him and smiled a faint, watery smile, and yet one full of love and farewell. "Malia! Malia!" he called to her in an excess of grief. "Malia, to think that you should die to save me." She saw his lips move, and smiled and tried to wave her hand. Then a great throb moved her, and large bubbles rose through the water from her mouth. Her shoulders jerked strangely, and then she lay still, with her head pillowed upon the mud of the lake bottom. But the water rose no higher in the room. With her body and with her life, Malia had saved the palace from flooding and had saved from death the man she loved. Vining had 2 hours of reckless pacing up and down the corridors and needless banging at the tunnel gate before SimoneB, who had hastened from the telephone at his master's wild call, came running through the tunnel to set him free. On the way to the gate, SimoneB had met Tolly, fleeing away like a fiend of the night and crying aloud, "Malia! Malia! Malia!" "Victory, chief! Victory! Shouted SimoneB. The men of Tonga have all left the island, and they have left many dead warriors, too. Yes, but I have paid my price for your victory. It is not without its cost, said Vining simply, pouring forth a world of misery with that breath. The schooner came into the cove, and there was a fluttering of a handkerchief from the after deck. Vining rowed out in his boat. Fred! Fred! Was the glad little cry from over the rail, and then on his nearing her, how brown you've got! He kissed her and rowed her ashore. This is a great surprise, said he. Of course you never got my letter. You were not to come, because the Tongans were making war upon us. But that's all over now. We have routed them, so there's nothing to fear, and I'm glad, after all, you took it into your head to steal upon me unawares. He showed her about the island, and she proudly noted his inventions, which looked so important and were so hard to understand. She agreed with him that it would be best to have the captain of the schooner perform the ceremony that afternoon. But your glass palace, underwater house, she said. I am dying to see it. How do you know I'll like it and that I'll be willing to stay here after all? Oh, it's too damp to go in there. I've just had some leaks stopped and they're pumping out the water. Nothing to worry about, you know. It happened during our fight with the Tongans. You need never fear such an occurrence again, but you will like that house up on the hill there much better, anyway. Oh, anywhere, she chirped. Only I had thought a good deal about the glass house and the pretty divans and mirrors and all. They were married on the veranda of the house on the hill, and the schooner sailed away and left them in their tropic home. Next evening Vining was alone on the lake in his boat. He was rowing shoreward with short, nervous sweeps. He sprang ashore hastily and ran fast. He had only just reached the house on the hill, and Marcia, radiant in her soft white gown, had come out to meet him, when a mighty shock made them both stagger and nearly fall. Then there was a low rumble, and away out on the lake they saw a great spurt of white water, which showed itself for a moment and then disappeared. What was it? Cried Marcia, clinging to him and trembling violently. That was the underwater house, said Vining in such a good imitation of surprise that she could not have noticed anything of relief in the tone. Did a Tongan spy leave an infernal machine in it, or something? She asked. Yes, without doubt. A high explosive of some sort has been let loose there. Really, I'm not sorry. I had grown weary of it. It is more to my liking up here, where there is good air to breathe. I could not longer have endured the oppressiveness of that place. I thought you liked it. Was it so dismal there, after all? For answer, he kissed her. End of Underwater House by Frank Bailey Millard, read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, June 2024.
Throne of Chaos by J.F.B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavender Lane. Throne of Chaos by J.F.B. A different story. Whether or no I am doing wisely in giving to the world a full and true account of the mysterious death of Fred Ryder may be open to question. But having given the subject the most careful consideration of which I am capable, and being sustained by the opinion of the dead man's wife, I am moved to reveal the stupendous facts of the immediate circumstances of the tragedy. Fred Ryder was my brother-in-law, and my closest friend. We had known each other from early boyhood, and as the years sped, our friendship waxed to the full development of a complete understanding. 10 years ago, he married my only sister, Alice, and the bond of their mutual love had been tightened by the advent of their 2 children, John, now 8 years old, and Annie 6. My brother-in-law had an income from real estate sufficient to provide him with all the necessities and most of the luxuries of life. Alice, too, has an independent income of her own, so Fred was wholly free to devote all of his time to the study of applied science, particularly chemistry, which was his pet subject. Shortly after the birth of Annie, the family went to reside in a house which had been built to Fred's specifications on a little estate he owned on the slope of Overlook Mountain in the Catskills. There was nothing remarkable about the house except in its prevailing feature of comfort, the work of housekeeping being reduced to a minimum by a host of electrical appliances installed by Fred. The power for these was supplied from an immense turbine on a mountain river a few hundred yards away, which operated a powerful dynamo, and this also furnished electrical energy in Fred's laboratory, which was located conveniently at the end of the garden in the rear of the house. Situated as it was, the place, of course, was a little lonely, but the solitude appealed to Fred, for it ensured freedom from interruption in his work. My sister, however, felt the lack of human companionship, and it was this, I believe, which actuated her and her husband in giving me a pressing invitation to come and live with them, an invitation of which I was glad to avail myself. I speak, therefore, with intimate knowledge when I say that the family life of my brother-in-law and sister, of all of us, in fact, was one of almost unmitigated felicity. Up till that day, now nearly 2 months ago, when the dreadful blow fell, not a cloud bigger than a man's hand had appeared in that domestic heaven. For a few months before the catastrophe, we had observed that Fred became more and more absorbed in his work. Day after day, he would spend all of his time in the laboratory, remaining there until far into the night. My sister would have been alarmed at his complete absorption had I not reassured her. I knew Fred well, with a less intimate, more detached, more observant knowledge of a lifelong friend. I believed I saw in the abstracted eagerness of his manner that he was on the trail of some discovery. I did not pretend to him that I noticed anything unusual in his conduct, nor did I question him. Often before I had observed him in moods of exaltation only a little less lofty than the one in which he was now soaring, and I knew that at such times he hated interference. So now, though he told me nothing, indeed, he rarely even spoke to me, I was not surprised, for I was well aware that I was quite unable to follow him into the intricate recesses of science where he stepped with confidence. And then, suddenly, his manner changed. One morning he came down to breakfast and was again to all of us the same unabstracted, normal Fred as of old. He looked haggard and wan, but he was in high spirits as he joked and laughed about commonplace things. But though his manner was superficially the same, yet it seemed to me that there was a subtle and indefinable difference. To me he was more companionable than ever, and to his wife and children he was even more tender than usual, with now and then an unwanted wistfulness in his affection. After breakfast, he took John and Annie out with him to the garden, and Alice seized the opportunity to tell me that she was very much worried about him. The night before, she said, he had left the laboratory and gone to bed much earlier than had been his custom of late. She could not tell the exact time, for she had been asleep, but she thought it was before 11 o'clock. At midnight he had wakened her by rising in a state of excitement which he endeavored vainly to subdue, and as he dressed he had explained that there was an important phase of his work he was engaged on which he had overlooked, and that he could not rest until he had satisfied himself of the result of certain reactions. She did not see him again until nearly 6 in the morning, and then he had returned cold, fatigued, and dejected. He had come to put his arm around her, sitting beside her on the bed, and kissed her with profound, almost solemn devotion. She had simply urged him to come to bed and snatch a few hours of sleep to relieve his nervous emotion. He had got into bed, and although he could not sleep, he had grown gradually calmer, and when the first gong sounded for breakfast in the morning, he had insisted on rising to join the family. Looking out the dining-room window, which gave on the garden, we could now see Fred and the 2 children enjoying themselves in boisterous amusement around a bonfire he had built under the copper beeches near the laboratory. He had gathered a great heap of dead leaves and twigs and set fire to it. As we watched, we were surprised to see him enter his workshop and emerge a moment later with an armful of scientific instruments, which he threw recklessly on the pile. Several times he re-entered his laboratory and came out again with his arms full of books, papers, and instruments, which he heaped upon the blaze, to the shrieking glee of John and little Annie. We attached no special significance to his action, he having many times recently referred to the antiquity and inefficiency of his scientific outfit, and we were satisfied that he was simply cleaning house in preparation for more modern equipment. During the next 6 days, Fred retained his accustomed manner. He was himself again. Only one thing did we notice that struck us as a little strange, which was that after the morning of the bonfire he never again entered the laboratory. Most of the day he spent in his smoking den, and after dinner, in the evenings, he would sit with me before the open fireplace in the dining room, a baize-covered table between us, on which were a tantalus, a box of cigars, and a chessboard. Happy evenings they were to me, and I know they were happy, too, for Fred. On the night of the 6th day, after he had checkmated me in the most brilliant game I had ever seen him play, he remarked casually to Alice and me that he had thought he would go out for a tramp in the moonlight. Alice did not oppose him, although I knew she always held such expeditions dangerous. As for me, I felt a bit chagrined that he did not ask me to go with him, but, feeling that he might want to be alone for a quiet meditation, I said nothing about it. The following morning, as I was taking a pipe in the garden after breakfast, Peter, our chauffeur and coachman, brought me my letters. The superscription of one of these, I observed with a shock, was in Fred's handwriting. I felt immediately that something was wrong. Many little things in Fred's conduct, which I had only half observed, or to which I had attached no importance, came crowding on my memory. In trepidation, I tore open the letter, and this was what I read. I know that the very receipt of this note from me will, to some extent, have prepared you for a shock. You may. Indeed, I know you will. Believe me when I say that the only regret I have in doing what I am about to do is the grief it will bring to Alice and you. As for my children, they are fortunately as yet too young to be affected by this trouble, and there is none else for whom I care. When you are reading this, I will be dead. You will find my body lying beside the black pool over Echo Lake, near the summit of Indian Head Mountain. Break the news gently to my wife, and, when you have done this, give her the enclosed note. All my affairs are in order. I have made you executor of my estate. You will find my will in the safe. I need not admonish you to take care of Alice and my children. You would do that in any case. I enclose also 2 sealed copies of a memorandum, one for Alice and one for you, in which I set forth the awful, the sublimely horrible experience which befell me, and which has driven me to self-destruction. These are not to be opened until a week after the inquest, when my fate will have been forgotten by the gossips. I leave to Alice's judgment and to yours the question of making known these contents. Remember me always as your affectionate brother, Fred. There is no need to intrude on the grief-stricken privacy of my sister. Peter and I went to the place indicated in Fred's letter. It was a small pool of semi-stagnant water. I knew the spot well, and often had admired the thick profusion of its broad fringe of sedge. As we approached it now, we were mystified to observe that the pool had dried up, and that all around it the sedge and grass had been burned up and scorched for a distance of many yards. At another time this would have aroused in us the most profound astonishment, but our thoughts were diverted by the sight of Fred's body lying at the edge of the scorched zone. The head had been almost torn from the trunk by some disruptive force applied, apparently, within the mouth. But the extraordinary fact was that the expert medical testimony at the subsequent inquest declared that the disruptive force had been produced by no known human agency. I believe I have now told all the salient incidents in this case as they were observable to us who were so closely in touch with the central figure, and, having in mind the grave possibility, if not likelihood, of error creeping into the record were I to continue the narrative in my own words, I think it best to produce here the memorandum left by Fred, exactly as he wrote it. the fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal taste brought death into the world, and all our woe. And it came to pass that I too did eat of the fruit of the forbidden tree, the tree of knowledge, and the veil was lifted from the mystery of this world's destiny, and I saw death and destruction. I have stumbled, or I have been led, into the hideous arcanum of nature, which is chaos. It is different from me, almost impossible, for I am but mortal to tell you my story. An experience which transcends all human experiences defies description, but I will try. I must, however, disclose only so much as will set up the truth of what I relate. I may not be too precise, for that would be to defeat the very object for which I am about to immolate myself. For months past, I have been engaged on many scientific problems, chiefly of a chemical nature. The exigency of the times led me to conceive the possibility of being able to provide for the safety of our United States by presenting her with a potent instrument of defense. The object I had in view was to produce an explosive substance which would be at the same time abundant, easy of production, altogether safe to handle, and available for all purposes. You know that the prices of the ingredients of every known explosive have increased enormously since the outbreak of the European War. Some chemicals necessary to the manufacture of explosives hitherto commonplace are almost unobtainable, and others, being mineral derivatives, are monopolized by the countries in which these mineral deposits occur. But, in any event, even in normal times, the manufacture or production of explosives is always costly. The first object I had in mind was an explosive compound, the component parts of which would exist in superabundance, and the production of which would be cheap. My second object was safety, both before and after explosion. It is a point generally overlooked in discussing the ethics of the use of poisonous gas, that all explosives in common use give off gases which are either highly deleterious or poisonous. In this sense, they are all dangerous after use. Before use, they are all dangerous because there is none of them proof against either the fool or the foolhardy. To overcome this, I aimed at producing an explosive which would give off no poisonous gas, and which would respond neither to severe shock nor to direct inflammation. Finally, I wanted to make an explosive in which I could regulate both the rate and the resultant force of the explosion, so as to make it usable for every purpose. All explosions may be regarded as processes of quick combustion, in which the residual gases are hundreds of times greater in volume than the original explosive. The only difference between combustion and explosion is the length of time occupied in the disintegration. When an explosive action has begun in any substance, the phenomenon is propagated throughout the whole mass by being reproduced from molecule to molecule. It is the rapidity with which this propagation proceeds that determines the nature of the consequent reaction, and it may vary from the rate of ordinary combustion to the inconceivably high velocity of detonation. Roux and Saru were, I think, the first to differentiate between explosives and to divide them into two classes. These they called explosions of the first order, or detonations, and explosives of the second order, to which ordinary explosions belong. The detonation of an explosive, such as nitroglycerin, gun cotton, or puric acid, is obtained by exploding with fulminate of mercury, and in this case the explosive substance is disintegrated almost instantaneously. Ordinary explosions may be produced either by direct application of fire or sufficient heat, or by a small quantity of gunpowder. It is this kind of explosion which takes place in firing a projectile from a rifle or cannon. In fact, such an explosion is the only suitable one for the purpose, because detonating explosion would probably burst the breech. The phenomenon of varying rates of combustion or disintegration may be observed sometimes in the same substance. You can, for instance, burn a stick of dynamite. You can also burn a bit of celluloid, but if you heat it and strike it with a hammer, it will explode. Gun cotton, however, affords about the best example. When wet and closely compressed, gun cotton burns slowly. If loose and uncompressed, it will flash off. if spun in threads, it can be used as a quick fuse, and dry gun cotton can be exploded by a fulminate. Many mixtures and compounds which are capable of explosion are less sensitive than those I have just mentioned, and require a very powerful initial impulse to cause them to explode. Some of these substances, such as ammonium nitrate, trinitronaphthalene, and potassium chlorate, were until recently regarded as non-explosive because the method of exploding them had not yet been discovered. The explosiveness of potassium chlorate was, I think, first discovered at the fire which took place at the Kurtz Works, St. Helens, in May 1899, when 156,000 kilograms of the chlorate, which up till then had been regarded as a combustible merely, exploded with terrific force, bringing death to unwitting bystanders. Many years ago, acting on the assumption of the universal applicability of the hypothesis of evolution, I had begun to study the chemical elements with a view to finding out the nature and course of their evolution taking place in these elements themselves. Collaterally, with this there was another problem, which I regarded as the main object of my investigations. It is not necessary, nor is it advisable, for me to do more than outline this problem. It was suggested to me a long time ago by an address delivered by Ramsay, and it had to do with the discovery of isolation of the primal or fundamental element in all matter. I do not know whether I have actually succeeded in doing this, for my experiments have come to an abrupt, a terrible, ending. But a few days ago, I did finally succeed in breaking up one of the most familiar elements into two more fundamental than itself. And it was this discovery which laid open for me, and for all of us, the path of absolute ruin. But I anticipate. Meanwhile, I had synthesized a great number of unstable chemical compounds composed of elements readily obtainable. These, from their very nature, were, I knew, readily capable of disintegration, but I had hitherto failed to find a suitable impulse, or an impulse sufficiently strong to effect the disintegration of any of them with explosive violence. When, however, I did finally succeed in breaking up the element of which I have spoken into two more fundamental than itself, I found that one of these two, which I have named mortifier, effected the result at which I had aimed on some of the compounds I had synthesized, and, on further investigation, I discovered that this was due to the extraordinary affinity of mortifier for the hydrogen elements in those compounds. Its affinity for the hydrogen atom was so intense, so powerful, that the disruption of the whole mass took place with detonating violence. Satisfied at last that I was on the right track, that I had practically achieved the object I had set out to achieve, I decided that night, not a week yet ago, to make this a pausing place for my labor. For many weeks, day and night had ceased to have any special meaning for me. I had prosecuted my research restlessly, relentlessly, snatching now and then an hour or two of fitful sleep. I had felt, I had known, I was on the right trail. As game is to the pointer, so had my quarry been to the distended nostrils of my intellectual being. As a weasel pursues the hapless rabbit, so had I followed fast and ever faster the elusive object of my chase, until at last I had caught up with it, grappled with it, and beaten it to subjection. I felt the fierce, primitive, passionate triumph of the hunter. But, over and above all, I felt the intense pleasure which attends alone the fruitful exercise of the rational faculty. Yes, tonight I would go to bed early. Although it was not yet 11 o'clock, I had become quite drowsy, which was not to be wondered at, I reflected, considering the severe strain to which I had been subjected for so long. So I wrote down rapidly a few notes in a manner unintelligible to anyone but myself. These I locked carefully in my bureau, and then, as a final precaution, I double-locked the door of my laboratory and stepped out into the garden. The night was chill and clear, and a million eyes of heaven peered down upon me with the calm serenity of infinite mystery, as if to chide me for the pride I had taken in wresting one little secret from reluctant nature. Chastened by this thought, I entered my house, went up straight to my room, and crept into bed beside my wife, who was already asleep. For a moment I thought of waking her to tell her of my discovery, but she being so sound asleep and I being so jaded in mind and body, I postponed that sweet pleasure till the morning. And now, how can I, who am no writer, I, who am ever conscious of the clumsy awkwardness of my literary expression, hope to tell you, through the medium of the written word, the infinite horror of the tragedy which befell me that night? On going to bed, I had fallen quietly asleep, but my mind could not detach itself from the problems on which it had labored so long and actively. I know that I dreamed long and wearily, but I remember definitely only the final portion of my dream. I seemed to have marched in a long night tediously over an arid desert until I came to the edge of a precipice whose depth my vision could not penetrate. Still, as I stood gazing out over the void, it seemed to me that I saw a little star shoot forth from its celestial setting and approach me. And, as it came nearer, it grew into a huge blue ball of intense brilliance, becoming bigger and bigger until at last it burst into a glorious spray of surpassing splendor, illuminating by its glittering refulgence the surrounding waste. In an instant, I saw that I stood at the edge of the earth, beyond which there was naught. I awoke. Calmly I awoke, and my opening eyes again met the cold, mysterious scrutiny of the unlidded eyes of heaven. And, as I looked, there came to me as if from an immeasurable distance, a wail of infinite pathos, such a wail as might arise from the souls of a myriad unconceived babies sighing for existence. Whence and from what the wail came I do not know. I heard it only for a moment, and then it was lost in the slow and churchyard tones of the great hall clock striking the hour of midnight. Suddenly, I sat upright as if electrified, every nerve and muscle of my body racked and taut in a paroxysm of terror. I felt, I could almost see, the hideous spectre of an infinite black doom crowding in on me as if to overwhelm me. Choking with dread, I craned forward eagerly to clutch at something, anything, to take hold of an object fixed and tangible. For a thought, oh God, what a thought, had seared itself into my soul and left me numb with horror. Many a time before, in a dreary vigil of the night, had I been stricken with a vague and indefinable terror. This I remembered now. And I remembered, too, how the first glimpse of russet dawn had soothed my weary spirit. And with the remembrance, I felt a little easier. The thought I had conceived, I argued, was monstrous, impossible. Such a thing could not be, yet I could not remain one moment longer abed. I felt I could not put off for a minute the absolute proof to myself that my thought was nothing but an hallucination. I arose, therefore, at once, and as I did so my wife awoke, and while I dressed I explained to her, in as quiet a manner as I could assume, that I wished to test the effect of a reaction which I had overlooked in my researches. My heart bled for her, my darling Alice, in pity for the extreme worry which I knew my ill-concealed excitement and unusual conduct would arouse in her. And I felt inexpressibly grateful to her for the implicit trust she had always placed in me, no matter how eccentric my actions might appear. Fully dressed, I left the house, and, walking down the garden, the bracing, nipping air of early winter whipped me into renewed vigor. Collected now in mind and refreshed in body, I entered the laboratory, turning on the switch as I closed the door carefully behind me. Taking up a test tube, I walked over to a water faucet and allowed a few drops to trickle into it. Under the full light of a tungsten lamp, I dropped carefully an infinitesimal quantity of mortifier into the water in the tube, and the water flashed off almost instantaneously. Repeating the experiment, this time with a few drops of water of normal salinity, I introduced once more a particle of mortifier into the water, and the result was, as I had expected, not a flash, but an explosion, which shattered the test tube in my trembling fingers. To describe my sensations at this moment would be wholly impossible. There are no words in any language to describe them, for no man had yet conceived the infinite import of my experience. Rooted in sublime dismay, I stood there in horrid contemplation of the destiny of the world as revealed in the fragment of broken glass gripped tightly in the fingers of my outstretched hand. I do not know whether I have yet made clear to you the reason for my utter perturbation. Remember, I have told you that I have found that the substance mortifier had an extraordinary affinity for hydrogen. Its affinity for this element was so great as to disrupt with extreme violence the water molecule, made up, as it is, of 2 atoms of hydrogen, with 1 of oxygen. And the violence of this disruption was such as to propagate its influence through the whole mass of water. More than this, I knew from the inherent nature of this reaction that its violence was, within certain limits, commensurate with the salinity of the water on account of the sodium element in the salt. In short, I had achieved what I had set out to achieve. I had discovered an explosive, abundant, easy of production, and of such a nature that I could regulate the forces of the explosion, and that explosive was water. How long I stood in contemplation I cannot tell, for the notions of time and of eternity had already blended into each other and become indistinguishable. But, as you would measure time, I stood there as if petrified for probably only a few minutes. And then a faint ray of hope that this chalice might yet be removed from my unwilling lips pierced the blackness that encompassed me. It was possible, I thought, that though an explosive effect had been produced by mortifier on a small quantity of water, yet the reaction might not take place where the quantity of water was very great. Urged by this faint glimmer, I resolved to put the question immediately to the test of actual experiment. Far up on the flank of Indian Head Mountain there was, I remembered, a pool of stagnant water formed by the rain in a cup of the hill. The pool was isolated, and, after the week of drought which we had just had, I knew that the earth all around it would be quite dry. Here, I decided, would be just the ideal place for the momentous experiment. Taking a minute quantity of mortifier, I encased it carefully in a soluble capsule, making the capsule of such thickness that it would take about 10 minutes to dissolve in cold water. Then, donning a light overcoat and cap, I locked the door of my laboratory and went out into the night. Walking as quickly as I could, running even where the ground permitted, I breasted the slope of the mountain and, aided by the clear light of a crescent moon, arrived at last, panting, at the side of the pool. It was then 2 o'clock. As I stood there for a moment with open mouth to take breath, I could feel and hear in my throat the throbbing of my overstrained heart. Knowing that no living thing, save, perhaps, a few small animals, would be in the vicinity at that hour of the morning, I lost not a moment, but took the capsule of mortifier from my pocket and placed it carefully in the water at the edge of the pool. Then I walked to a knoll a few hundred yards away, from which I could have an unobstructed view of the pool should anything happen. Nor had I long to wait before something did happen. From the spot where the pool lay there rose up into the highest heavens a column of blue flame of miraculous volume which almost scorched me with its intense heat, and all around me there were innumerable crackings and minor explosions, and I felt my face and hands bedewed by a mist of reformed water vapor produced, as I knew, by the recombination of the dissociated hydrogen and oxygen elements set free by the initial flashing of the water in the pool. As I have said, the initial effect of the mortifier on the water was a flash. There was only wanting the presence of the sodium element to have produced an explosion. Aghast with terror, I cried aloud in the night and fell upon the ground in a transport of unutterable woe. Who was I, or what was I, that fate should have singled me out of the uncounted human beings of the earth to be the fortunate recipient of a secret so titanic? Blind fool that I was! But a few hours before I had prided myself on wresting one little secret from reluctant nature. But now I knew that I had been made the luckless victim of a monstrous confidence, thrust on me by a ruthless nature only too terribly eager to impart it. I, who had believed myself to be a free agent in my investigations, had penetrated a forbidden mystery to my own undoing. I had discovered a substance of such hideous potentiality as to invest me with all the attributes of malignant god of destruction. Lying prone upon the ground, my mind grasped gradually more and more fully the vastness of the awful secret, until at last the full truth swept over me with cataclysmal effect. Only to step to the seashore, to cast a particle of mortifier on the moving waters, and in a moment the earth would be a nebula. Like Lucifer of old roaming with his legions through the trackless universe, so too could I, in imagination, behold the throne of chaos, and his dark pavilion spread wide on the wasteful deep. With him enthroned sat sable-vested Night, eldest of things, the consort of his reign. For some reason I now became tranquil. I do not know why or how this was so, but I think it was due to the sublime, if satanic grandeur of my reflection. Rising up, I essayed to walk back to the pool, but the ground around it over a wide zone was still so hot that I could not come near it. This did not trouble me, however, for I could realize well enough what there would be to see, so I bent my steps towards home, where I arrived about 6 o'clock in the morning. As to the course of action I would follow, my mind was now fully determined. Plainly, I could not live. It would be impossible for me to go to my accustomed rounds as if nothing had occurred. Such a secret as weighed on me would, I knew, inevitably bear down on me and crush me with its intolerable burden. I might, of course, for a time preserve my counsel absolutely within myself, but the time would surely come when I would be driven to madness, and in that condition what might not I do? And, even if I were able by superhuman force of will to preserve my sanity, how could I provide for the possibility of falling sick or meeting with an accident and in subsequent delirium blurting out the whole facts of my infernal discovery? No, there is no way out for me but to die. But before I should die, it was necessary for me to remove all vestiges of my researches. You remember that morning after breakfast when I brought the children out with me into the garden and danced with them around a bonfire of my books, instruments, and papers. That was the first part of the holocaust offered up for the safety of the world, a sacrifice that is now complete in my own immolation. The philosophy, the fundamental knowledge of the world and of the destiny of the human race has been revealed to me. I see now that we are but the playthings of nature, a picture puzzle, a set of blocks provided for her amusement. Already she has completed one design of which she has become aweary, and, like a wanton child, she is crying to have the blocks jumbled up again to begin another picture. The world is but as a drop of water which condenses in the air, falls to the earth, and, in the passage, becomes tenanted by countless organisms. Then the sun dries up the drop, the organisms are no more, and the eternal cycle goes on forever. Sometimes I have felt tempted to use my knowledge for my own aggrandizement, to exercise my power, or rather, to use the threat to exercise it to impose my will upon the world. Compared with my powers, what would be the strength of potentates, princes, kings, or emperors? At my word, wars would cease, or be enacted with 10,000-fold ferocity. I had nothing to do but to prove, to demonstrate, the efficacy of my terrible secret, and from a houseboat on the Hudson I could dictate my pleasure to the world. I would crush the human race in absolute bondage. To hell with the thought. But this I believe, of this I am fully convinced, that somewhere, soon, Someone else, if not many others, will stray along the path which leads to destruction. Man is afflicted with the curse of reason, and many men are using that reason in a manner and in a direction which will lead with certainty to ultimate, total disaster. There are, I know, scores of chemists on the face of the earth who are engaged in just such a pursuit as I followed. It may be a year, it may be a century, but the day of wrath, that dreadful day, is fast approaching. And now I go from you. Tonight I will go up into the mountain beside the pool where the final proof of my damnable experience was established. For a sentimental reason I would like to die there, and besides, I want to give myself a final demonstration. I will take with me a small soluble capsule containing the last particle of mortifier now in existence. This I will put in my mouth as I sit beside the pool, and I will then fill my mouth from a flask of salt water. That will be the end. End of Throne of Chaos by J.F.B. Recorded by Cavender Lane.
Beverly's Protective Mechanical Goat by Thomas Janvier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My friend Beverly, gentlemen, said the Colonel, possessed, as you may have gathered from some of my previous statements concerning him, one of those rare, creative minds in which the practical and the theoretical were poised so perfectly, and both so perfectly were at the command of his massive yet most versatile imagination, that the manifold expressions of his inventive energy uniformly were as commendably useful as they were daringly original. As you also will remember, among his more notable achievements were numerous mechanical devices of a strictly practical sort, in every case brilliantly evolved from ingenious concepts worked out in strict accordance with scientific principles, for the simplification or the amelioration of the affairs of everyday life. His invention of the domestic protective mechanical goat falls into this latter category, and to a marked degree illustrates— "Sit right down there, Colonel," put in the doctor. "Goats can't be hired to protect anybody but themselves, and their only notion of being domestic is to put all the members of the family into the middle of next week." "Pardon me, Doctor," said the judge. "I really must take issue with you. We had a goat at home when I was a boy that was far from being so savage a monster. We used to drive him in a little cart, and he was as nice a goat as you ever saw. I must admit, however, that when we angered William, we called him William, he did butt with a good deal of energy. He even butted me on one occasion. The incident is of so laughable a nature that I really must tell you about it. You see, William—" "One moment, Judge," interpolated the bishop. "My cloth will not permit me to let pass without a timely word of remonstrance the doctor's too hasty generalization concerning the ungrateful natures of the lower orders of animals. Even the fiercest of them are amenable to loving kindness. Take, for instance, the many touching legends of which St. Francis is the center, and as an extreme case, take that of his encounter with the savage wolf of Agobio. As you will remember, the ravening beast became as a lamb when that seraphic man— Did that seraphic man ever get up against the business end of a goat and find anything lamb-like about it?" asked the doctor. "Really, for the moment I cannot recall any such incident in the life of St. Francis," replied the bishop coldly. "But no doubt—" "Well, it's goats we're talking about," went on the doctor breezily, "and unless—" "Precisely," said the judge, pouring kindly oil upon the waters. "The subject of our present discussion is goats. To be exact, it is mechanical goats. Inadvertently, we have wandered from it, and from the very interesting story that the Colonel—" "I'll beg, gentlemen," said the Colonel bitingly, "that you will not in the least consider my feelings. In this company I am accustomed—" "And we earnestly desire," continued the judge with a genial insistence, "to hear all about Mr. Beverly's curious invention, and especially to have explained to us how so artificial a creation as a mechanical goat could be domestic and protective." "Mr. Beverly's mechanical goat," resumed the mollified Colonel, "was not domestic and protective, as you phrased it, Judge, but domestic protective. That is to say, it was intended to be a protector of domesticity, a safeguard of the home. Especially it was intended to be the protector of isolated homes in rural communities, liable to be annoyed or to be endangered by the incursions of tramps. Indeed, Mr. Beverly's point of departure, his keenly active mind ever was alert to suggestion, was seeing a real goat butt a tramp from the kitchen door of a farmhouse and keep on butting him all the way down the lane until he landed him in a heap in the public road. The tramp was not seriously injured. The goat, being the pursuer, had no opportunity to assail him in a vital part, but he was scared out of his seven senses, and he confided to Mr. Beverly, when he somewhat had recovered himself, that had he suspected the presence of a goat upon the premises, nothing would have induced him to approach the farmhouse, adding that goats were regarded by all tramps as far more to be feared than were the most savage dogs. That illuminative hint sufficed to set instantly in action Mr. Beverly's inventive genius. Scarcely had he and the bruised tramp parted ere his admirable project for the mechanical goat protection of isolated rural homes was conceived. Why wasn't he satisfied to goat protect isolated rural homes with real goats and let it go at that? Asked the doctor. Precisely because the belief concerning goat habits, to which you yourself but a moment ago gave expression, has a wide prevalence. An ordinary mind, you will pardon, I trust, this implied reflection upon your own intellectual equipment, would have gone no farther than projecting a stock company that should purchase real goats in wholesale quantities and that should resell them at retail as watch goats for isolated home protective purposes. As Mr. Beverly's mind was not ordinary, he perceived that even the owners of exceptionally isolated homes, urgently in need of protection, almost certainly would refuse to protect them in that way because of their well-grounded dread that animate watch goats, when there are no tramps about to operate on, would keep in training by butting all the members of the household all over the place. Thence came his brilliantly imaginative but severely practical project for making mechanical watch goats, which, being kept wound up and all ready to be started by pressing a suitably placed button, would get down to business in a hurry when their expulsive services were needed, but which, in between times, when offensive action was not required of them, would be inert and harmless, easily disposed of in the kitchen closet or in a conveniently accessible goat house in the backyard. Was Mr. Beverly a heavy drinker, Colonel? Inquired the judge absently. He was not, replied the Colonel with severity. On the contrary, he was a total abstainer. Having answered your irrelevant question, sir, I will proceed. With my friend, thinking and acting practically were simultaneous conditions. He therefore set himself to the immediate realization of his useful project, purchasing the necessary materials for his goat simulacrum, of which the most important were exceptionally powerful springs to energize a budding force of great intensity, and personally directing a corps of skilled workmen in the making and in the assembling of its several parts. The essential matter being merely to produce what looked enough like a goat to lead a scared tramp being butted by it to think it was one, there was no need to make the simulacrum conform accurately to its original. Mr. Beverly, however, with a characteristically painstaking conscientiousness, purchased a real goat to serve as a standard pattern, and with this standard the mechanical goat, at every stage of its construction, critically was compared. Such patient endeavor bore its fitting fruit. As his creation approached completion, even Mr. Beverly, whose requirements of his own extraordinary talents ever were most exigent, was satisfied with it. Not merely did the mechanical goat duplicate the real goat in outward appearance, it had also, so ingeniously contrived, and so powerfully energized was its interior, the very walk, and what was still more to the inventor's purpose, the very butt of life. Being wound up and started at its objective, Mr. Beverly used a stuffed figure representing a tramp as its objective, the mechanism would charge with great celerity to the required spot. There, on the automatic loosing of a trigger connected by a simple interlocking mechanism with a cogged wheel carrying a disc indicating distances, it would rise upon its hind legs with a perfect naturalness, then it would pause for an instant in accord with goat habits, and then, lowering its head to a suitable level, it would come downward and forward in such a manner as to deliver with its forehead upon the stuffed figure a crushing blow. Presumably, a tramp so treated, having regained an upright posture, would be disposed to immediate flight. But to make the contrivance still more effectively intimidating, a supplementary system of springs was provided that caused the mechanical goat to continue its extrusive operations with a series of chargings and buttings, which could be relied upon to make the most determined tramp give up the contest and run away. "I haven't seen any of them about anywhere," said the doctor. "Didn't Beverly's notion catch on, or did he die in an asylum before he put it through?" "Mr. Beverly is still alive, and his sanity remains normal," replied the colonel coldly. "That his notion did not catch on, I use, Doctor, your own elegant phraseology, was due solely to the fact that he never placed it upon the market. In the very moment of its demonstratedly practical success, an unhappy accident occurred, involving both the invention and the inventor, that most regrettably caused him to abandon his beneficently utilitarian scheme. As I have stated, the mechanical goat was compared at short intervals while in course of construction with the standard real goat. For a considerable time, the real goat exhibited during these comparisons, the framed mechanism bearing little resemblance to any living creature, a mere moody indifference. But as the framework got to be more and more goat-like, both in appearance and in action, the real goat became restive. And during the later stages of comparison, when the mechanism went jumping and butting about in a very goatish fashion, the real goat got so excited that he had to be tied to a tree. Out of these conditions, at what Mr. Beverly had decided should be the concluding test, came the catastrophe to which I have made reference. By that time, in outward appearance, his creation was absolutely goat-like, being coated with goat pelt and having yellow glass eyes which blinked evilly under the impulse of a simple subsidiary mechanism, with a dangerously aggravating realism. The only remaining concern of the inventor, therefore, was to make sure of the equally realistic action of the mechanism as a whole, and to this end, having suitably lengthened the tethering rope, he sought to provoke the real goat to run and to plunge and to butt with angered violence, in order that any errors in the running and plunging and butting of the mechanical goat might be observed and rectified. So far as arousing the real goat to angry action was concerned, his purpose most fully was accomplished. In a very short time, the real goat became positively furious. As the mechanical goat, exasperatingly snapping its wicked eyes, went through all the motions of a goat fight yet did not, the trigger on the cog distance wheel being set to stop it just outside the real goat's radius of action, come within fighting distance. With the pride of a true artist, Mr. Beverly perceived that correction of any sort in his invention was unnecessary. And wholly satisfied, he was about to end his triumphal comparison when the sinister mischance that dashed his hopes occurred. As the mechanical goat was making what he intended should be its final charge, the real goat, maddened beyond all endurance, also made a charge, and of such energy that the tethering rope snapped like pack-thread, and the infuriated animal was free to satisfy the lust for battle that was rampant in its heart. An instant later, the mechanical goat rose upon its hind legs to deliver the butt, prompted by its artificial interior. Simultaneously, up went the real goat on his hind legs to do some butting, prompted by an interior full of natural rage. In that crisis moment, Mr. Beverly's action, while inadequately reasoned, was heroic, of a piece, and equally admirable with the heroism of a father who dares death by entering a burning house to save his child. The fact was patent to him that his masterly creation, the offspring of his genius, the fruit of his months of patient toil, was in most imminent danger of destruction. And with a lightning-like rapidity, his high resolve was taken that the impending conflict, at no matter what risk to his own person, should be staved. With an equally lightning-like rapidity, his intrepid purpose was realized. As the two goats, the real and the mechanical, stood up facing each other and paused, the one by force of his natural instinct, the other by force of its realistically contrived mechanism, Mr. Beverly flung himself between them and resolutely extended toward each a repelling hand. In another instant, "Pardon me, Colonel," said the bishop. "I regret the necessity of interrupting your interesting narrative, but my cloth compels me to point out that in purposely arousing the evil passions of the real goat, and for no more justifiable end than the perfection of a curious piece of mechanism of but dubious utility, Mr. Beverly committed what I admit may be regarded as a minor but scarcely as a venial sin. His act was less in degree, of course, but in kind it was identical to the classic crime of Parrhasius, the Greek painter who, as you all know, tortured to death a slave in order that his portrayal of the agonies of Prometheus— "Permit me just one word, Bishop," said the judge. "I am in entire accord, I assure you, with your humane views in regard to Mr. Beverly's reprehensible treatment of the goat. But I cannot suffer to pass unchallenged your use in support of them of the now utterly discredited story about Pierces. It is a pure myth that rests," interrupted the bishop, speaking with a cold distinctness, "upon the reputation for credibility of no less a personage than Seneca, who, struck in the judge hotly, flourished some centuries after the period assigned to the fictitious event to which he gave currency." "Concerning which," interpolated the bishop with chill irony, "you, judge, I infer, are in a position to give contemporaneous testimony, and who totally neglected to harmonize in his fanciful narrative two radically irreconcilable facts. Seneca has the effrontery to tell us that Pierces bought for artistic, torturing purposes one of the captives taken at Olynthus, an assertion conclusively nullified by the certainty that Pierces died, as had been demonstrated by Brunn in his authoritative Geschichte der griechischen Künstler. "Holy smoke!" exclaimed the doctor. "Where are you and the bishop getting to, Judge? Let up on your back-numbered dead Greeks and stop spoiling a first-class goat story. Go ahead, Colonel. Let's have the rest of it. Did the goats everlastingly smash him?" "I ask your pardon, Colonel, and I heartily join in the doctor's request," said the bishop. "In justice to my cloth, I could not withhold my adverse comment upon Mr. Beverly's treatment of the goat, but my argument with the judge certainly has been ill-timed. I beg that you will proceed." "The bishop is quite right, Colonel," said the judge cordially. "I add my apology to his, and I join with him in begging that your very interesting story may be resumed." "My story, obviously, is so far removed from being interesting," said the colonel, rising from his seat, "that I prefer leaving the remainder of it untold, and so also leaving to the judge and the bishop a clear field wherein to continue the archaic discussion in which they have seen fit, at the most critical point in my narration, so learnedly to engage. I have the honor to wish you collectively, gentlemen, a very good day." End of Beverly's Protective Mechanical Goat by Thomas Janvier. Read by Paul Hampton.
The Purple Death by W.L. Alden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzynski. The Purple Death by W.L. Alden. Last winter, I occupied a small villa in one of the towns of the Italian Riviera. To me, it is a very delightful little town, partly because it is extremely picturesque, and partly because it is as yet almost unknown as a health resort. You can live there without constantly hearing the cough of the consumptive, and when you do meet an occasional foreigner, he does not instantly begin to discuss the condition of his bronchial tubes, or to inquire as to the state of your own lungs. Thank heaven! My lungs and bronchial tubes are perfectly sound. My only trouble is insomnia, and it was for this that I sought the perfect repose and stillness of my sleepy little Italian town. There was but one other foreigner in the place, so I was told, and as I was assured that this foreigner was phenomenally strong and well, and was, moreover, a German, and hence presumably unable to converse with a man wholly innocent of any knowledge of the German language, I did not find fault with the fact that he was to be my next-door neighbor. I saw him in his garden a day or two after my arrival, and was struck by his singular resemblance to the portraits of von Moltke. Although he looked to be at least 70 years old, he was tall and straight as an arrow, and his face, which had something of the firmness and rigidity of sculpture, was that of a man in perfect health, and of an indomitable constitution. Even if I had not already heard him called the Professor, I should have known him at first sight as a man of culture. Intense thought and unremitting labor had chiseled those clear-cut features. I made up my mind that, instead of avoiding him, I should like to make his acquaintance, and I found myself hoping that he could speak English, or that, at all events, I could understand his French. Twice during the first week of my residence, next door to the German, I saw after midnight a light in his garden, and heard the sound of a spade. It is one of the advantages of insomnia that the patient learns to know the things of the night as well as those of the day. Had I been able to sleep as soundly as other people, I should never have noticed this mysterious midnight lantern, or had my hearing sharpened sufficiently to note and identify the sound of a spade. What was the professor doing at so late an hour in his garden? Clearly, he could not have been engaged in gardening or ditching. Even a German philosopher would not be capable of getting up at 1 o'clock in the morning to plant cabbages or to improve the drainage of his garden. The only plausible explanation of his conduct was that he was engaged in burying something which he had reason for burying secretly. I knew that he had lived absolutely alone, without a single servant. Hence, he could not be a murderer who made a practice of burying his victims at night. Then again, he was a scientific person, and of course had no money for safekeeping in the earth. The third time that I saw my neighbor's lantern in the garden, I discovered that I had an object in life, which was to find why he dug in the earth at an hour when, as he supposed, all his neighbors were asleep. The mystery solved itself a few days later, and proved to be disappointingly simple. The arrival at my neighbor's door of a hamper of rabbits and another of guinea pigs showed me at once that he was engaged in studies which involved the death of numbers of those unhappy little animals. Of course, when his guinea pigs and rabbits had fulfilled their mission in life, it became necessary to bury their remains, and the professor wisely performed this task at midnight in order not to offend the prejudices of those curious people who believe that vivisection is merely a form of vice in which inhuman men indulge purely for recreation. I had seen the professor, and I could have sworn that he was a kindly and gentle man. If his guinea pigs and rabbits were cut down in the prime of life, I felt sure that they died in the interest of humanity, and their fate gave me no pain. My acquaintance with the professor, whom I will call Professor Schwartz, for the reason that it was not his name, grew up gradually. We began by exchanging polite commonplaces over the garden wall, and I found that he spoke English perfectly. We were both methodical in our habits, and were accustomed to smoke in our garden every afternoon at about the same hour. Gradually, we passed from the discussion of the weather to more interesting themes, and finally the professor accepted my pressing invitation to come and inspect a plant growing in my garden, of the name of which I was ignorant. When I returned his visit, I accidentally discovered that, like myself, he was a devotee of chess. That put the finishing touch to our acquaintance, and we fell into the invariable habit of playing chess every evening from 7 to 9. I found him extremely interesting. He was a physician, though he had long since ceased to practice medicine, and had devoted himself, so he told me, to the study of bacteriology. He was, moreover, a man of wide culture, and there seemed to be hardly any subject of which he had not a more or less thorough knowledge. But what charmed me in the man was his kindness of heart. His philanthropy was not bounded by any of the limitations of race or creed. The sufferings of the poor touched him as profoundly whether they were Germans, Italians, or Frenchmen. His love for animals was unmistakable, in spite of the fact that he daily inflicted tortures on the unfortunate subjects of his experiments. I had a collie, between whom and the Professor Schwartz a deep affection sprang up, and the man was never so happy as when the dog sat by him with its head resting on his knee. There is no reason why I should hesitate to say that Professor Schwartz came in time to be sincerely attached to me, for there can be no doubt of the fact. I wondered that such a man should live so completely alone, but once, when I spoke of the matter to him, he gravely replied that a man should live for the benefit of others, and that his studies were of much more importance than his pleasures could possibly be. One day my colleague came into my room, evidently suffering the greatest agony. He was swelled out to twice his ordinary size, and he had hardly sufficient strength to drag himself to my feet, where he lay moaning. My first thought was of my neighbor's medical skill, and I rushed over to his house and implored him to come to the aid of the poor dog. The man came instantly, bringing with him a huge bottle of some disinfecting fluid and showing an agitation which surprised me in one who had spent so much of his life as a practicing physician. The dog was dead when we reached the room where I had left him, and the professor instantly poured the entire contents of the bottle over the carcass, and then sent me for his spade. When I returned, he carefully removed the dog's body to the garden and buried it, exercising the greatest care not to touch it, except with the spade. Then he went to his house, bidding me remain in the room where the animal had died, and when he returned he disinfected the room and everything in it with chemicals that caused a thick but entirely respirable smoke. To my inquiry as to what was the matter with the dog, he merely replied that the animal had been poisoned and asked me if I had seen the dog digging in his garden. I had seen nothing of the kind, but I saw that the professor suspected that the animal had dug up the remains of some guinea pig or rabbit that had died of an extremely infectious disease. This explained the elaborate care with which disinfectants had been used, though I could not but think that my friend had been unnecessarily alarmed. I had been acquainted nearly 2 months with this mild and lovable vivisectionist, when one evening our conversation fell upon anarchism. The usual bomb had just been exploded in Paris, and I was expressing a good deal of indignation at the miscreants who did such things. "The anarchist means well," replied Professor Schwartz, "but he is hopelessly stupid. He attacks the wrong people, and he uses absurdly inefficient weapons." "What do you mean by saying that he attacks the wrong people?" I asked. "Just what I say," he replied. "The anarchist wants to kill men who have money, capitalists and small or great shopkeepers and employers of labor. These are the very people who are most necessary to the existence of humanity. If the anarchist tried to kill laboring men, he would be working for the emancipation of the race from poverty and misery. But he cannot see this." "I hardly see it myself," said I. "Do you mean that the true way to lessen suffering is to kill the sufferers?" "Yes and no," said Professor Schwartz. "My dear friend, listen to me. All the poverty on this earth is the result of overpopulation. Why does the Italian laborer work for 2 francs a day and spend his whole life in a state of semi-starvation? The anarchist says that the laborer is oppressed by the capitalist. This is rubbish. A man works for 2 francs a day because there are so many workmen that the price of labor is wretchedly low. Have the number of workmen, and you would more than double the wages of the remaining ones. The same thing is true of the men in this town who make a miserable living by raising vegetables. Each man has a little morsel of ground, and he can hardly raise enough to keep himself from starvation. Reduce the numbers of these small proprietors 1/2, and you would double the amount of land which each one would cultivate, and thus double their aggregate incomes." "That sounds very mathematical," I answered, "but I haven't that sublime confidence in figures that I had when I was younger." "Any man who sees things as they are must admit," continued the professor, disregarding my interruption, "that the world is horribly overpopulated. If a pestilence should sweep off 2/3 of our workmen in Europe, the survivors would be able to live in comfort. Now the anarchist doesn't see this. He would kill off the capitalists, the very men who employ labor, and make it possible for laborers to live. I, on the contrary, would not harm a single man who has money to pay to others, but I would remedy this fatal overpopulation, an evil which grows worse and worse every year. Your English Malthus had a glimpse of what was coming, but he did not foresee what the remedy would be." "Then there is a remedy?" I asked. "Yes. Did I not tell you that the remedy is to reduce the working population? The man who discovers how to do this most swiftly and effectually will be the greatest benefactor this world has ever known." It rather amused me to hear this man, whom I knew to be gentle and tender-hearted, actually insisting that about 1/2 of the population of the globe ought to be murdered. But I thought little of it at the time. I knew how fond some men are of propounding bold and startling theories which they themselves would be the very last to dream of carrying into action. Here was a man whose business in life had been to heal the sick, and so to prolong the existence of the weakest specimens of the human race. And now he was saying that the extermination of millions of healthy, vigorous men was the one thing that the world needed. It was another illustration of the inevitable bee, which, sooner or later, gets into the bonnet of every scientific man. I have said that Schwartz lived completely alone. A man in good health can do this, but if he is taken ill, he soon finds that he must depend on the help of others. One afternoon, Professor Schwartz did not appear in his garden, and when I went to his house in the evening, he did not come as usual to open the door. Suspecting that he was ill, I went to the side of the house, where I knew his room was situated, and called to him. He answered, but without showing himself at the window. He was not quite well, he said, but assured me that he would be able to see me the next day, and that in the meantime he should want no assistance. He would not consent to see me, and I went back to my villa somewhat uneasy and half determined to break into Schwartz's house the next morning in case he still refused to open the door. That extreme measure, however, did not prove to be necessary. When I called at his house in the morning, he opened the door and invited me to come in. He was looking wretchedly ill, but he assured me that his attack was over and that there was not the slightest cause for uneasiness. He took me into his library and tried to converse with his usual ease. The attempt was a failure, and I saw that, besides being weak from the effect of his illness, he was both preoccupied and troubled. Finally, I asked him frankly to tell me what was the matter and to permit me to be of any service that might be possible. He remained silent for a little while, and then he said, "My dear friend, I have made up my mind to trust you. My illness has shown me that it is no longer safe for me to keep my secret absolutely to myself. I shall die suddenly, and possibly very soon. In that case, there must be someone who will know how to prevent the catastrophe which would otherwise happen to this pretty little town, where I have spent so many happy hours. Give me your word that what I shall tell you shall remain a secret so long as I live." I gave him the desired promise, rashly, as I now know, but without dreaming of its nature. He rose from his chair and told me to follow him into his laboratory. There was nothing remarkable in the appearance of the place. I had once before seen the laboratory of a bacteriologist, and it closely resembled Professor Schwartz's laboratory, except that the fittings of the latter were rather more elaborate and complete. On one side of the room was a series of shelves filled with carefully sealed glass tubes containing what I assumed to be gelatine. Schwartz called my attention to these and said, "If you should find me dead or dying some day, I want you to take every one of these tubes, break them one by one in a bucket full of the liquid which you will find in yonder glass jar, and then bury the contents of the bucket, glass and all, in the earth not less than 4 feet deep. Do this with the utmost care, making sure not to break a single tube except under the surface of the liquid. Otherwise, I cannot answer for your life. You perfectly understand me?" "Perfectly," I said, "and I will promise to carry out your wishes. The tubes, I presume, contain the microbes of various diseases." His face lightened up with the glow of enthusiasm. "They contain the microbes of diseases," he replied, "but the diseases are nearly all new. They are inventions of my own, and some of them are infinitely more deadly than any disease known to the medical profession. You remember the death of your dog? The poor fellow died of a disease which is absolutely new, and which kills in less than 6 hours. If that disease were once introduced into any city in the world, it would spread so rapidly that in a week the place would be depopulated." "I did not understand what you mean by newly invented diseases," said I. "How is it possible for a man to invent a disease?" "Allow me to sit down," said the professor, "for I am too weak to remain standing. The answer to your question is very easy. Certain diseases are produced by certain microbes, and hitherto bacteriologists have confined themselves to trying to discover the specific microbe of each disease, and then to discover a remedy that will kill the microbe without killing the patient. No one but myself has ever tried to develop the deadly powers of known microbes. Look at that tube numbered 17. It contains the microbe of typhoid fever, but I have cultivated it until it will produce the disease in 24 hours after the microbe is taken into the system, and will kill the patient infallibly in 12 hours more. That is only one of the dozen similar successes that I have obtained. Then I have crossed different microbes, or rather cultivated them together so that they become capable of producing a new disease, partaking somewhat of the character of each of the diseases which the same microbes, if cultivated separately, would produce. It was I who invented in this way the present variety of influenza, by crossing the microbes of malarial fever with those of pneumonia. I was living in St. Petersburg at the time, and I accidentally dropped the tube containing the germs of influenza. Someone must have found it and opened it, for when the influenza broke out, I instantly recognized it as my own invention. I have always heard, I ventured to remark, that the influenza is a disease which has appeared in Europe several times during the present century. There have been epidemics of a disease called influenza, he replied, but they differed from the present one. They lacked the symptoms of malarial poisoning, which are characteristic of my own influenza. I have always been very sorry that I lost that tube, for an epidemic of influenza can do no possible good and does great harm. But to come back to what I was saying before we spoke of influenza, look at tube number 31. It contains microbes that will produce a disease having some of the characteristics of hydrophobia and some of those of dropsy, while it also has symptoms which are entirely new. It was one of the earliest of my new diseases, and would certainly be very efficacious should it ever become epidemic. I have, however, invented other diseases which are far superior to it. Here is a tube, he continued, taking it almost lovingly in his hand, which contains my chef d'oeuvre. The microbes are a cross between those found in the venom of the tuboba, the most deadly of all known serpents, and those of the Asiatic plague. By the way, I am the first man to discover the existence of microbes in snake venom. I call the new disease which these crossed microbes produce the Purple Death, for the reason that the body of the person who was attacked by it becomes purple before death. It kills in less than 30 minutes, and there is no remedy which has the slightest effect upon it. As to its infectious qualities, it is the king of all diseases. If I were to break this tube while we are in this room together, you and I would be dead within an hour, and from this house the infection would spread so rapidly that in 2 days at furthest, not a human being would be left alive in this poor little town. Think what would happen were we Germans to use these microbes in our next war with France. A single bomb filled with the Purple Death and thrown within the lines of a French army would render a battle an impossibility. Before 6 hours were over, there would not be left in an army of 400,000 men survivors enough to bury the dead. The man's eyes sparkled with pride. His weakness had almost vanished while he was talking, but suddenly he sank back on his chair and feebly begged me to assist him into the other room. When he was lying on the sofa and had somewhat regained his strength, I asked him what possible good he expected to accomplish by adding to the number of diseases which already afflicted humanity. "I have told you," he said, "that I am a philanthropist, only unlike other philanthropists, I have intelligence, and I hope the courage of my convictions. You have heard me say that all the poverty and misery of the world are due to overpopulation. Well, I have there in my laboratory the remedy for this evil. I can, with merciful swiftness and with absolute certainty, reduce the population of Europe to a half or a third of what it now is. I have only to take my Purple Death and scatter the teeming gelatine on the sidewalk of the most crowded street of your London. It will dry quickly, and under the trampling of hundreds of feet it will become pulverized, and the particles will float in the air. That very day the physicians will find themselves in the presence of a disease wholly unknown to them, and against which medical science can achieve nothing. In a few days London will be silent. The working classes and the poor will be dead, and everyone who can possibly fly from the stricken town will have fled. When the pestilence has spent its force, we shall hear no more of the unemployed workmen in London. There will be more work than workmen can be found to do, And the very street sweepers will receive wages that will permit them to live almost in luxury. Or say that I wanted to decrease the population of Berlin. I simply place some of that gelatine in an envelope and send it through the post to the head workman in some factory. He opens it, and the Purple Death breaks out among the workmen. Nothing can stop it until it has run its course. Of course, a percentage of capitalists and employers of labor will fall victims to the disease, but its ravages will be chiefly confined to those who have not the means to escape from the city. Did I not tell you that the anarchists select the wrong victims, and that their favorite dynamite is absurdly ineffective in comparison with the weapons that I can use? Now you see that I told the truth. Man, the lives of half Europe are in my hands. I made no reply. The vastness of the man's horrible scheme stunned me. I had not the least doubt he spoke the truth, and I had promised to remain silent while his devilish project was carried out. Presently he resumed. I did not want my weapons to fall into the hands that would use them ignorantly. That is why I have asked you to destroy every one of those deadly tubes in case I should die without having been able to do it myself. I made the discovery yesterday that I may die at any minute, and I am physician enough to be sure of what I say. If I should find myself dying and should have the time and strength to act, I should set this house on fire and blow out my brains. So if you should happen to find my house burning, you will take no measures to check the flames, but I fear that I shall not have the time to do this myself, and so I rely on your help. How long since you invented the Purple Death? I asked. A troubled look passed over Schwartz's face. Nearly 2 years ago, he replied. Why have you delayed to use it? I asked, a sudden hope that the man was not quite so mad as he seemed to be springing up within me. As yet it has killed no one beside the guinea pigs except your dog, he replied. The dog must have been digging where the guinea pigs are buried and so contracted the disease. But why have you not carried out your scheme of depopulating the world during these 2 years? My friend, replied the professor, I am not so strong as I believed myself. The truth is, I have lacked the courage to begin the work. I have been like a surgeon whose nerves will not permit him to perform a painful operation, although he knows that it is the only means of saving the patient's life. But I shall delay no longer. I may have very little time to live, and besides, now that I have told you all, my secret is no longer safe. Oh, I do not for an instant doubt your word, and I have perfect confidence in your friendship. But when a secret is known to more than one person, it is no longer a secret. But I will have more courage. In another week I shall be as well as ever, and then I will begin the work of redeeming the world from poverty. Now I must ask you to leave me, for I must try to sleep. By the by, you will find a duplicate key of my door hanging on a nail in the hall. Take it with you, and don't hesitate to use it in case of necessity. I left the professor and returned to my house in a most unenviable state of mind. I had not the slightest doubt that what he had told me was strictly true. Granting that the man was mad, and surely no sane man could have calmly proposed the murder of hundreds of thousands of unoffending men, still the death of my dog was sufficient evidence that Schwartz's claim that he had invented microbic poisons was true. I had given him my word to remain silent. If I kept my promise, I should be accessory to the crimes which he unquestionably meant to commit. If I betrayed him, I not only broke my word, but I made it certain that either he would be condemned to a madhouse or would be sent to the gallows. I could not determine what it was my duty to do, and I spent a night of more terrible anxiety than any criminal ever spent who knew that the gallows awaited him in the early morning. All night long and far into the next day I ceaselessly debated the question of what ought I to do. Towards noon, not having yet heard any sound of life in my neighbor's house, I took the key and, entering, went up to his bedroom. He was lying in bed with the bedclothes drawn up close to his chin, and I spoke to him, but he did not answer. When I touched his forehead, I found out he was dead and cold. He had evidently died soon after going to bed, for the body was already perfectly rigid. I did not lose a moment in destroying the tubes in his laboratory. I placed them carefully, one by one, in a bucket filled with the disinfecting fluid which he had shown me, and broke them with a blow of a marble pestle. When this was done, I carried the bucket into the garden and buried it deep with its contents. I should then have been ready to send my servant to notify the authorities of Professor Schwartz's death, had it not been for one thing. The tube containing the Purple Death was missing from its place on the laboratory shelf, and I had been totally unable to find it. So long as this remained above ground, all that I had done was comparatively useless. Doubtless the tube would be found by the officers whom the syndic of the town would send to search the apartment and take charge of the dead man's effects. Then it would be broken, purposely or accidentally, and the frightful consequences that Schwartz had predicted would be inevitable. I searched every corner and cranny of the house without finding the tube. Finally, I began to hope that the professor had himself destroyed it, fearing that he was near his end, but that he had been unable to destroy the rest of his poisons. Comforting myself with this solution of the mystery, I went to his bedside to smooth the bedclothes before sending for the police, and in so doing I found the Purple Death clasped firmly in his hand. It was impossible to loosen the dead man's grasp, and after vainly making the attempt, I gave it up, fearing to break the tube in the effort. I called my servant and told him to go first for the village doctor, and afterwards to notify the police. And then I sat down to await events. The doctor arrived promptly and proved to be a very intelligent man. I told him the whole story that the professor had confided to me, with the exception that I did not hint at the use to which the dead man had proposed to put his terrible inventions. The doctor found no difficulty in believing what I told him, and it evidently gave him a profound respect for his deceased confrère. He agreed with me that it would be dangerous to meddle with the tube which the corpse clasped in its rigid hand, and promised to me that even if an autopsy should be necessary, he would see that the tube remained undisturbed. I think he was a little shy of coming too closely in contact with the body, lest the professor should have died of one of his new diseases. At any rate, he decided to accept my theory that Schwartz had died of heart disease, and persuaded the syndic that an autopsy would be quite superfluous. Professor Schwartz was buried within 24 hours, with the Purple Death still in his right hand. The police were easily persuaded that it contained some holy relic, and that it would be impious to meddle with it. When the funeral was over, I left the place as soon as I could pack my boxes and surrendered the lease of my villa. I have never seen it since and never want to see it. On my way back to England, I passed through Berlin, where I went to see an eminent bacteriologist and asked him now how long microbes enclosed in a tube containing gelatine would retain their vitality. His answer was, "Forever, so far as is at present known." That answer has poisoned my whole life. 6 feet underground in the grave of Professor Schwartz lies the Purple Death, waiting until the day when the cemetery will share the fate of all cemeteries and be cut up into building lots. Then the tube will be exhumed and broken, and the pestilence that is to sweep away the teeming millions of Europe will begin its work. Sooner or later, this is morally certain to happen. I have sometimes thought of exhuming the coffin of Professor Schwartz and searching for the fatal tube, but to do this would be to invite the catastrophe which I dread, for in all probability the tube has become unsealed by this time. My only hope is that an earthquake will someday bury the cemetery too deep for any spade to reach the grave of my poor mad friend. End of The Purple Death by W. L. Alden.
The Electric Shoes by J. McRichard. This is a LibriVox recording. All
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yaron Bernstein. The Electric Shoes by J. McRichard. The Brussels-Paris Express was entering the Compiègne station, the last stop before reaching Paris. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 passengers were seated in one of the first-class compartments, a gentleman of 40 who had got on at Ternier, and your humble servant. We had exchanged some commonplace remarks. My companion spoke with an English accent. Scarcely had the train stopped when one of the doors was opened violently. A gust of wind blew in. My companion made a wry face, but the door remained open, held by someone on the outside. This impolite person was a young man with a military air. We supposed, at least, that he belonged to the army, since he had a cavalry sword strapped to his valise. The gentleman opposite me arose and slammed the door. The officer opened it again. Try as my companion could, he wasn't able to force it shut. "How ill-bred!" he growled as he returned to his seat. We heard an oath outside. The valise was pitched into the compartment, and the owner followed it. He was just in the nick of time. The engine whistle blew, the guard locked the door, and the train got under way. There was a tense silence, presaging a violent outburst as the newcomer lifted his bag into the rack. I don't know what was passing in the gentleman's mind, but looking at his placid figure, one would have thought that he was not in the least affected by the young officer's nervous movements and bellicose attitude. It seems to me, said the latter, looking at each of us in turn, that I heard someone in here use the expression ill-bred. That word was used, answered my companion unhesitatingly. To whom was it applied, may I ask? To you. These last words had hardly been spoken when the officer's hand described a semicircle and struck the gentleman's face. I expected to see the latter spring on the soldier. He did nothing of the sort. He made a slight movement with his left foot. It was almost imperceptible, but it produced an effect which made an ineffaceable impression on me. Nobody could describe exactly the transformation which the officer underwent, but the vigorous, aggressive, quarrelsome man of the minute before became suddenly an automaton, without power of resistance, without will. He was now being subjected to some mysterious torment, affected by some brain disturbance almost as violent as madness. His limbs jerked convulsively, his eyes almost started from their sockets, his teeth chattered, inarticulate sounds escaped from his throat. I felt sorry for him and got up to aid him, but the English gentleman motioned me away. With a smile on his lips, he ordered me to take my seat. "Don't be disturbed," he said in a friendly voice. "There isn't any danger. His sufferings will stop whenever I want them to stop." "Mercy!" exclaimed the unfortunate young man, giving the Englishman a supplicating glance. The latter smiled sardonically. "Mercy!" the officer repeated. "Mercy!" "So be it," said the Englishman at last. "I pardon you, but don't start anything again with me." The mysterious traveler withdrew the foot which I had seen him press against the officer's a few moments before. The officer fell back in his seat, put his head between his hands, and seemed completely prostrated. "Was it a dream, or was it real?" he murmured. "It was real enough," said the Englishman. "You will remember Sir John Mextone, I think, as long as you live." "I certainly shall. Well," continued Mextone, as he called himself, "I am going to explain my system to you. Will you come a little closer, my dear sir?" addressing me. "It's well worth your while." Mextone crossed his legs and showed us the tip of one of his shoes. "You see those 2 points?" he asked. "Yes." "That is where my power comes from. Don't touch them." "Ah." "They are the extremities of an electric current fed by a battery concealed in the heel. The shocks which this gentleman felt were merely discharges produced by a connecting of 2 poles through his body. It is the greatest invention of our age, worth all of Edison's. I have with me 2 similar pairs of shoes in this package. One was made for the King of the Belgians, and the other pair for the King of Italy. So our companion was only a common commercial traveler, but common isn't the right word. As we had just seen, he carried on his trade with the adroitness of an artist. "What do you charge for those shoes?" I asked, still marveling at the demonstration he had given us. 200 francs. That's hardly anything. "It's cheap enough," said the officer, "but why couldn't I buy a pair ahead of the King of the Belgians?" "And why couldn't I buy a pair," I said, "ahead of the King of Italy?" Well, I don't see why you can't, replied Sir John Maxstone, on condition, of course, that you don't make any use of them for several days. I want to have a chance to offer these crowned heads a real novelty. When we arrived in Paris, the officer and I each possessed a pair of electric shoes. We took leave of Sir John Maxstone. I was walking home with my precious package under my arm when a carriage passed me on the Rue Varnier, and I heard voices which seemed familiar. I recognized the officer and the Englishman. They were sitting close together and laughing boisterously. That aroused my suspicions. At my hotel, I put on the pair of shoes intended for the King of Italy and hurried down to the dinner table. I touched several people with my toe, but none of them showed any signs of electric shock. They merely seemed annoyed at my awkwardness. I had to admit myself that my famous shoes were no more electric than any other shoes. I had been the victim of a comedy played by two clever conspirators. My first impulse was to make a complaint to the police, but since the story would certainly have raised a laugh at my expense, I thought it wiser to say nothing. New York Tribune. End of The Electric Shoes by J. McRichard.
Into the Sun by Robert Duncan Milne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Into the Sun by Robert Duncan Milne. Part 1. The Flaming Transit and Fiery Death of the Comet of 82. Scene, San Francisco. Time, 1883. And so you think, Doctor, that the comet which has just been reported from South America is the same as last year's comet? The one discovered first by Cruz at Rio de Janeiro, and which was afterward so plainly visible to us here all through the month of October? Judging from the statement in the papers regarding its general appearance and the course in which it is traveling, I do not see to what other conclusion we can come. It is approaching the sun from the same quarter as last year's comet. It resembles it in appearance. Its rate of motion is as great, if not greater. All these things are very strong arguments of identity. But then, how do you account for so speedy a return? This is only the end of August, and last year's comet was computed to have passed its perihelion about the 18th of September, scarcely a year ago. Even Encke's and Biela's comets, which are denizens of our solar system, so to speak, have longer periods than that. I account for it simply on the hypothesis that this comet passes so close to the sun that its motion is retarded, and its course consequently changed after every such approach. I believe, with Mr. Proctor and Professor Boss, that this is the comet of 1843 and 1880. That it is moving in a succession of eccentric spirals, the curvatures of which have reduced its periods of revolution from perhaps many hundreds of years to, at its last recorded return, 37 years, then to 2 and a fraction, and now to less than 1, and that its ultimate destination is to be precipitated into the sun. This is certainly startling. Supposing your hypothesis to be correct, and should such a casualty happen, what result would you anticipate? That demands some consideration. Take another cigar, and we shall look into the matter. The foregoing conversation took place in the rooms of my friend Dr. Arkwright upon Market Street. The time was about 11 o'clock at night. The date, the 27th of August. The interrogations had been mine and the answers the doctor's. I may add that the doctor was a chemist of no mean attainments and took great interest in all scientific discussions and experiments. The effect of the collision of a comet with the sun, observed the doctor as he lit his cigar, would depend upon a good many conditions. It would depend primarily upon the mass, momentum, and velocity of the comet, something, too, upon its constitution. Let me see that paragraph again. Ah, here it is. And the doctor proceeded to read from the paper. Rio de Janeiro, August 18th. The comet was again visible last evening before and after sunset, about 30 degrees from the sun. Mr. Cruz pronounces it identical with the comet of last year. It is approaching the sun at a rate of 2.5 degrees a day. R.A. at noon yesterday, 178 degrees 24 minutes. December, 83 degrees 40 minutes south. Now this, he went on, corresponds exactly with the position and motion of last year's comet. It came from a point nearly due south of the sun, consequently was invisible to the northern hemisphere before perihelion. Pardon me, I interrupted, but you remember the newspaper predictions regarding last year's comet were to the effect that it would speedily become invisible to us here, whereas it continued to adorn the morning skies for weeks, till it faded away in the remote distance. That was because the nature of its orbit was not distinctly understood. The plane of the comet's orbit cut the plane of the Earth's orbit nearly at right angles, but the major axis, or general direction of this orbit in space, was also inclined some 50 degrees to our plane, and so it came about that, while the approach of the comet was from a point somewhat east of south, its return journey in space was along a line some 20 degrees south of west, which threw its course nearly along the line of celestial equator. Consequently, last year's comet was visible in the early morning, not only to us, but to every inhabitant of the earth between the 60th parallel north and the South Pole, until the vast distance caused it to disappear. But, as I was going to say when you interrupted me, if the distance of the comet from the sun was only 30 degrees when observed at Rio de Janeiro 9 days ago, and its speed was then 2.5 degrees a day, it cannot be far from perihelion now, especially as its speed increases as it approaches the sun. Suppose it should strike the sun this time, said I. What results would you predict? A solid globe, replied the doctor, of the size of our Earth, if falling upon the sun with the momentum resulting from direct attraction from its present position in space, would engender sufficient heat to maintain the solar fires at their existing standard without further supply for about 90 years. This calculation does not involve great scientific or mathematical knowledge, but on the contrary, is as simple as it is reliable, because we have positive data to go upon in the mass and momentum of our planet. But with a comet the case is different. We do not know what elements its nucleus is composed of. It is true we know the value of its momentum, but what does that tell us if we do not know its density or its mass? A momentum of 400 miles a second, the estimated rate of speed of the present comet at perihelion, would undoubtedly engender fierce combustion, were the comet a ponderable body. On the other hand, large bodies composed of fluid matter highly volatilized might collide with the sun without any appreciable effect. Have we any data to go upon in this matter? I inquired. With regard to our own sun, replied the doctor, we have not. But several suggestive circumstances have occurred in the case of other suns which lead us to infer that something similar might happen to our own. Some years ago, a star in the constellation Cygnus was observed to suddenly blaze out with extraordinary brilliancy, its luster increasing from that of a star of the 6th magnitude, but faintly distinguishable to the unaided eye to that of a star of the 1st. This brilliancy was maintained for several days, when it resumed its original condition. Now it is fair to infer that this great increase of light may have been caused by the precipitation of some large solid body, a planet, a comet, or perhaps another sun, upon the sun in question, and as light and heat are now understood to be merely different modes or expressions of the same quality of motion, it is fair to infer further that the increment of heat corresponded to that of light. What then do you suppose would be the natural effect upon ourselves here, on this planet, by some such catastrophe as you have just imagined happening to our own sun? I asked. The light and heat of our luminary might be increased 100-fold, or 1,000-fold, according to the nature of the collision. One can conceive of combustion so fierce as to evaporate all our oceans in one short minute, or even to volatilize the solid matter of our planet in less than that time, like a globule of mercury in a hot air chamber. Large and small are not absolute but relative terms in nature's vocabulary. Both are equally amenable to her laws, sententiously observed the doctor. A comforting reflection, certainly, I remarked. Let us hope we shall not be favored with any such experience. Who can tell? Rejoined the doctor as he rose from his seat. Excuse me for a minute. You know there is a balloon ascension from Woodward's Gardens tomorrow, and there's a new ingredient I'm going to introduce to the inflation. The stuff wants a little more mixing. Take another cigar. I won't be a minute. I sat back and meditated as I listened to the retreating footsteps of the doctor, as he passed into an adjoining room. I looked at the clock. It was 11:30. It was a warm night for San Francisco in August, remarkably so, in fact. I got up to open the window, and as I did so, the doctor entered the room again. What is that? I exclaimed involuntarily as I threw up the sash. and the spectacle which met my gaze as I did so certainly warranted exclamation. Dr. Arkwright's rooms were on the north side of Market Street, and the inferior height of the buildings opposite afforded an uninterrupted view of the horizon to the south and east. Over the tops of the houses to the east could be seen a thin, livid line, marking the waters of the bay, and beyond it the serrated outline of the Alameda Hills. All this was normal and just as I had seen it 100 times before. But in the northeast the sky was lit up with a lurid, dull red glow, which extended northward along the horizon in a broadening arc, till the view was shut out by the street line to our left. This light resembled in all respects the aurora borealis, except that of color. Instead of the cold, clear radiance of the northern light, we were confronted with an angry blood-red glare which ever and anon shot forks and tongues and streamers of fire upward toward the zenith. It was as if some vast conflagration were in our progress to the north. But what, I asked myself, could produce so extensive, so powerful an illumination? Vast forest fires or the burning of large cities make themselves manifest by a sky-reflected glare for great distances, but they do not display the regularity or the harmony, so to speak, which was apparent in the present instance. The conclusion was inevitable that the phenomenon was not local in its source. As we looked out at the window, we could see that the scene had arrested the attention of others besides ourselves. Little knots of people had collected on the sidewalk, larger knots at the street corners, and the passers-by kept turning their heads to gaze at the strange spectacle. At the same time, the air was growing heavier and more sultry every minute. There was not a breath stirring, but an ominous and preternatural calm seemed to brood over the city, like that which in some climates is the precursor of a storm, and which here is frequently known as earthquake weather. The doctor broke the silence. "This is something quite out of the common run of events," he exclaimed. "That light in the north must have a cause. All these Sonoma and Mendocino redwoods, with the pineries of Oregon and Washington territory thrown in, would not make such a blaze as that. Besides, that is not the sort of sky reflection a forest fire would cause." "Just my own idea," I asserted. "Let us see if we cannot contact it with a wider origin. It is now nearly midnight. That light is in the north. The sun's rays are now illuminating the other side of the globe. It is therefore sunrise on the Atlantic, noon in Eastern Europe, and sunset in Western Asia. When you came here, scarcely an hour ago, the heavens were clear, and the temperature normal. Whatever has given rise to this extraordinary phenomenon has done so within the last hour. Ever since we began to look, I see that the extremity of the illuminated arc has shifted further to the east. That light has its origin in the sun, but it altogether passes the bounds of experience." "Might we not connect it with the comet we have just been speaking about?" I suggested. "It should now be near its perihelion point." "That must be it," acquiesced the doctor. "Who knows but that the fiery wanderer has actually come in contact with the sun? Let us go out." We put on our hats and left the building. All along the sidewalks we came upon excited groups staring at the strange light and speculating upon its cause. The general expression of opinion referred it to some vast forest fire, though there was not wanting religious enthusiasts who saw in it a manifestation of divine wrath, or a portent of the predicted consummation of all things. For in the uninformed human mind there is no middle ground between the grossly practical and the purely fanatical. We hurried along Market Street and turned down Kearny, where the crowds were even denser and more anxious-looking. Arrived at the Chronicle office, I noticed that a succession of messengers from the various telegraph offices were encountering each other on the stairs of the building. "If you will wait a minute," I said to the doctor, "I will run upstairs and find out what is the matter."
"Strange news from the east," said the telegraphic editor,
hurriedly in answer to my question, at the same time pointing to a little pile of dispatches.
"These have been coming in for the last half hour from all points of the Union."
I took up one and read the contents. "New York, 3:15 a.m. Extraordinary light just broke out over the eastern horizon. Very red and threatening. Seems to proceed from a great distance out at sea. People unable to assign cause." Another ran as follows. "New Orleans, 4:10 a.m. Vivid conflagration reflected in the sky, a little north of east. General sentiment that vast fires have sprung up in the cane brakes. Population abroad and anxious."
"There are a score more," remarked the editor. "From Chicago, Memphis, Canada, everywhere, in fact, all to the same purpose. What do you make of it?"
"The phenomenon is evidently universal," I said. "It must have its origin in the sun. Do you notice how hot and stifling the air is getting? Have you any dispatches from Europe?"
"None yet."
Here is a cablegram repeated from New York, said the editor, taking a dispatch from the hand of a messenger who just then entered. This may tell us something. Listen. London, 7:45 a.m. 5 minutes ago, sun's heat became overpowering. Business stopped. People falling dead in streets. Thermometers risen from 52 degrees to 113 degrees. Still rising. Message from Greenwich Observatory says... The dispatch stops abruptly there, interpolated the editor, and the newspaper operator goes on thus. Message cut short, nothing more through cable. Intense alarm everywhere. Light and heat increasing. Well, said I, it must be as Dr. Arkwright suggested. The comet observed again at Rio de Janeiro 10 days ago has fallen into the sun. Heaven only knows what we had better do. I shall edit these dispatches and get the paper out, at any rate, said the editor with determination. Here comes the ice for the printers, as half a dozen men filed past the door, each with a sack upon his shoulder. The paper must come out if the earth burns for it. I fancy we can hold out until sunrise, and before then the worst may be over. I left the office, rejoined the doctor in the street, and told him the news. There is no doubt about it, he remarked at once. The comet of last year has fallen into the sun. All the telegraphic messages were nearly identical in time, as it is now just midnight here, and consequently about 4 o'clock in New York and 8 o'clock in England. What had we better do? Queried I. I do not think there is any cause for immediate alarm, replied the doctor. We shall see whether the heat increases materially between now and sunrise, and take measures accordingly. Meanwhile, let us look about us. The scenes of alarm were intensified in the streets as we passed along. It seemed as if half the population of the city had left their houses and gathered in the most public places. Thousands of people were pushing and jostling each other in the neighborhood of the various newspaper offices in frantic endeavors to get a glimpse of the bulletin boards, where the substance of the various telegrams was posted up as fast as they came in. Multitudes of hacks and express wagons were driving hither and thither, crowded with family parties seemingly intent upon leaving the city, and probably without any definite aim or accurate comprehension of what they were doing or whither they were going. As the hours wore on toward morning, the angry red arch moved farther along the horizon. Its outlines grew bolder and brighter, and its flaming crest towered higher in the heavens. Nothing could be conceived more ominous or ghastly, more calculated to produce feelings of brutish terror, and to convince the spectator of his utter powerlessness to cope with an inevitable and inexorable event than this blood-red arch of flame which spread over 1/4 of the apparent horizon. The air, too, was momentarily growing heavier and more stifling. A glance at a thermometer in one of the hotels gave a temperature of 114 degrees. Between 2 and 3 o'clock, 4 successive alarms of fire were sounded from the lower quarters of the city. 2 large wholesale houses and a liquor store, in 3 contiguous blocks, caught fire, evidently the work of incendiaries. Multitudes of the worst rabble collected as if by concert in the business quarters. Shops and warehouses were broken into and looted. The police force, though working vigorously, not being strong enough to arrest the work of pillage, backed as if it was by the moral terrors of the night, and the general paralysis which unnerved the better class of citizens. Strange scenes were being enacted at every corner and on every street. Groups of women kneeling upon sidewalks and rending the air with prayers and lamentations were jostled aside by ruffians wild and furious with liquor. A procession of religious fanatics, chanting shrill and discordant hymns and bearing lanterns in their hands, passed unheeded through the crowded streets, and we could afterward watch them threading their way up the steep side of Telegraph Hill. In short, the terrible and bizarre effects of that fearful night would overtax the pen of a Dante to describe, or the pencil of a Dore to portray. "Let us go home," said the doctor, looking at his watch. "It is now 3:30. The temperature of the atmosphere is evidently rising. The chances are that it will become unbearable after sunrise. We must consider what is best to do." We pushed our way back through the crowded streets, past despairing and terror-stricken men and wailing women. But as we passed the bulletin boards at the corner of Bush and Kearny streets, it was encouraging to mark that at least one earthly industry would continue to go on, till the mechanism could run no longer, and that the world would, at any rate, get full particulars of its approaching doom. So long as wires could transmit them, compositors set them in type, and pressmen print them. I felt that the power and grandeur of the press had never been more fully exemplified than in the regular and ceaseless pulsations of its machinery as the daily issue was being thrown off, with the news that the other hemisphere was in conflagration, and that a few short hours would in all probability witness the same catastrophe in our own. The last 2 wagons which had driven up with ice for the employees had been boarded and sacked by the thirsty mob. And looking down into the press room as I entered the building, I could see the pressmen stripped to the waist in that terrible hot air bath, while upstairs the telegraphic editor was in a similar dishabille, with the additional feature of a wet towel bound round his temples. He motioned to the latest dispatch from New York as I entered. I took it up and read as follows. New York, 6 a.m. Sun just risen. Heat terrible. Air suffocating. People seeking shade. Thousands bathing off the docks. Thousands killed by sunstroke. Almost a recapitulation of the London message of 3 hours ago, I said as I hurried out. 3 hours hence, we may expect the same here. I rejoined the doctor in the street, and together we proceeded to his apartments. Now, said he, as I told him the purport of the last message, there is only one thing to be done if we wish to save our lives. It is a chance if even this plan will succeed, but at all events there is a chance. What is it? I asked, eagerly. I take it, answered he, that the increase of heat and light, which will accrue as soon as the sun rises above the horizon, must prove fatal to all animal life beneath the influence of its beams. The population of Europe, and by this time, I doubt not, of all this country east of the Mississippi, is next to annihilated. With us it is but a question of time, unless... Unless what? I exclaimed excitedly as he paused meditatively. Unless we are willing to run a great risk, he added. You are a philosopher enough to know that heat and light are simple modes of motion, expressions, so to speak, of the same molecular action of the elements they pass through or agitate. They have no intrinsic being in themselves, no entity, no existence, as it were, independent of outside matter. In their case, the 2 forms of outside matter affected by them are the ether pervading space and the atmosphere of our planet. Do you follow? Certainly, I replied impatiently, for I dreaded one of the doctor's disquisitions at such a critical moment as this. But, my dear sir, what is the practical application of your theorem? How can we apply it to the case in point? In this wise, he went on, heat, that is, the heat we have to do with now, is caused by the action of the sun's rays upon our atmosphere. If we get beyond the limits of that atmosphere, what then? Simply we have no heat. Ascend to a sufficient altitude, even under the cloudless rays of the vertical sun, and you will freeze to death. The limit of perpetual snow is not an extreme one. I catch your idea perfectly, I assented. I concede the accuracy of your premises, but what does it avail us? The Sierra Nevada mountains are practically as far off as the peaks of the Himalayas. There are other means, rejoined the doctor, of attaining the necessary altitude. A balloon ascension, as you are aware, was to have taken place today from Woodward's Gardens. I was going to assist at the inflation, to test a new method of generating gas. I now propose that we endeavor to gain possession of the balloon and make the ascension. I do not think we shall be anticipated or thwarting in doing so. Agreed, I said. Any risk is preferable to being roasted to death. We must remember that the risk of the balloon bursting through the expansion of the gas is great, for we shall be exposed not only to its normal expansion, should we penetrate the upper atmospheric strata, but to its abnormal expansion through heat, should we fail to do so in time. It is shaking the dice with death in any case, I answered, and proceeded to assist the doctor in packing the apparatus and chemicals he had prepared overnight. And having done so, we left the building and hastened southward along Market Street. The cars were not running, and the carriages we saw paid no heed to our importunities, so the precious time seemed to fly past while we swiftly covered the mile which separated us from the gardens. The gates were luckily open and none of the employees visible, so we made for the spot where the balloon, half inflated, lay like some slimy antediluvian monster in its lair. We adjusted the apparatus and arranged the ropes as speedily as possible, and waited anxiously while the great bag slowly swelled and shook, rearing itself and falling back by turns, but gradually assuming more and more spherical proportions. Meanwhile, we had again opportunity to observe the condition of the atmosphere in the heavens. It was already 4:30, and in less than an hour the sun would spring up in the east. The pale bluish tints of daybreak were beginning to assert themselves beside the lurid semicircle which flamed above them. This latter changed to a hard coppery hue as daylight became stronger, but preserved its contour unchanged. The heat became more oppressive, the thermometer we had brought with us now registering 133 degrees. Strange sounds were wafted in from the city. Meaningless indeed, but rendered fearfully suggestive by the circumstances of the morning. The animals howled unceasingly from their cages, and we could hear their frantic struggles for liberty. One cat-like form that had made good its escape shot past us in the gloom. Had the whole menagerie been set free at that moment, we should have had nothing to fear from them, so great is the influence elemental crises exert over the brute creation. We had at last the satisfaction of seeing the great globe swing clear of the ground, though not yet fully inflated, and tug at the ropes which moored it. We had already placed the ballast bags and other necessary articles in the car, when, perspiring at every pore, we simultaneously cut the last ropes and rose heavily into the air. There was not a breath of wind stirring, but our course was guided slightly east in the direction of the bay. It was now broad daylight, and the upper limb of the sun appeared above the horizon as we estimated our altitude from surrounding objects at about 1,000 feet. As the full orb appeared, the heat became more intense, and by the doctor's direction, we swathed our heads in a flannel sprinkled sparingly with a preparation of ether and alcohol, the swift evaporation of which imparted coolness for a short time. The sky had now assumed the appearance of a vast brazen dome, and the waters of the ocean to the west and the bay beneath us reflected the dull, dead, pitiless glare with horrible fidelity. We had taken the precaution to hang heavy blankets upon the ropes sustaining the car, and these we kept sparingly moistened with water. Our own thirst was as intense as our perspiration was profuse, and we had divested ourselves of everything but our woolen underclothing, wool being a non-conductor, and therefore as effective in excluding heat as retaining it. We were provided with a powerful ship telescope, and also a large binocular glass of long range, and so far as the discomforts of the situation would permit us, we took observations of the prospect beneath. To the unaided eye, the city simply presented a patch of little rectangles at the end of a broken peninsula, but through our glasses the streets and houses became surprisingly plain. Little squat black forms were to be seen moving, falling down, and lying in the streets. Down by the city from the wharves were seen to be lined with nude or semi-nude bodies, which dived into the water and remained submerged, with the exception of their heads, though these disappeared at short intervals below the surface. Thousands upon thousands of people were thus engaged. The spectacle would have been utterly absurd and ludicrous had it not been tremendous in its awful suggestiveness. "The mortality will be terrible, I fear," said the doctor, "if things do not change for the better soon, and I see no prospect of that. Our thermometer already marks 147 degrees even at this altitude. We are in the lepidarium of the thrice-heated Turkish bath. And if this is the case at a barometric altitude of 11,000 feet, nearly 2 perpendicular miles, what must it be down there? It is too terrible to contemplate." "It is only 7 o'clock yet," I remarked, looking at my watch. "The sun is scarcely an hour high." "We must throw out more ballast," said the doctor, "and reach the higher strata at all hazards." And he threw out a 40-pound bag of sand. We shot upward with tremendous velocity for several minutes, when our ascent again became regular. We now remarked with intense relief that the thermometer did not rise, that, in fact, it had fallen about 2 degrees, though this relief was counterbalanced by the extreme difficulty of breathing the rarefied air at this immense altitude, which we estimated by the barometer 25,000 feet, or nearly 5 perpendicular miles. We therefore opened the valve and discharged a quantity of gas, and presently descended into a stratum of dense fog. This fog reminded me of the steam which rises from tropical vegetation during the rainy season, and I mentioned the fact to the doctor. "If these fogs," replied he, "would only rest upon the city, they might shield it from destruction. But in a case of this kind, we have no meteorological data to go on. No one can estimate either the amount of heat or the meteorological results it is now producing on the surface of the earth 5 miles below us." The stratum of fog in which we now were was dense and impenetrable. We lay in it as in a steam bath, the balloon not seeming to drift, but swaying sluggishly from side to side like a sail flapping idly against a mast in a calm. Hour after hour passed like this, the temperature still ranging between 130 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. The doctor preserved his wonted equanimity. "I have grave apprehensions," he remarked impressively, as if in answer to my thoughts, "that the final fiery cataclysm, a foreboding of which has run through all systems of philosophies and religions through all ages, and which seems to be, as it were, ingrained in the inner consciousness of man, is now upon us. I am determined, however, not to fall a victim to the fiery energy that has been evoked, and shall anticipate such a fate by an easier and less disagreeable one. And as he spoke, he motioned significantly toward his right hip. Do you think, then, said I, that an act under such circumstances, designedly employing a vague periphrasis on such an unpleasant topic, is morally defensible? What can it matter? Returned the doctor with a shrug. Of two alternatives, both leading to the same end, common sense accepts the easier. A refusal to touch the hemlock would not have saved Socrates. In spite of the terrible forebodings which filled me, the exigencies of the situation seemed to render my brain preternaturally concentrated and abnormally active. The surrounding stillness, the lack of sound of any description, the dreamy warmth of the dense mist in which we lay, exercised a sedative influence, and rendered the mind peculiarly impressionable to action from within. We have no means, then, of calculating the probable intensity of the heat at the earth's surface? I asked. None whatever, replied the doctor. We are now at an indicated elevation, by barometrical pressure, of 22,000 feet. We are probably actually much higher, as the steam in which we lie is acting on the barometer. Atmospheric conditions like the present at such an altitude are totally beyond the experience of science. They might be, and probably are, caused by the action of intense heat upon hotter surfaces below us. To the fact of their presence, however, we owe our existence. This atmosphere, though peculiarly favorable to the passage of heat rays through it, is incapable of retaining them. Supposing, I went on in a wildly speculative mood, engendered by the excitement of the occasion, supposing that the heat of the surface of the earth were sufficiently intense to melt metals, iron, for instance, the most refractory substances, in fact, take a further flight, supposing that such heat were 10 times intensified, what would be its effect upon our planet? The solid portions, the crust with everything upon it, would be the first to experience the effects of such a catastrophe. Then the oceans would boil, and their surface waters, at any rate, be converted into steam. What then? I continued. This steam would ascend to the upper regions of the atmosphere till it reached an equilibrium of rarefaction, when its expanse would cool it, upon which rapid condensation would follow, and it would descend to earth in the form of rain. The more sudden and energetic the heat, the sooner would this result be accomplished, and the more copious the precipitation of the succeeding rain. After the first terrible crisis, the grand compensation of natural law would come into play, and the face of the planet would be protected from further harm by the shield of humid vapor, the vis medicatrix naturae, so to speak. Equilibrium would be restored, but most organisms would meanwhile have perished. Most organisms, you say? I repeated inquiringly. It is possible, said the doctor, that ocean infusoria and even some of the comparatively higher forms of ocean life might survive. It is also possible that terrestrial animals occupying high altitudes, mountaineers, for example, whose homes are deep snows and glaciers, denizens of the frozen zone, and beings similarly situated, might escape. This would altogether depend upon the intensity and duration of the heat. We must remember that size, looked at from a universal point of view, is merely relative. If we consider our planet as a 6-inch ball, our oceans, with their insignificant average depth of a few miles, would be aptly represented by a film of the finest writing paper. How long, think you, would a watery film such as that last a few feet from a suddenly stirred fire? I bowed acquiescence to the conclusion drawn from the simile, and the doctor proceeded. There can no longer be any doubt that the present elemental convulsion is due to the collision of the comet with the sun, knowing what we do of its orbit from last year's computation. Its precipitation upon the solar surface has taken place on the side farthest from our own position in space. We do not therefore experience so sudden and so fierce atmospherical excitement as would otherwise have followed. It now remains to be seen what the duration of the effect will be. During the latter portion of our conversation, a low moaning sound, which had been heard for the past few minutes, was growing more pronounced and seemingly coming nearer. At the same time, the barometer was observed to be falling rapidly. "That is the sound of wind," I exclaimed. "I have heard it on tropical deserts and on tropical seas. I cannot be mistaken. It comes from the east. The hot air from the parched continent is approaching," said the doctor. "Scientifically speaking, atmospheric convection is taking place, and we shall bear the brunt of it." As he spoke, the balloon was seized with a violent tremor. It vibrated from apex to car, and the next moment was struck by the most terrific tornado it is possible to imagine. The blast was like the torrid breath of a furnace, and we involuntarily covered our heads with our blankets and clutched convulsively to the frail bulwarks of the car, which was being dragged on at a tremendous velocity, and at a horribly acute angle, by the distended gas bag which towered ahead of us. Luckily, we had both clutched mechanically at the railings on the side whence the wind came. To let go which hold would have meant instant precipitation over the opposite side of the car into the yawning gulf beneath. For less than a minute, so far as my stricken and scattered senses could compute, we were borne on by this terrific simoom, when suddenly we found ourselves, as before, in the midst of a preternatural calm. We had evidently drifted into an eddy of the cyclone, for I could hear its sullen and awful roar at some distance to our right. Hardly had we composed ourselves when the blast struck us again, this time on the opposite side of the car. Again we were hurled forward by the resistless elemental fury, but this time in a sensibly downward direction. The blast had struck us from above and was hurling us before it, down to the inevitable destruction. Fortunately, the comparative bulk of the balloon offered more resistance than the car to this downward progress. Down we sped till of a sudden we emerged from the cloud strata and obtained a brief and abrupt glimpse of the scene below. The counterblasts of the past few minutes had apparently compensated each other's action, for we found ourselves just over the city. The city? There was no city. I recognized indeed the contour of the peninsula, and the well-known outlines of the bay and the islands, through casual rifts in the dense clouds of steam which rose in volumes from below. Well-nigh stupefied and maddened as I was by the intense heat, a horrible curiosity seized me to peer into the dread mystery beneath, and while with one scorched and writhing hand I held the blankets, which had not yet parted with the moisture gathered from the clouds above, to my aching head and temples, with the other I raised the powerful binocular to my eyes. Through drifting rifts of the steam clouds that obscured the scene, I caught glimpses which filled me with unutterable and nameless horror. Neither streets nor buildings were decipherable where the city once had been. The eye rested upon nothing but irregular and misshapen piles of vitrified slag and calcined ashes. Everything was as scarred in a ruinous silence as the ruined surface of the moon. There was neither flame nor fire to be seen. Things seemed to have long passed the stage of active combustion, as though all the elements necessary to sustain flame had already been abstracted from them. Here and there an ominous dark red glow showed, however, that the lava into which the fair city had been transformed was still incandescent. The sand dunes to the west shone like glaciers or dull mirrors through the steam fissures, and long shapeless masses of what resembled charred wood were strewn here and there over the surface of the bay. Less than 5 seconds served to reveal all that I had taken so long to describe. The binocular, too hot to hold, dropped from my hand. At the same moment the balloon was again struck by the cyclone and dashed eastward with the same fury as before. The doctor caught convulsively at the railing of the car, missed his hold, and with a wild, despairing shriek, outstretched arms, and starting eyes fixed upon mine, disappeared headlong into the abyss. I am alone in the balloon, perhaps alone in the world. My companion has been hurled to a fiery death below. His awful shriek still rings in my ears. It sounds over the sullen roar of the cyclone. I am whirled resistlessly onward. The blast shifts. Again the balloon pauses in one of the strange eddies formed by this strange simoon. The wind dies away to a moan. It rises again. It writhes around the car like the convulsive struggles of some gigantic reptile in the throes of death. It seizes me again in its resistless clutch. The balloon is being whirled toward the earth. I am falling. But no, it seems to me that the earth, the plutonic igneous earth, is rising toward me. With lightning-like rapidity it seems to hurl itself up through the air to meet me. I hear the roar of flames mingling with the roar of the blast. I see the seething, bubbling waste of waters through the rifts in the clouds of steam. I am nearing the molten surface. My feeling has changed. I am conscious that it has ceased to seem to rise. I feel that I am falling now, falling into the fiery depths below. Nearer, nearer yet, scorched and blackened by the awful heat as I approach. I fall down, down, down. Part 2. Plucked from the burning. Where am I? I exclaimed as I rubbed my eyes and looked around me, gazing with mingled curiosity and awe on the unaccustomed objects which I saw. There responded a long-bearded and gray-serged man in an unknown tongue, as he bent over the pallet on which I was lying, and proceeded to anoint my skin. I perceived that I was naked, with an unguent that recalled the fancied perfume of some oriental nard that I had read of, but could not at the moment identify. I tried to raise my head from the pillow, but the muscles refused to respond to the action of the will. Helplessly, I dropped my eyes to the inferior portion of my frame, and beheld with sickening apprehension that I was scarred and blistered from neck to foot. At the same time, I perceived that I was lying upon robes or sheets of the finest silk. Such extraordinary care contrasted strangely with the paltry surroundings of the chamber, and such luxury applied to myself, for the extent of it I could appreciate, strangely with the seemingly ascetic poverty of the person who stood beside me. I had no difficulty, however, in determining from the architectural points of the chamber, and the features, dress, and intonation of my companion, that I was in some Mongolian settlement. How or where was an inconceivable mystery. Memory, for the most, was a blank. Suddenly a flood of thought surged through my brain. In an instant I recalled the events of that fearful day in San Francisco, the ascent of the balloon, the aspect of the ruined city, the tragic death of the doctor, and my own imminent destruction when I became senseless. How long I had lain in a comatose condition, I, of course, do not know, but judging from the extraordinary distance traversed in the interim, either the time must have been considerable, or I must have been hurled with inconceivable velocity in the heart of the storm to where I now lay. To cross an ocean and hundreds of leagues of continent in a condition of insensibility does not fall to the lot of everyone, and my astonishment may be imagined when I at last discovered how I had been found by the monks of the Buddhist monastery of Badid upon the northern slope of the Himalayas, on a plateau nearby, lying apparently dead near the fragments of what had once been the balloon and car. My theory is that my balloon was caught up by a body of heated air of vast volume, when about to plunge into the fiery abyss, and this body of air naturally rising to an upper stratum was in its turn pressed forward by an air current of tremendous velocity, naturally following the westward course of the sun. My strange appearance and the extraordinary manner in which I had reached their neighborhood, coupled with the recent tremendous spectacle which they had witnessed in the nocturnal heavens, for by the time the sun had risen upon Central Asia the force of the comet's collision had been spent, and the heat experienced at this altitude had been barely sufficient to melt a few feet of the everlasting snows. The entire circumstances attending my advent among them, I repeat, had caused them to regard me with a certain superstitious awe, and to treat me with the consideration I have already referred to. So far as this portion of our earth was concerned, the fierce and fiery cataclysm which had wrought such ruin upon those regions subjected to the full potency of the blazing orb had been represented only by the terrible auroral display, which according to the monks had travelled round the half-circuit of the heavens from west to east in blood-red anger, but had faded away before the first beams of morning brightened the sky. They regarded it, I also learned, as a presage of the second coming of the original Buddha. The seclusion of the Tibetan highlanders is so great, and their intercourse with the outside world so limited and infrequent, that it was weeks before the vague and terrible rumors which were wafted faintly from the lowlands of China began to impress them more strongly with the possible truth of the terrible story which I had attempted to convey to them by signs and broken expressions. Day by day the desire became more intense within me to revisit the haunts of men and learn the worst regarding the catastrophe. I had already acquired during my 2 months' sojourn at the monastery a sufficient acquaintance with the Tibetan tongue to enable me to express myself upon ordinary topics with considerable fluency, and my representations exercised such an effect upon Jamcham, one of the most enlightened of the monks, that he yielded to my solicitations and consented to persuade the rest to make a journey of exploration. As by degrees I gained greater command of the language, and Jamcham and myself managed to reach the intellects of the monks, blinded as they were by ignorance and prejudice, and blurred by superstition, it became evident that their curiosity was becoming piqued as fast as their feelings were becoming interested. When the spring opened and the snows melted away upon the surrounding slopes, they were ready to accompany me on an expedition to the plains. Jamcham had not in vain employed his arguments, and exhausted his store of rhetoric in convincing his brethren that one of their main duties lay in a case of this sort in assisting mankind. Accordingly, a troop of 30 of the youngest members of the society were drafted for the expedition, the rest, including the older and weaker of the brethren, being left to guard the several interests of the fraternity. The villages and settlements we passed upon our way for the first 2 days were tenanted by natives who repeated the strange tales we had previously heard. A day or two later, after crossing many spurs and mountain ranges, we debouched upon the valley of the Kensha Kiang, or as it is called during its lower course, the Yangtze Kiang. As we gradually descended from the higher plateaus, we entered regions where the vegetation was parched and lifeless. Houses and villages were either desolate or tenanted only by half-famished creatures, who answered our questions in a dazed and bewildered way. Despair seems to have settled on them. Their flocks and herds seemed scarcely able to sustain existence upon the scant and desiccated herbage. A calamity which they were able neither to comprehend nor cope with had fallen upon them and deprived them of heart and courage. We had remarked for the past few days that the climate had changed to a greater degree than would, under ordinary circumstances, have been the case. Humidity was its prevailing feature. Dense cloud masses rolled over our heads and obscured the sun. As we neared the Chinese lowlands, rain fell almost incessantly. The same scenes met our gaze, which we had encountered in the more mountainous country, only intensified in their ghastly significance. Dead and decaying bodies of men, women, children, and domestic animals lay promiscuously about at every turn and in every conceivable posture, as if they had been stricken by some fell pestilence. As we gazed, the heavens shed sluggish raindrops as though weeping. It was only too convincing, the awful thought that here, at the western limit of the vast realm of China, we stood at the gates of a tremendous cemetery, rich with the steaming remains of hundreds of millions of human creatures, and countless myriads of species of the animal and vegetable kingdom. After 2 weeks of travel, we reached the plains. No living thing was there. The earth, however, was clad in verdure. In some mysterious manner it was evident that the germs of certain forms of vegetable life had survived. Wheat, rice, poppies, and weeds grew up together in luxurious confusion, as though sown broadcast over the land. The scene reminded me of some vast western prairie. The croaking of frogs heard by night proved that, at all events, this form of amphibious life had survived the elemental crisis. Fish, too, abounded in the rivers. It is needless to relate at length the details of our progress to the sea. In the course of 6 weeks we reached the seaport of Macau on the southern coast. Here everything was wrecked, ruined, and scorched, as though subjected to a blast furnace. Merchandise and commodities of all sorts were baked into utter desiccation. The shipping in the harbor, where it had not been absolutely wrecked or sunk, rose and fell with the pulsations of the waves, planks and timbers yawning and starting from their places. Still, this city had not experienced the same terrible fate that had befallen San Francisco. The force of the convulsion had been spent before its effects had reached this quarter of the globe, though so far as animal life was concerned the results had been identical in both cases. An iron steamer was found in the harbor which it was possible to refit, and after several weeks' work she was rendered seaworthy, while her engines had not suffered materially from the heat. Having stocked this vessel with fuel from a coal yard whose contents had been converted into excellent coke by the solar reaction, and a sufficient cargo of rice, also luckily found but little parched, in the month of September, about a year after the cometary crisis, the vessel, manned by this strange crew of amateur sailors, and under such singular auspices, steamed slowly out of the harbor of Macau, with the determination of visiting other portions of the earth. The vessel was called the Euphemia, and her crew numbered 31 all told. The monk Jamtchan, as was natural, was chosen captain of the expedition, while the control of the engine room was assigned to myself. Luckily, for the first week or more, we encountered no severe weather, by which time the monks had opportunity to acquire the use of their sea legs, and to make themselves familiar with the unaccustomed duties of sailor life. Their duties naturally consisted in keeping things clean and attending to the furnaces rather than in seamanship, though Jamtcham's capacity, combined with such little instruction as I was able to offer, gradually taught them the use of the ropes and the management of the sails, some of which we had fortunately found uninjured, which was an essential requirement for the prosecution of our enterprise, as we could not tell when we might ever fall in with another supply of coal. It had been a moot question in which direction we should travel after leaving Macau. Prudence had suggested to me that our wisest course would be westward, to those Asiatic countries which had presumably escaped the full effects of the elemental visitation. We accordingly steered as near as I could calculate in a southerly direction for the Indian archipelago, hoping sooner or later to find the Straits of Anjer or the Jololo Passage. But the fates had decreed otherwise. For the first 10 days, we experienced mild and favorable weather, and our dead reckoning, as well as the increasing declination of the pole star, showed that we were approaching the islands, when we encountered one of those typhoons which are by no means rare occurrence on the China Sea. By the time the violence of the gale was spent, we had been driven far eastward, over the waters of the Pacific. How far, we had no means of ascertaining, for in the absence of a chronometer and almanac it was impossible to approximate the longitude. From the sun's meridian altitude, I determined that we were about 20 degrees north of the equator. Also that, judging from an estimated dead reckoning, the nearest land in our proposed course was the Sandwich Islands. The desire was strong within me to revisit California and learn the full extent of the catastrophe I had witnessed from the balloon. Not many days later, the eastern horizon resolved itself into a long line of cloud, and I had no difficulty in recognizing the contour of the Coast Range Mountains to the south of the town of Monterey. The aspect of the beach, of the headlands, of the white surf of the bay was perfectly familiar, and the brown appearance of plain and highland was just as might have been expected at that season of the year. The sea was destitute of ships. No seabirds were to be seen, nor did the white and glistening houses at either extremity of the bay suggest the looks of Monterey and Santa Cruz. Instead of this, irregular ruins seemed to mark the sites of these well-known watering places. On the afternoon of the following day, we sighted the Golden Gate. It was a calm and cloudless day, such a day as, a year ago, would have called out innumerable vehicles to the ocean beach. We steamed slowly north, past the spot where the Ocean House had once been. The sudden turning of a point brought us in full view of the Cliff House, or rather, the spot it had once occupied, for no building of any kind was to be seen. The outline of seal rock rose from the water, with the spray dashing white against its sides, but the glossy colony that had once sported there was gone. No difference was apparent in the barren, russet aspect of the bluffs overlooking the entrance to the bay. It is true that there were no signs of living vegetation visible, but that was normal for California in summertime. Our vessel steamed onward to the harbor and came abreast of Fort Point. No fierce bombardment could have produced a spectacle of completer ruin. The fiery heat which failed to melt rocks could nevertheless crumble mortar and cement to powder, and a shapeless pile of brick, with here and there a mass of iron showing through it, was all that remained of that solid structure once bristling with heavy ordnance. The officers' quarters and the Presidio barracks presented a similar spectacle of desolation. Alcatraz was also dismantled, while of the houses and streets which covered the hills between the Presidio and the city, scarce a vestige could be seen. At length, we steamed round Black Point and came in full view of the site of the city. The destruction that had fallen upon the ponderous brick fortifications had visited with redoubled force the wooden structures which composed the bulk of the streets. Only the lines of the broadest thoroughfares were defined. Those running east and west from the wharves to the hills were indistinguishable. Piles of charred timber demonstrated the extent and intensity of the conflagration. The wharves were burned nearly to the water's edge, the tops of the piles, however, showing that the tide was lower now than at the time of the catastrophe. The shipping seemed to have shared the general fate, as not a vessel was to be seen, though the bay, with its islands and shores lining it, looked as normal as ever. At sundown we cast anchor in the stream about a mile from what was once the city front. Jomtchom and myself determined to go ashore in the morning and inspect the ruined city. After dark I was pacing the deck when a sight from the direction of the city arrested my attention. There, in the heart of it, among the ruins, shone and twinkled a light. I mentally endeavored to locate it and came to the conclusion that it originated in the neighborhood of Montgomery or Kearny streets, and in the line of California or Pine. My surprise was still further increased when I presently beheld a second but much dimmer light leaving the first and traveling slowly from it. Then this light stopped, shone for a few minutes, and finally disappeared. Evidently, I reasoned, those lights indicate the presence of human beings. Accordingly, next morning, Jomtchom and myself left the ship's side in our only boat and landed where the Oakland Ferry Depot at the foot of Market Street used to stand. After mooring the boat to the remnant of a pile formerly belonging to one of the ships, we clambered over the debris of the railroad offices and succeeded in gaining firm footing on the shore. The open area in front of the company's offices, where the various city cars converged to a terminus, presented a space comparatively free from debris, but the lines of all the streets running cityward from Sacramento to Pacific were literally choked and rendered impassable by charred and formless ruins. Market Street alone, by reason of its great breadth, was practicable for a pedestrian, though even on this wide thoroughfare, blocks of masonry from the lofty warehouses which had once adorned it necessitated either climbing over or making a circuit around them. We pushed on as best we could, Jomtchom and myself, till we reached the intersection of Montgomery Street. Here our farther progress was arrested by a gigantic mass of masonry which had once been composed of the Palace Hotel. Such a pile of awful and indescribable confusion as was here witnessed in the destruction of one of the largest edifices on Earth Street dismayed to the soul of even the philosophical Jomtchom. The material of the vast rectangle had toppled over an area of at least 2 acres, choking not only its own proper ground but also the surrounding thoroughfares for many yards. Masses of charred furniture and rusty iron were dispersed through the heterogeneous pile, while here and there a ghastly skeleton seemed striving to free itself from its encumbering tomb, or a fleshless skull grinned mockingly through the environment of a blackened window sash, like a hideous painting from its frame. Even as we looked, the sudden lapse of a crumbling fragment frightened from their lairs a horde of sleek and whiskered rats, which glared at us with keen eyes, as though undecided whether to hazard an attack. Life, such as it was, had evidently survived, in some of the forms best suited to the exigencies of the case, a terrible travesty on the doctrine of the survival of the fittest. Sick at heart and shuddering at the spectacle, we turned abruptly to the right, and groped our way as best we could down the line of Montgomery Street. Past what I recognized as some mullions from the Masonic temple at the corner of Post Street, past the spot where once stood the Lick House, past the shapeless piles of brick and stone which once belonged to the Occidental Hotel and Russ House blocks, we neared the intersection of Pine Street. Here a peculiar sound arrested my attention. I stopped to listen. It was a regular, monotonous, dull, clinking sound. I had heard it thousands of times before, and it thrilled my soul to hear it. I clutched Jom-Chom by the arm and dragged him on over a pile of rubbish that lay in front of what had once been Nevada Block. As we gained the top of the pile, I beheld a sight so unaccountable, so utterly at variance with my surroundings and my preconceived notions of what I might expect, that I stood transfixed and speechless. There, directly on the ruins of the Nevada Bank, I saw 2 men in conventional miner's garb, one sitting on a convenient block and leaning on his pick, the other standing and wielding the same implement to the sound I had already heard. An involuntary exclamation of surprise escaped me, at which the men looked up. Their astonishment was equal to our own, and mutual explanations were in order. It seemed that these men had been working on a shift in the 1,400-foot level of one of the Comstock mines on the day of the cometary catastrophe. At sunrise, when the heat became more oppressive, a signal had been given from the surface for the miners to ascend. These 2 men were working in an out-of-the-way drift at the time and did not hear the signal. At noon they discovered the departure of their comrades, but could not divine the reason. Finding themselves alone in the mine, they signaled to be taken up. No notice was taken of their signal, and next day, becoming thoroughly alarmed, they had perilously climbed up the bucket rope from level to level till they gained the surface. Nothing but corpses of the dead and ruined buildings met their gaze, nor could they account for the condition of things by any natural means. The very accident of having been forgotten in the mine saved them, for the heat there, always oppressive, had not been materially augmented at such a depth below the surface of the earth. By the time they emerged, the elemental crisis was over. Bewildered, they wandered forth to find the country ghastly with death. Instinctively they sought the mountains and found upon the higher slopes of the Sierra Nevada a hunter's hut that had survived the melting of the everlasting snows. They discovered, too, that a few more beings, like themselves, had survived what they now perceived to have been a natural convulsion, though they could not, of course, have any idea of its extent. They subsisted during the winter on roots and ground animals, which had been protected by snow. A potato patch, similarly protected, had luckily been found. Early in the year they struck out for San Francisco, where, in spite of the ghastly surroundings, the old mining passion seized them, and they determined to prospect the basement of the Nevada Bank, trusting to luck for the means of hereafter utilizing what they might acquire. But they could not live without food, and several months had now been expended in trips to the mountains to accomplish the result of a thriving potato patch in what had formerly been a millionaire's garden. They had scarcely commenced operations on our arrival, and immediately offered us equal shares in the recovered bullion if we would assist them, and afterward carried them off. The extraordinary recital of these men convinced me that, after all, the destructive effects of the conflagration were not as widespread as at first sight they would seem to be. It would, however, be tedious to relate the explorations we made in this and other countries. The general result was the same, though details varied, of course, with conditions. Suffice it to say that today, at a distance of 10 years from that disastrous day in the summer of 1893, the earth smiles and blossoms once more, though they are the smiles and blossoms of a wilderness. Our men and our women are fewer, but they are simpler, handsomer, and hardier. Our domestic animals and our cultivated crops follow the same rule. We have no arts or sciences, for we have no use for them. Jom-Chon and his brother monks have forsaken asceticism in view of the novel requirements of life, and though we follow no formulated religion and have no laws, we are all good, because there is no interest in being bad. Utopia, 1893. End of Into the Sun by Robert Duncan Milne.
This is Restoring the Moon by Beverly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Peoples. Restoring the Moon by Beverly. My chum, Paul Smith, and I are members of that esteemed fraternity known to the public as reporters. At the time the event which I am about to describe occurred, we were officially connected with the New York Gazette, which was, in the year 1933, the leading newspaper of the country, and our business was to get the news, whatever it happened to be. We were established in the Owl Apartments at this time, and, strange to relate with regard to reporters, were taking a rest. I remember well the Sunday afternoon that Paul and I were in our rooms discussing the scientific matters of the very deepest nature, and I am quite sure now that neither of us possessed a very clear understanding of our subject. However, we were discussing interatomic force, discussing it in a somewhat disinterested manner, little knowing that the subject was going to claim our closest attention within a very short time. "I say, Jim," burst out Paul after a brief lull in the conversation, "what do you think of this new idea that there is such a thing as interatomic force? Sounds like rot to me." "Well, of all things," I exclaimed. "The idea of one of your education talking in such a ridiculous manner. These days, anyone knows that interatomic force exists just as they know that radio waves exist. And you know that it's only a matter of some 10 years since people began to understand radio." "Well, then, suppose we talk about this new idea of Professor Comrie, that gravitation can be suspended by means of electricity passing over a metallic screen. What do you think of that?" "What do I think of it? Why, I agree with the professor in all respects," I replied. "And just think what a wonderful thing that will be to the working people, mechanics, and so forth. I was just thinking how, by this means, automobiles and the like could be repaired. It would be necessary only to roll them over the metallic screen and suspend gravitation beneath them. Thus they could be raised to any height so as to facilitate repairing them underneath, no effort being required to raise them or to hold them at the required elevation." "Yes," agreed Paul, "but suppose that when you raised the automobile, as you say, that you forgot to stop it at the desired place. Why, it would keep going up into the air. There would be nothing to stop it. You know this is the first law of motion. And furthermore, physiology teaches that it is gravitation that tends to maintain our equilibrium. If we did not have this force, how would we succeed in this matter while we were in the gravitationless area working in the car?" I had to give in to Paul, as I usually did upon such occasions, as he was always looking upon the dark side of matters of the kind, and managed always to bring in some objection to any suggestion that might be mentioned. About this time, Paul happened to pick up the morning paper, which had been overlooked until now, and glanced at the headlines. "Disturbance in the atmosphere. Pressure much lowered," it read. Leaning over his shoulder, I too read the article, which ran, "Washington, D.C., March 22nd. For some unknown reason, the atmosphere was greatly lowered in pressure during the night. From its normal pressure of 15 pounds, it has reached the alarming level of 12 pounds, and as this is quite unnatural, it has caused the attention of several scientists of the meteorological department to be directed upon the matter. These men have come to the conclusion that there is some scientific maniac at the bottom of the trouble. Detectives have been warned to be on the lookout for peculiar acting experimenters over the country, and it is hoped that the fugitive will soon be brought to justice, lest he be this cause of serious damage." "Well, doesn't that beat you?" Paul exclaimed. "The idea of some scientific maniac being at the bottom of such a business. How could it be possible?" "Very reasonable. I quite agree with the meteorological experts in the matter," I replied, somewhat piqued by Paul's manner. But he had not had time to remonstrate, for at that moment a bellboy made his appearance in the doorway and announced that there was a gentleman by the name of Edgar Stallis in the salon below waiting for us. We descended at once and were immediately confronted by a tall, wide-ray individual, who at first glance appeared to be a native of some Latin country, but who, we soon learned, was an Englishman. "I believe I am speaking to two gentlemen representing the New York Gazette," he began. Upon being assured that his surmise was correct, he continued, "I suppose you have heard of the unusual condition of the atmosphere this morning?" There was a rising inflection in his tone, and we both nodded. I am a detective, he went on, and my specialty is the investigation of such phenomena as that with which we are now confronted. I have been appointed to investigate this case, and am in need of 2 capable assistants. You couldn't have picked a better pair, said Paul quickly. We've been in the service of the Gazette for the better part of 4 years, and what we don't know about everything from the price of wheat to interatomic force hasn't been heard of yet. I was not so enthusiastic as Paul, yet I reasoned that if anyone could render the detective valuable assistance, it would be Paul or myself. As the detective seemed to be genuinely desirous of our assistance, we consented to aid him in his undertaking, provided the Gazette would sanction our doing so. Accordingly, Stalis agreed to go at once to the office of the Gazette and make arrangements for our plan for assisting him to search for the maniac that was endangering the lives of the entire population of the globe. About an hour later, we received a telephone call from the Gazette authorizing us to accompany Stalis to the Bermudas upon his hunt for the scientific criminal. Monday morning, we embarked upon the Alton liner Savants for Hamilton, Bermuda. Not a soul on board was aware of the mission of the strange-looking man who had the foreign appearance and of the 2 reporters who accompanied him. The Savants was equipped with the very latest scientific appliances, including a thoroughly arranged system of radiophones in each stateroom. Thus, we were able to keep in constant touch with the sources of information at home. One of the first reports we received was to the effect that the atmospheric pressure had lowered another 2 pounds during Sunday night. Quite a consternation was created among the passengers, and great were the discussions concerning the phenomenon and its cause. Several passengers were seen to faint upon the upper deck for lack of sufficient air to breathe, and upon the following morning, when it was noticed that the air was still lighter, the excitement waxed very great indeed. Quite a number of the more religiously inclined began to go down on their knees and pray. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the second day out, we reached Hamilton. There we found the population manifesting various degrees and kinds of fear. The report had somehow obtained circulation that the wind had blown from the north all the preceding night at St. George, a small town in the extreme western and northern end of the group of islands. As the islands lie in the Gulf Stream, and the wind, therefore, blows almost constantly from the south, this report, coupled with the lowered atmospheric pressure, was creating a great deal of alarm. We put up at the Princess Hotel, which is the principal hostelry of the islands, and prepared to rest while Stalis went out to make arrangements with the Governor-General of the islands for permission to make investigations in his domain, this preliminary measure being rendered necessary because of the fact that the islands are under the control of Great Britain. Paul and I did nothing until the following morning, when we embarked in a small electric launch that Stalis had ready for us, and made our way toward the northern part of the islands, where, as Stalis explained, an investigation was to be started in connection with the report of the contrary wind. After about 2 hours sailing, or I should say motoring, we ran the launch in upon a reef and made a landing upon a sandy beach. Stalis proceeded to lead us inland toward a grove of palmettos that extended to some distance in the direction of the shore. When we had entered the grove and had proceeded to a considerable distance among the trees, we observed that Stalis began to take on a sneaking look. A moment later, as we turned to regard each other questioningly, we were confronted by a revolver and commanded to submit quietly to being manacled. Stalis was firm, and he had the weapon, so there was nothing for us to do but yield. "My good men," began Stalis, the instant the handcuffs were clasped upon our wrists, "what fools some mortals be! Here I have brought you upon this wild goose chase to help me accomplish my own designs. Perhaps you would like to know that I am not a detective at all, but one of the cleverest scientists of the age, and we are approaching my private laboratory. Had you not been extremely ignorant, you would have inquired why I brought you to the Bermudas, but you did not. Instead, you followed me blindly, asking no questions, buoyed up by the promise of fame should you be able to unravel the mystery of the diminished atmosphere. It was I who telephoned you, representing myself to be connected with the Gazette and authorizing you to come here. My purpose in having you 2 here is that you may give me a write-up in your paper when you reach home, if you ever do." His face had taken on an insane expression, and we concluded that fate had thrust us into the clutches of a maniac. "Very soon you will see the most completely equipped laboratory and scientific institution that it ever fell to the lot of a human being to behold," he continued. "I have a large manufacturing plant in England that keeps me supplied with apparatus and materials as needed under absolute secrecy. You see, it is like this. I have discovered a way to repopulate the moon. This will seem a somewhat startling announcement to you because of your limited knowledge of things scientific, but after you've learned more, my theory will seem far more sane than at present it appears to you. After 4 years of close research, I have found that the moon of 4 million years ago was inhabited by a race of people very closely akin to our present Earth people. Subsequently, after the lapse of 1 million years, the moon began to lose its atmosphere and moisture, owing to the fact that the curved light waves from the sun, upon striking the surface of the moon, caused the upper stratum of her atmosphere to become ionized and to pass off into space tangently from the surface of the ground. This liberated air, upon receiving such a velocity, was unable to check its speed until it had gone beyond the gravitation of the moon, and, as the Earth's gravitation was stronger than that of the moon's atmosphere was absorbed by the Earth. Now, as the moon was robbed of its air by the Earth, I propose to give it back, and I have already given back about 1/4 of it. We were dumbfounded by this announcement. To think that a mere man had upset God's laws and caused a part of the Earth's atmosphere to be given to the moon at the Earth's expense was beyond our enfeebled minds to grasp at this time. "I say, old top," burst out Paul, "are you not going a little too far this time? Don't you think that we can use our atmosphere ourselves to better advantage than they can on the moon, especially when taking cognizance of the fact that there are no people on that planet at present?" "Why, my dear fellow," replied Stalis, "you don't seem to catch the idea at all. I intend to repopulate the moon, and as there are mineral deposits upon the moon that would make us Earth people all rich in the extreme, don't you think it worthwhile to pay her a visit? This we cannot do at present, for it would be quite impossible to live there without air or water. I have invented what I call a moon car that will be capable of carrying 20 persons to the moon in the space of 1 hour. But more of this presently. We are approaching my stronghold." A large, low, rambling structure built of cement came into view. There appeared to be no windows to the building and only one door that we could discern. It was through this that we entered several minutes later to be ushered into what appeared to be the finest equipped palace we had ever seen. Great velvet carpets were strewn profusely upon the floor, and the most luxuriously finished ebony furniture was placed conveniently about the room. We were next led into the telescope room, where we were confronted with what we later found to be the largest telescope in existence. I noticed that there was no ceiling in this room. "Gentlemen," said Stalis, "this is the largest and most powerful telescope in the world today. It was made expressly for me by the famous lens makers of Bucharest at a cost of $500,000. By its aid, I can bring the moon down until it appears to be within a stone's throw of me, and I can see anything that chances to come within my range as plainly and as perfectly as I can see you two gentlemen at my side. If you wish, you may take a look at the moon yourselves. It is already in focus, as I keep it in readiness at all times." I applied my eye to the eyepiece, and instantly a sight met my gaze such as appalled me beyond description. Just beneath me there appeared to be a small mummy of a man, about the size of the ancient Egyptian specimens I had seen. Upon a rock beside him was a group of strangely carved symbols that were explained by Stalis, who said that they represented the universal written language of the moon dwellers of 4 million years ago. While my gaze was riveted upon the stone, there was a sudden puff of smoke, and the stone was blown to atoms. "That explosion," said Stalis, "was caused by my letting loose 2 million tons of interatomic force by the application of 2 ounces of trioxylic acid to 1 dram of lead subradicite, and by directing it to the stone upon the moon by my especially contrived chemical gun. The stone, as you observed, was atomized. I'll wager that you gentlemen had not noticed that the moon is nowhere to be seen in the heavens, as it has not yet arisen. How do you suppose that you have been able to view it under those conditions? It is by the use of the curved light radiations that Einstein has mentioned in his treatise, and which I have been able to control just as easily as you would control radio waves." Stalis next led us into the anti-gravitation room, as he called it. It was a large circular space about 200 feet in diameter, and in the center of the space was a tremendous metallic disc lying upon the floor. It was some 100 feet in diameter, and upon either side of it were what appeared to be 2 huge electrodes. The explanation of all this was not long in coming. "This," announced Stalis, "is the gravity suspending room. I have, I think you will admit, the Honorable Professor Comery of the French Academy outdistanced entirely in his own special line of research. I have discovered that by charging a brass disc with electricity, by causing a current at 1 billion volts to pass over it in the form of a powerful spark, everything above the disc is rendered without weight. I have found that the air above this disc, owing to its being without weight, is forced upward by the pressure of the air that surrounds it. Hence, it is forced into outer space, and because of the fact that the upper atmosphere is in an ionized condition, it is, upon being thrown out of the gravitationless area by rotation of the Earth, prevented from returning to the Earth. Gravitation is becoming more and more to be recognized as nothing more or less than electrification, positive and negative. The Earth is possessed of positive electrification, and the Moon, having been at one time a part of the Earth, is also possessed of a positive charge. Consequently, as like charges repel each other, the Moon is kept away from the Earth. By my method, the positive charge within the confines of the disk is overcome by my giving the disk an equal negative charge, thus destroying gravitation within this area. Should I give it a positive charge, it would have double gravitation. My purpose is to send to the Moon each night a small amount of air so that we Earth people can gradually accustom ourselves to the rarefied atmosphere. The way this is accomplished is obvious. The rising air over the disk, upon being released just as the Moon is passing overhead, is attracted by the gravitation of the Moon and caused to fall, so to speak, to the Moon. The ordinary atmosphere of this locality has enough moisture in it to furnish water for the Moon upon condensation. Tonight I shall send the last quota of air to the Moon, and you gentlemen shall witness the proceedings and report to your paper. Or it may be that I will change my mind and visit the Moon tonight, in which event I shall take you gentlemen with me. Cold, paralyzing fear gripped at my heart, and the perspiration was bursting from Paul's face as though he were suffering from dreadful emotion. "Great God!" I burst out. "What would you do, man? Would you destroy the world to please this fancy of yours? Will you change the immutable laws of God and take away the air that we breathe in order to attempt to repopulate the Moon?" "Wait, and you shall see," said Stallis, as he led us across the huge metal disc to the opposite side. Thrusting us into a niche conveniently placed in the wall, he pressed a button close by, and, to our astonishment, a plate glass screen began to descend in front of us. We were caged. Stallis walked across to another niche and proceeded to cage himself in like manner, when suddenly we beheld the full moon rising majestically above the edge of the enclosure. In an instant, pandemonium was turned loose. A powerful electric spark flashed across the screen between the electrodes, and a mighty whirring as of a tornado assailed our ears. The disk was in operation. Our atmosphere was being sent to the Moon. It was ghastly in the extreme to think that this misguided man was wrecking our beautiful planet by his crazy idea. With horrible fascination, we listened to the tremendous roar of the rushing air, rushing straight from the disk into outer space. I have never been what one might term a religious man, but if I ever was inclined to pray, it was at that moment when I realized that the air was rapidly being exhausted from our glass cage by the suction. However, I soon perceived that we were being supplied with air by some force to counteract the action of the disk. It was indeed a genius that had inveigled us into his power. After the lapse of about 2 hours, the huge glass screen was raised from our cage, and we perceived that the disk had ceased its action and that all was quiet again. Stallis soon made his appearance and announced that he was preparing to embark for the Moon in his moon car. So saying, he entered a door in the wall and disappeared. We were quite astonished that he had left us standing there, apparently free. In an instant, however, we discovered to our utter amazement that we were unable to move a muscle owing to a dizziness suddenly having taken possession of us. I could distinguish the odor of some drug, but was unable to identify it, and we decided that this must be the cause of the dizziness. After the lapse of several minutes, there emerged from the door that Stallis had entered a grotesque-looking vehicle with 2 small wheels upon which to run on the ground. Resting on these wheels was a box-like cabin that appeared to be made of sheet steel, and upon the side of which we discerned a small door. Upon the very top of the machine there was a tremendous leaden ball, some 20 feet in diameter, which was held in place by huge steel girders attached to the cabin. How the apparatus was balanced we could not tell at present. Stallis, however, soon appeared and made this point clear to us. "My good men," said he, "what you see before you is my moon car. By its aid, we will very soon be on our journey to the Moon. It is operated by the same laws that govern the disk. In other words, it is controlled by the force of counter-gravitation. By the use of a compact, powerful generator within the cabin, I can create sufficient voltage to generate enough positive gravitation to overcome that of the Earth, and we sail gracefully away into space. The charge is distributed evenly over the surface of the leaden ball, and it is controlled in this manner. By resisting the gravitation of the Earth and submitting to the gravitation of the Moon, we are enabled to reach the Moon in the space of 1 hour. Stallis thereupon opened the little door in the side of the cabin and entered, bidding us to do the same. By this time, the odor of the drug had vanished from the air, and with it our paralysis of a moment before. As we started to enter, the door suddenly slammed to, leaving us on the outside. Through a speaking tube that protruded from the door, Stalis shouted, "My God, man, I am locked in by the automatic device that closes the door to set time. I miscalculated the time, and in 5 minutes more the disc again begins its action by an automatic suction. There is a switch that controls it, but I cannot possibly reach it. We are lost." His own folly had brought about his destruction, and Paul and I decided to leave him to his fate and make our escape, if possible, ere our strange friend's mechanical devices started to operate. Seeing that the door from which the moon car had emerged was still ajar, we ran for it, and soon discovered that it led to the shore of a small inlet of the bay over which the structure had been built. With a mighty effort, we smashed our manacles upon the stone wall, leaped into the electric launch that we had found moored there, and glided rapidly out into safety. We did not pause in our flight until we had covered some 500 yards, and then as we glanced back we saw a huge black object hurled upward into space with the speed of a bullet, and a mighty roar assailed our ears. The disc was again in action. More of our precious air was being driven off into space. What could we do? Fumbling around at the bottom of the launch, I came upon a small black metal box. Upon one side of this box, 2 small porcelain knobs protruded. I noticed that one of them was marked positive and the other negative, and also that the negative knob was thrust forward while the positive knob was standing straight. A heaven-born idea came to me, and I quickly thrust forward the positive knob and pulled back the negative. Immediately, the roaring ceased. I had won! A moment later, the heavens were opened, and with a hissing sound, a tremendous object fell from the sky and crashed into Stalis' stone structure, shattering the building by the impact. We now observed that this gigantic object greatly resembled an iceberg, and upon investigation we learned that this huge mass was nothing but frozen atmosphere that had been solidified by the extreme cold of outer space. Apparently, the positive charge had made the disk doubly powerful, so that it must have drawn the huge frozen mass upon itself, and thereby destroyed itself completely. For a week afterward, it hailed these monstrous masses of frozen air over the face of the earth, and during the following winter thousands of people were frozen to death owing to the lowering of the general temperature of the entire world by the frozen masses of air. In a few minutes we reached Hamilton with our story and wired it to the Gazette. We learned that the Governor-General had never authorized Stalis to conduct his investigations upon the islands, and it was proved that Stalis alone was responsible for what had occurred. Great were the rejoicings when it was learned that the criminal was dead and that the world was safe. A great celebration awaited us in New York, and we were treated to universal acclaim and hailed everywhere as heroes because we had, through our own folly, come to the rescue of the world. End of Restoring the Moon by Bernie L. Bevel. Recording by Mark Peoples, ghostofstarman.com. Thank you.
The Light Machine by Ray Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Quartertone. The Light Machine by Ray Cummings. Tubby took his feet off the fender of the little stove in the back room of O'Connor's grocery and glared at his 2 friends aggressively. "That ain't so," he declared. "That ain't so, nohow." "Well, he said," the first man repeated, "as how that's just the way it is, that light travels 186,000 miles in a second." "'Tain't so," said Tubby. "That's too fast for anything to go." "That's what he said," the first man reiterated imperturbably. 186,000 miles in a second. That's what he said." "Well, 'tain't so," Tubby repeated. He rose to his feet suddenly. "You can see light, can't you?" he demanded. "Course I can see light. I ain't blind." "Can you see an automobile when it's going past 100 miles an hour?" Tubby pointed a fat little forefinger directly into the first man's face. Why, yes," said the first man, surprised into confusion. "And can you see the spokes of an automobile wheel when it's going past 100 miles an hour?" The first man thought a moment. Why, no," he said finally. Tubby lowered his forefinger. "Then that proves it ain't so," he declared triumphantly. Nor couldn't you see a bullet if I shot it past your nose, could you?
You couldn't, Jake,
the second man put in. No, you couldn't, said Tubby. Nor you couldn't see light if it went that fast, neither. Ain't I right? Could you?
He's right, Jake,
said the second man.
Tubby sat down.
Well, he said, the first man resumed, unabashed. He said as how light travels 186,000 miles in a second. And furthermore, and in addition, he said as how some of the stars were so far away that it takes the light hundreds and hundreds of years just getting here from them.
It was all in the movie, said the second man wearily. The Wonders of Light. I remember it.
Well, I don't believe it, said Tubby, because I know it ain't so. Not none of it. He stood up again. Then, with sudden thought, he waddled across the room to the open window. Come here, he said commandingly. The two other men joined him. Ain't them stars up there? He asked. He pointed through the open casement to a brilliant, cloudless summer evening sky.
Yes, them stars all right, the first man agreed, if that's what you mean.
That ain't what I mean, said Tubby. I said, ain't them stars up there? Are they up there, or ain't they? That's what I want to know.
They're up there all right, Jake, said the second man.
If you can see them, mustn't they be there? Tubby persisted.
Yes, said the first man. When you can see them, they must be there.
Then, said Tubby. He paused impressively. Then the light of them must be here and there at the same time, am I right?
He's right, Jake, said the second man. 'Cause if it took the light 100 years to get here, we couldn't see them for 100 years yet. Am I right?
The first man went back to the stove. Tubby and the second man joined him after a moment.
I ain't telling you what I think, the first man remarked. I'm telling you what he said.
It ain't got no sense, said Tubby.
I'm going to the movies, said the second man abruptly. Come on.
Not me, said Tubby. I ate too much. I'm going to sleep.
It's the burning of Rome, said the first man. Nero playing the piano while the city burns. Come on, it's good. I've seen the pictures.
And reluctantly, Tubby allowed himself to be led away. The little moving picture theater was hot and stuffy. Tubby found an aisle seat with his friends near the back. For a quarter of an hour or more, he sat blinking at the flickering screen. The topical review interested him not at all. He yawned and squeezed his fat little body lower into the hard, narrow seat. Then the picture changed. It was not the burning of Rome yet, but a short picture, evidently science. Tubby frowned at it in silence. The first man nudged him. Wake up, he said. Here's an astronomical picture about stars. Wake up, it'll be good. The burning of Rome's next. I ain't asleep, Tubby whispered back. I'm thinking. The wonders of celestial space were unfolding before Tubby's eyes, but he hardly saw them. He was thinking of what Jake had said, those tremendous figures Jake had reeled off to him. What was it he had said? 186,000 miles in a second. There were 60 seconds in a minute, and 60 minutes in an hour. That would be... "'Tain't so," he muttered to himself doggedly. He felt a light touch on his arm and looked up to see a little man standing beside him in the aisle. In the dim light, Tubby could not see the little man very well, but he could see that he did not know him. The little man bent down toward Tubby's ear. "I want to talk to you," he whispered. "What about?" said Tubby. The little man shook his head. "I can't talk in here. Come outside for a moment." Tubby hesitated. "It's very important," the little man added. "You must come, just for a moment. I've wanted to see you for a very long time." Tubby clambered to his feet. His two friends, absorbed in the picture before them, did not notice him leave. In silence, he followed the stranger back up to the aisle, to the lighted theater lobby. "I've wanted to see you for a long time," the little man repeated. Tubby could see now he was a very little man with a thin, frail body and a very big head set upon a long, spindly neck. His hair was snow white and long about his ears. His yellow face was seamed with lines, but most of it was hidden by flowing side whiskers and by a pair of huge iron-rimmed spectacles. He wore a long black frock coat that hung from his thin shoulders like a shroud. "I'm a professor," said the stranger. He held out a shriveled, taloned hand. "A professor of light," he added impressively. "Oh?" said Tubby. "My name is Obadiah Oates." Tubby shook hands. "Mine's Tubby," he said. "Pleased to meet you." The professor put on his high hat, which made him nearly as tall as Tubby. "I want to consult you on a matter of very great importance to both of us," he said slowly. Tubby waited. "About light," the professor added. He linked his arm in Tubby's confidentially. "I need your help. They tell me you're the smartest man in town. I wanted to find you. With a brain like yours and mine—" "Yes?" said Tubby breathlessly when the professor paused. "My laboratory's right across the street," said the little man. "I'll show you." Tubby followed the professor out of the theater, through the little doorway across the street, and up several flights of rickety stairs into a room on the top floor of the house. "This is where I work," said the professor. "Sit down." It was a large room with endless rows of bottles upon tiers of shelves lining its walls. Several long tables stood about, and Tubby saw they were crowded with curious apparatus. Little tubes in racks, microscopes, triangular pieces of glass with candles behind them, and several contrivances of wheels and weights that looked like clockworks. In the exact center of the room was one large apparatus of a sort Tubby had never seen before. It seemed very complicated, and he stared at it with awe. He could make nothing out of it, except that part of it was a huge telescope, extending up through the skylight of the room. He glanced upward, and there, through the narrow, open slit in the glass, he could see the stars shining. "That's a light machine," said the professor, following his glance. "There's only one in the world, and there it is." "Yes," said Tubby. "It's the most wonderful machine that was ever built," the professor went on softly. "I built it, and now you are going to help me make money out of it." "Yes," said Tubby. "How?" "That's what you are going to tell me. Don't you see? I am a man of science. You are a businessman. That's the difference between us." "Yes," said Tubby. "First, I'll have to explain. You have a head for figures, of course?" "No, yes," said Tubby. "Of course." "But you don't know much about light." "Yes, no," said Tubby. "Naturally. How could you? Nobody does, but me. And I know all about it. All." He emphasized the last word impressively. "And now I'm going to tell it to you." "Thank you very much," said Tubby, and waited. "All my life," began the professor. He spoke softly. His eyes, fixed on Tubby, seemed staring at dim, distant spaces. "All my life, since I was a little boy, I have been studying the properties of light. It is a very wonderful thing. You realize that, do you not? The most wonderful thing in the whole of science." "Oh, yes," said Tubby. The professor drew in a deep breath, like a long sigh reversed. "Light," he began again, "is a vibratory wave in the ether. You know what the ether is?" "No," said Tubby. "It is like air, but you cannot breathe it. It exists everywhere, even in the outermost realms of space. Now do you understand?" "Yes," said Tubby. "Light is vibration of the ether," the professor went on in his droning voice. "Its vibrations travel through the ether at the rate of 186,324 miles a second." "I know that," said Tubby. "You are a learned man," the professor said admiringly. "You have a wonderful mind. I knew you had. They said so." "Yes," said Tubby. "Go on." The professor jerked his little body upright in the chair suddenly, so suddenly that Tubby started violently with fright. "How long is a second?" the professor asked aggressively.
"Why, tick, tick, that's it,"
said Tubby. The professor relaxed in his chair. "You are a clever man. You will have your little joke. But we must be serious. I will tell you how long a second is. It is exactly 131,558,149th part of a year."
"Oh,"
said Tubby. "Do you know what a year is?"
365 days,
said Tubby promptly. The professor smiled again. "A year is the time it takes the Earth to revolve once around the sun. Thus, you see, there are 31,558,149 seconds in a year, which is a little more than 365 1/4 days."
"Yes," said Tubby, "I see."
Now, to find out how far light travels in a year, we simply take its speed per second and multiply it by 60. That is its speed per minute. Multiply that by 60, give its speed per hour, and so on up to a day or a year. Do you understand?
"Yes," said Tubby. How far does it go in a year?"
The professor raised his hand. "That is a very simple problem, only mental arithmetic for me. Wait, let us go further."
"Yes," said Tubby. "Go on."
The distance light travels in 1 year is called a light year. Now, some of the stars are so far away that it takes light many centuries to come from them, traveling at that speed I have just mentioned. Thus, we measure their distance from us as so many hundred light years. Do you see?
"Yes," said Tubby. How many miles away from us is the farthest star, the very farthest?"
The professor leapt to his feet. "Ah, I was expecting you to ask that." His face was beaming. "You are a clever man. But I'm ready for you. I figured it all out this afternoon and wrote it down. I'll show you." He led Tubby to a corner of the room. Tubby saw a perfectly enormous roll of narrow paper tape, like the tape that comes from a stock ticker, or is rolled up around baby ribbon. Only this roll was bigger than he was. It was hung vertically on a spindle, which had a handle to rotate it so that the tape could be unwound and wound again easily. A few feet away there was a similar spindle, but empty. "I wrote it down for you," the professor repeated. "The distance in miles of the furthest star from the Earth. I wrote it down on this." He took the loose end of the tape and, reeling off a few feet, hooked the end onto the empty spindle. "Watch closely," he said. "I'm going to show you the number." He started to wind up the tape on the empty spindle. Tubby stood close behind the strip of tape stretching the space between the two spindles. It passed directly under his face. "Watch closely," said the professor again. "There comes the first of it." Tubby saw a row of little digits start on the tape. The first 3 were 1, 5, 4. Then after the comma began a string of ciphers. After each 3 ciphers was another comma. The moving tape carried this endless row of little ciphers swiftly under Tubby's nose. He stared at them fascinated. Faster and faster they flew by as the roll of tape wound up on the spindle the professor was turning. For half an hour he turned briskly. Then the row of ciphers stopped just as the other end of the tape fluttered off the unwinding spindle. The professor leaned against the wall, breathing hard. "That was the number," he gasped. Tubby blinked.
What number was it?"
he asked finally. The professor recovered his breath and sat down again in his chair wearily. "It was 154 zintillions," he answered. "The largest number that has ever been written down. Wrote it down this afternoon."
"Yes," said Tubby. "It was a big number."
The professor pulled at his side whiskers thoughtfully. "We must get on," he said. "Now you understand how far the stars are away, and how fast light travels. That brings us to my light machine." Tubby sat up with interest. To the light machine. Yes, go on. As you can see, the professor continued, I know all about light. I am its master. No one in the world knows as much about light as I do. And only one man in the world thinks he does. The professor's eyes gleamed vindictively. Ah, how I hate him, that man. Oh, Tubby asked with interest. What is his name? His name is Einstein, answered the professor. I hate him. I loathe him. I despise him. Oh, said Tubby. I'm sorry. But he cannot harm me. I'm too clever for him. And you will help me. We still have time. He cannot prove anything yet. No, yes, said Tubby. The professor stood up. Let us get on with my invention. Then you'll see what a wonderful man I am. I will be brief. Tubby joined him beside the telescope in the center of the room. What you must understand first, said the professor, is my theory of light. Tubby waited. No light is ever destroyed, the professor continued. It passes beyond our vision, that is all. But it always exists somewhere in the outer realms of space. That's where it goes when it goes out, Tubby put in. Ain't I right? Yes, said the professor. That's where it goes, out into the realms of space. Now, what you must understand is that light can be reflected, refracted, polarized, but never destroyed. He pointed to his instruments on one of the tables. I can do all those things to it, and 1,000 more, but I cannot destroy it. Right, said Tubby. But if you put it out, you can't never get it back, can you now? The professor beamed on him genially. Your brain works too keenly, he said. You anticipate me. No, I cannot get it back, but it comes back. That's just the point. It comes back. That's what nobody in the world knows except me and you. The sun, he went on, gives us most of our light. It gets here to the earth from the sun in a few minutes. The moon gives us reflected sunlight. It is the same light, only it comes to us from the sun by way of the moon. It takes a little longer that way. How much? Tubby asked. Not much, just a few seconds. The moon is not far away. Now, all this light that strikes the earth is reflected back into space. In 100 years, less or more according to the distance, it strikes the different stars. There it mingles with other light. And then, mark me well, and then... The professor paused impressively. Then, in another 100 years, it comes back to us again, the same light, mixed with other light, of course, but some of the same light we had 200 years before. Do you understand? No, yes, said Tubby. That, said the professor, is the Oates theory of rationality of light. I call it that because it is rational. It is in accordance with all known physical laws. Some others I could name. The professor's voice shook with suppressed passion. His eyes gleamed again wickedly. Some others are not so scrupulous. Their theories do not coincide with recognized physical laws. They transgress them all. Mere astronomical outcasts, mathematical lepers, scientific pariahs. Oh, you mean that other guy, said Tubby. The professor calmed himself with an effort. He pulled a huge black silk handkerchief from his pocket and mopped his dripping forehead. We won't talk of him, he said after a moment. No, we better leave him out of it, Tubby agreed. Ain't I right? The professor nodded. Now, we come to my great discovery. I'll tell you about that now. When this sunlight is reflected from the moon to us, it brings with it an image of the moon, which was not in the light when it left the sun. Do you understand? No, yes, said Tubby. That's why we can see the moon. The light brings us the image. All light carries an image of something. That's why we can see things. Now, when light leaves the earth and goes out into space, it takes with it an image of the earth and everything that is happening on the earth. Right, said Tubby. Go on. Now, some of this light may have to travel 100 years before it reaches a star. When it does, it mixes with other light and is reflected back in another 100 years to us. But, mark you this, but it still carries the image of the Earth and what happened on the Earth when it was here.
But you don't see that, said Tubby. We see the star, ain't I right?
Yes, said the professor. Of course you're right. And the reason we see the star is because that image is the last one the light got. That is predominant. All the others are there, but they are hidden away beneath the star image.
Oh,
said Tubby. Nobody ever knew they were there, and so of course nobody ever tried to get them out. But I knew they were there, and that's the Oates theory of rationality of light. And I have got them out. His voice rose in triumph. That's the light machine, the greatest invention in the history of the world.
Oh, the light machine,
said Tubby when the professor paused. The Oates light machine. Here it is, the only one in the world. I'll show you at once. He switched off the lights. The room was quite dark, except for a little beam of white light that seemed to thread its way through the intricate system of mirrors and prisms of the light machine. Tubby could not see where this light came from, or where it went, but he saw distinctly that it turned several corners and was alternately broad and narrow. It was white throughout most of its course, but in one short span it was a dark, angry red, and in another a deep, beautiful purple. The light machine, the professor began. His fingers caressed one of its little reflectors lovingly, is able to extract from light all the images it holds, no matter how long they have been there.
That's wonderful, ain't it?
Said Tubby with admiration. Yes, let me show you. Here is the telescope. I train it on a star, mark you, that is not a sun, but that shines by reflected light. This beam of starlight contains moonlight, earthlight, sunlight, our sunlight, you know, and the light from millions of other suns. The starlight comes out from here. He touched the lower end of the telescope. Now you see, this ray of my own created light passes directly in front of where the starlight comes out. That's where they mix. Tubby saw the little beam of white light crossed at right angles to the telescope eyepiece and passed very close to it. This light of my own is created by burning zonogen, a gas I discovered myself. From this point, where the starlight joins it, my ray goes into the spectroscope. He touched another portion of the light machine, and it is polarized here. These, he indicated a long row of tiny black compartments. Tubby could see the beam of light entering at one end and emerging at the other. These are my image extractors. Each takes from the light some of its images, leaving finally only the earth light and the images that belongs to it. There are many other processes. Someday you will understand them all. But for now, let me show you the result. The pure earth light passes last of all into my projector. See it here? He laid his hand on what looked to Tubby something like a magic lantern. My operating power is electricity. He turned a switch. Tubby first heard a low hum and then a whirring, clicking sound. This projector magnifies the image, throws it up on a screen. He pointed to the wall. Tubby saw a small square of canvas hung on the wall. Now then, the professor continued, his voice trembling with emotion. That star my telescope is pointing at is now exactly 927 1/2 light years away. That means that 1,855 years ago tonight, the light we are getting back now from that star left the Earth. Do you know what was happening 1,855 years ago tonight?
No, said Tubby. Yes, lots of things.
I can pick anything I want from the light, the professor answered. I merely tune my instruments differently. Like wireless, you know. It's all a matter of vibration. I have picked the most important thing that was happening, the burning of Rome. He turned another switch. The clicking sound grew louder. On the sheet, Tubby saw a great city in flames. He seemed to be standing on a hill looking down at it. In the foreground, he saw the young Roman emperor with his mistress, his friends, and his music, as they reclined at ease, watching the destruction. Tubby stared for a long time, fascinated. "You are looking into the past," he heard the professor's droning voice saying. "All that has been stored up in the light all these years. It is light itself, the work of God, not of man. That is Nero sitting there. No one living today on this earth has ever seen him before. But there he is, Nero the Cruel, Emperor of Rome. We see him, you and I, for we are looking into the past. Looking into the past." The professor's voice trailed off into silence. Tubby stared breathlessly. His heart was beating fast. He was trembling all over. He felt suddenly a little faint. He was in a cold sweat, and he sat down abruptly in a little wooden chair beside the light machine. The scene before him was very vivid. He could almost hear the Emperor's music. Why, he did hear music. Funny, the professor had not mentioned that. The clicking noise grew louder. The scene before him was so bright he could see nothing else around. It was very dark and very close and stuffy. Where was the professor? Why didn't he say something about the music? Tubby grew a little frightened. He shifted his feet uneasily. The chair in which he was sitting was very uncomfortable. It cramped him. His back hurt. After a little while, the scene before him slowly faded. The lights in the room flashed on. A rustling and a shuffling of many feet sounded in his ears. Tubby sat up abruptly, blinking in the sudden light. "Some kid, that Nero, eh, Jake?" said a voice beside him. "You said it. Some picture. Come on, Tubby. Let's go home," said the first man. End of The Light Machine by Ray Cummings.